The sage who once saved the world now finds himself cast into the valley of the dead. For 10 long silent years, amidst the decay his very bones remembered. They remembered nothing but the sting of betrayal. Now even if he must wage an eternal war, or carve his path out of the flesh of the living, if this is the world his beloved truly wanted, he no longer cares about the price of his vengeance. Only his cold, unyielding wrath remains. Is he destined to be the world's doom, or will he become its final salvation? Our story begins with the creature in a dark room, clutching a skull-encased orb and wondering if he would ever see her again once he finally built the world Claire had dreamed of. Long ago, our protagonist stood at the edge of an abyss, his hand held firmly in hers. In that moment, he believed the most important person in his life was safely by his side. But a hateful mob surrounded them, screaming for their deaths and branding them unholy, stating they should be cursed for their betrayal, calling them a disgrace to the entire country. A man standing nearby stepped forward, loudly demanding, "Oh, absolute silence." He called out the sage, Dwight Garvelt, and the hero, Claire Barton, the legendary duo who defeated the Demon Lord and saved the world from darkness. But these two were to him, she was the personification of wisdom and a true hero. She was his loyal comrade in arms, having stood by his side through countless missions. More than that, she was the only person he truly cherished. However, a voice suddenly rang out, claiming that the very souls of these celebrated heroes had become utterly corrupt. The mob turned on them, pelting Claire with stones until her forehead bled, as the accusers shouted that they both intended to become the next demon lords. They were accused of plotting to plunge the entire world back into eternal chaos. Driven by fear, the people decided to cast them both into the treacherous valley of the dead. Outraged by the blatant lies, our heroes screamed that it wasn't true. They never harbored such dark ambitions. This was clearly a conspiracy. After all, they were the ones who had just defeated the Demon Lord and saved humanity. Guards slammed him to the dirt while the accuser branded him a villain. The fickle crowd, who once trusted them, now roared in support of the execution. He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that as long as these anti-magic shackles remained, he was powerless to cast a single spell. The king stepped forward, his expression cold and unforgiving, as he declared them they were nothing more than the Demon Lord's secret minions. He claimed he had made a grave mistake by ever granting them the sacred honor of being called heroes. Now he insisted that only death could serve as proper retribution for their supposed sins. Branded a demon, the protagonist turned his gaze toward his partner. He desperately called out to Claire, urging her to escape with him, confident that together they could fight their way out. But Claire refused, her face hauntingly calm as she reminded him that their only goal had been to bring peace to the world. If that peace could finally be secured by sacrificing her life, then she would accept her fate with a smile. She told him that if he wanted to survive, he would have to flee alone. The people had grown to fear them simply because they were strong enough to kill the Demon Lord. Even if he managed to escape, no one would ever come looking for him. He gazed at her with a look of profound sorrow, realizing this wasn't how things were supposed to be. In truth, his only wish was to spend the rest of his days by her side. She softly called his name, offering a tearful apology for dragging him into this nightmare. She expressed her final gratitude for his loyalty, but he could only weep in protest. He refused to accept her guilt, insisting that he was the one who owed her an apology. But before he could offer her those final words of comfort, the king coldly gave the command for their immediate execution. At the signal, the royal guards lunged forward, driving their jagged spears through both of their bodies simultaneously. As they locked eyes one last time, she offered him a faint, tragic smile before life faded from her eyes. Yet for him, consciousness lingered, and his grief quickly transformed into a burning, unadulterated rage as the surrounding crowd began to cheer. Their celebration echoed in his ears, and he turned to them with a look of pure loathing. Staring at their twisted, gloating faces, he wondered if this cruel world was truly the peace the hero dreamed of. The king watched the gruesome spectacle with a wide, sickening grin. Following his lead, the archers let fly a volley of arrows, riddling their dying bodies with shafts until the two of them were finally cast off the edge of the cliff into the abyss. In a fleeting moment, he believed he had finally glimpsed the true essence of this world. As time slipped away, he lost all track of how long he had been trapped in this nightmare. He couldn't recall how many times he had wailed while clutching her rotting remains. Everyone else here was long dead. He was the sole survivor in this valley, reborn as a monstrous undead fueled by a malice that refused to fade away. How did it come to this? Why was he cradling the skeletal remains of his first love in such a godforsaken place? As he interrogated his own fractured mind to maintain consciousness, a sudden realization finally dawned on him. Had she been the one to fail? Had the world already rotted beyond salvation? Bowing his head, he whispered to her, He spoke to Claire, acknowledging her noble intentions even if her methods were fundamentally flawed. Gently laying her skeleton upon the cold floor, he refused to believe her kind heart had truly strayed from the light. He vowed that he would be the one to fulfill her final dying wish. It was his solemn duty as her most loyal assistant. Raising his hands toward the heavens, he admitted that while her heart was in the right place, her mistake was yielding to the masses. He knew there was a different, more absolute path to take. He would bring about peace through far more ruthless means, purging every impurity within himself. He would eliminate anyone who had lost their way. But first, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. In his weakened state, he was powerless. He needed strength, enough power to force the entire world to fear him. Suddenly, a swirling thread of dark energy caught his eye. He realized the suffocating miasma of this valley of the dead was practically bottomless. While lethal to the living, this toxic atmosphere was a different story for him. For a high-ranking undead, this cursed energy was a source of infinite potential. Realizing he could absorb it, he threw back his hood and raised his hands to consume the darkness. As the energy surged into him, he let out a guttural, agonizing scream. He realized that along with the toxic miasma, he was also absorbing the collective grief, memories, and experiences of the fallen. An ordinary mind would have been instantly crushed by such a massive mental onslaught. The force blasted him back several meters, and he realized that if he were still human, his brain would have fried instantly. He lay paralyzed by the pain, unable to even let out a sound. But for the sake of his vengeance and a lasting peace, he refused to simply give up and perish in this pit. Once the agony subsided, he finished draining every drop of miasma from the valley. An immense magical aura now surged within him, far eclipsing the power of the demon lord they once defeated. Instinctively, he commanded his new strength, raising the valley's corpses as a loyal skeletal army. His gaze then fell upon Claire's remains. He looked at her lying in the dirt and realized he had poured his power into every soul present. So why was she the only one who refused to wake up? In heavy silence, he carefully wrapped her bones in a simple cloth. He then began to ascend a literal mountain of skeletons that were clawing their way toward the exit, his mind consumed by a single dark thought. The people responsible for her death would be the very first to pay. He would ensure they received the exact reward they deserved. If this era refused to accept them, then he is determined to rebel against this cruel fate. His ultimate goal is to forge a world entirely free of suffering. After climbing out from the depths, he reached the surface, where he was immediately spotted by the perimeter watch. A squad of elite guards stood ready to intercept him. Stunned, they questioned if this creature was truly undead. Our protagonist surveyed the area, realizing he was back in the valley, the same site where executions were held to the bloodthirsty cheers of the local townspeople. With a blur of motion, he pierced a guard's throat, marking this battle as the dawn of a new era. The surrounding soldiers stood paralyzed, wondering how a mere skeleton could be so lethal. He hurled the fresh corpse at them as they screamed in terror. Desperate, the captain ordered the archers to open fire and kill him at once. A volley of arrows rained down upon him, but it was futile. The projectiles shattered against his body without leaving a single mark. Panic began to set in just as the situation took a darker turn. The fallen guard suddenly reanimated, sinking his teeth into a comrade's neck. The soldiers' morale crumbled as they watched their own brother-in-arms turn. He observed the carnage, fascinated by how his miasma was transforming them into ghouls. Glancing toward the abyss, the guards realized the skeletal legion was already advancing. The enemy soldiers swarmed the walls one after another, desperately calling for reinforcements as the skeletal horde closes in. Dwight observes them, noting their superior combat experience, but their skill is irrelevant against these numbers. In an instant, a relentless tide of bleached bone engulfs the entire battlefield. A frantic guard lunges at Dwight, screaming curses and demanding that this unholy monster return to the depths of hell. But the resistance is futile. Before the guard can even process his failure, he is cut down. Dwight's army has grown exponentially. It's no longer just skeletons from the valley, but fallen soldiers who have been forced to join his ranks. After rising as ghouls, as the last standing soldier falls to his blade, Dwight realizes his grim work here is finally done. Surveying the fortress now overflowing with the undead, he recognizes that he finally commands a true horde. With a swift, sharp motion, he flicks the blood from his blade, knowing the citizens of the capital are surely trembling in anticipation of his arrival. He is the reckoning that will wipe their very existence off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, a panicked messenger bursts into the throne room, calling for His Majesty. He frantically reports that the garrison at the Valley of the Dead has gone silent, and a massive undead legion is marching on the capital. The king orders the immediate mobilization of all holy mages. They cannot allow this filth to set foot near the castle walls. High atop the ramparts, the sentries spot the nightmare appearing on the horizon. They sound the alarm as the skeletal legion draws closer. The soldiers scrambled to their posts, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the enemy. How could their numbers have swelled so quickly? Dwight observes the fortifications, noting that the humans have clearly caught wind of his approach and prepared a desperate defense. Stationing mages and archers on high ground, it's a textbook strategy for dealing with the undead. It's a solid plan, he admits, just as a lethal hail of arrows begins to rain down upon him from above. Seeing the projectiles streak across the sky, a dark memory of his own execution flickers through his mind. He instantly conjures a powerful magical barrier to shield himself from the volley, acknowledging that while their effort is commendable, it is ultimately futile against his power. But the defenders made a grave mistake by underestimating their enemy. They assumed they were facing nothing more than a mindless horde of undead. Believing they were safe, they only deployed archers, but now he was about to show them exactly who he really was. He raised his skeletal hand, aimed it directly at the castle walls, and unleashed a massive searing fireball. The archers caught in the blast were instantly engulfed, letting out agonizing screams as the flames took hold. Looking at his palm, he realized his new reality. He was more than strong enough to shatter the gate, and his magical output now far exceeded the power he held in his previous life. This level of destruction was unprecedented. Witnessing the violent explosion of their defenses, the townspeople were paralyzed with fear before fleeing in terror. The citizens scrambled to escape the carnage, but the legions of skeletons swarmed the streets, quickly hunting them down. Entering the city, the MC noticed a crying child abandoned on the ground and wondered, was this really what she fought so fiercely to protect? These people had cheered for their execution, yet they still remained blind to the truth. Nearby, a man, cowering on the ground with his children, suddenly threw a stone at him. The rock bounced off as the man shrieked that this demon must be destroyed, warning them to stay away. He was once again reminded of his tragic past. He recalled the insults the villagers hurled at him and Claire during their execution. He realized he was becoming the very monster they feared. Moving forward, he continued down the street until he encountered a squad of elite archers. As they prepared their defense, he noticed the tips of their arrows were glowing with a brilliant light, infused with sacred magical energy. This holy power served as the ultimate weapon against the undead, but he vowed never to let them harm her again. Ignoring the danger, the archers unleashed a relentless volley of fire. The projectiles found their mark, piercing deep into his body. He let out an agonizing shriek as the sacred magic took hold. The searing pain felt as if his very soul was being purged, and his skeletal frame was crumbling into nothingness. He collapsed to the ground while the guards watched in triumph. They celebrated their victory, believing they had finally slain the undead leader. However, the dark miasma suddenly surged toward the nearest skeleton, and he instantly transferred his consciousness into the new vessel. He realized that as long as his spirit endured, physical attacks could not truly destroy him. The entire undead horde contained fragments of his magic, meaning even if his physical form was obliterated, he could effortlessly transfer his soul to another. As long as a single skeleton remained, he was effectively immortal. The guards watched in horror, screaming in disbelief as he rose again, while their commander urged them to press the assault. Dwight simply waved a hand, deciding he'd gathered enough data from today's little experiment. With a cold gaze, he began to mutate his skeletal warriors into something far more lethal. The archers who had previously stood their ground were quickly overwhelmed by the surging tide of bone. As the skeletons charged, Dwight gave a chilling command: devour every single guard in sight. Once the screams subsided, he gently retrieved the bag containing Claire's precious remains. He was relieved to find her bones untouched. It seemed his protective enchantments had only intensified after his death. Donning his tattered robes, he marched toward the castle while panicked guards shrieked to raise the drawbridge at all costs. He stared up at them, pitying their futile struggle against an inevitable end. After all, his very essence had transcended the limitations of any ordinary being. Even if they managed to shatter his current vessel, it wouldn't matter. He held absolute dominion over the battlefield, capable of shifting the tides at will. Dwight and his macabre legion pressed forward, closing the distance to the castle gates, while the desperate soldiers fought tooth and nail to repel the nightmare unfolding before them to the very last man. With overwhelming force, the skeletal army threw open the massive castle doors. Side by side with his minions, Dwight stepped into the grand throne room. Scanning the familiar hall, he reflected on the many times he had stood here in his past life. Since he was already familiar with the layout, he used his magic to scan the entire building. He spotted the cane through the walls, tucked away in the top floor chambers. Even as the capital fell under siege, the king refused to flee. He was likely overconfident that his elite soldiers could handle the intrusion. What an absolute fool. Reaching the inner sanctum, our hero examined the lock, sensing several layers of complex magical barriers. There was even a lethal curse lying in wait for anyone who dared to touch it without the king's permission. He began dismantling the enchantments with his bare hands, mocking the supposedly clever security. Without hesitation, he wound up and delivered a devastating, powerful kick that completely shattered the heavy door. In the center of the room stood the aging king, who sneered and called him a cursed undead, demanding to know his purpose. The protagonist merely gave him a terrifying glare before coldly stating his name. He uttered the name, asking if it held any significance to the monarch. The king's face twisted in shock as he recoiled, shouting that such a thing was an absolute impossibility. After all, 10 years had passed since he personally ensured their end. It was only then he realized exactly how much time had slipped away since that fatal day. As more skeletons filed into the room, he admitted that the truth was indeed difficult to grasp. Even he was stunned by his own return. Suddenly, a horde of undead soldiers lunged forward, slamming him to the floor. The king shrieked in a panic, demanding to be released and questioning if they even knew who he was. Looming over him with a cold gaze, he declared he had crawled back from the Valley of the Dead to bring order to this rotting world. The king stammered in disbelief, claiming that while thousands had been executed in those pits, not a single soul had ever returned from the grave. Ignoring the king's protests, he tossed his belongings aside, indifferent to the man's denial. He demanded to know why they had been framed as wretched traitors. She never deserved to die like a criminal. As the weight of the past hit him, he began to reminisce about her life, speaking of her unwavering kindness. She had spent her life praying for peace and loathed the violence of war. She alone was truly worthy of being called a legendary hero. The king sneered, coldly remarking that her overwhelming virtue was exactly why she had become such an eyesore. Reeling from the confession, he demanded the king repeat those treacherous words. The king simply explained that once the demon lord fell, the world's priorities had shifted drastically. Heroes were no longer needed. They had become nothing more than a nuisance. Their immense power was no longer useful to the king. It was a threat to his reign. Our protagonist paused, asking with a grim tone, "So you killed her just for your own gain?" The king let out a manic laugh, a twisted expression contorting his face. He barked that he was the king, and his word was absolute. It was their own fault. They should have been obedient tools, and allowed him to use them as he pleased. He burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. At that moment, our hero realized the man before him was completely insane. He'd heard enough. It was time to silence the tyrant forever. On his command, the skeletons swarmed the king to end his life. Even as he faced death, the king screamed that he was right to execute them, claiming his actions were justified. He insisted it was all for the good of the kingdom until his final breath. As the king slumped over, our hero fell to his knees, exhausted. But then something caught his eye off to the side. It was Claire's sword, mounted on the wall like a trophy. He slowly approached the weapon, his heart heavy with grief. He realized that this was indeed her blade. This was the last precious memory he had of her. He couldn't leave it behind. He had to take it with him. A surge of raw energy coursed through him the moment he saw the light. The instant he finally grasped the hilt, he felt a strange familiarity. It was as if this legendary weapon had truly belonged to him all along. He didn't even need to test its edge to be certain. It seemed the miasma had acted as a conduit, flooding his mind with the memories and wisdom of the fallen. In an instant, he had inherited every secret technique of the hero's blade. Yet as he held it, he was haunted by the echo of her voice calling his name. With her final breath, she had looked at him, thanking him for always staying by her side. She was deeply grateful to him, and he vowed to treat this newfound power as her ultimate parting gift. Leaving the chamber, he descended toward the throne room. While the city above was being devoured by a relentless army of monsters, he walked calmly toward the seat of power. The capital had fallen, and its golden age was officially over. After 10 grueling years, the long struggle had finally ended. At last, he was ready to begin the next phase of his plan. This place would serve as their new base of operations. Seated upon the throne, he drove his sword into the ground. He couldn't help but marvel at the irony. Who could have predicted that the great sage, who once helped slay the demon lord, would return as an undead monster to haunt the living? Fate truly works in mysterious ways. And just like that, he laid the foundation for his new kingdom of the dead. A short while later, a traveler was seen steering his cart toward the ominous castle. He noticed a swirling mass of dark energy looming over the city and wondered what it could be. Meanwhile, the protagonist attempted to take a sip of wine, but it simply poured straight through his skeletal frame, leaving him in deep thought. It was just as he expected. Physical consumption was no longer an option. Stripped of the ability to eat or drink, he stepped onto the balcony to survey his domain. Below, a mindless horde of undead wandered aimlessly through the courtyard. He observed that thick, suffocating clouds of miasma were now blanketing the entire capital, transforming it into a toxic wasteland. It was now uninhabitable for any living organism. Only yesterday, these very streets were teeming with life. Now the city had been reduced to a silent, rotting valley of the dead. While it was a lot to process, he felt no remorse for the destruction he had personally wrought. This was merely the prologue. The true conquest was only just beginning. After enduring the hellish torments of the Valley of Death, he came to a realization: humanity only finds unity when faced with a common evil. To survive, they need the villain to fight, and he was more than willing to become that threat. Driven by a desperate need to defeat him, various nations forged powerful alliances. But in doing so, they inadvertently shattered the world's delicate balance. The naive belief that eradicating such evil would bring harmony was fundamentally flawed. Instead of the promised era of tranquility, what followed was a descent into brutal civil wars and endless bloodshed. With the demon lord gone, the common enemy that united them vanished. These nations turned on one another, and the very concept of peace faded from human memory. True stability can only exist under the rule of an immortal, overwhelming evil. Realizing this, he decides that he must become the next demon lord. While he has no intention of burning the world to ashes, he must keep his true motives hidden. He cannot afford to lose, for his ultimate goal is to instill a permanent sense of fear. It is a necessary sacrifice for the world, and to truly embrace this dark mantle, he needs more than just a name. To solidify his reign, he requires a formidable army to back his claim. His first priority? Recruiting powerful new subordinates. While he already possesses many followers, he seeks a specific type of servant. One overflowing with magical potential. Suddenly he unleashed a surge of dark energy toward a nearby group of undead, hoping that by merging their remains, he could create a truly elite warrior. He knew that eventually, he would obtain a single, powerful, undead servant with a will of its own, a rare skill he earned during his grueling time in the Valley of the Dead. As he activated the ability, a massive skeleton with imposing horns materialized before him, demanding to know if he was its creator. Looking at his new summon, our hero realized that he had successfully called forth the ultimate skeletal warrior. Its aura radiated an overwhelming amount of magical pressure. This monster could easily rival the demon lord they once vanquished. He confirmed that he was indeed the one responsible for its birth, though he quickly sensed that this creature wouldn't be easily controlled. Fortunately, the beast possessed the gift of speech, meaning there was still a chance for a peaceful negotiation. But without warning, the creature unleashed a massive blast of magic. Realizing his mistake, he braced himself. Talking was clearly no longer an option. The monster had gone completely berserk. Narrowly dodging the first strike, he immediately countered, using his own magic to reflect the follow-up attack. Instead of being enraged, the skeleton began, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. It praised his reflexes, noting that his strength was certainly without. There was no doubt this monster was the creator. Gazing at the beast, he realized the creature had somehow transmuted the deadly miasma into a functional pair of wings. Much like that previous lightning strike, the monster displayed an absolute terrifying mastery over the corruption. Our hero realized he wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance if he had relied solely on his current level of magical control. He immediately retaliated with a surge of overwhelming arcane energy. It was clear that the beast hadn't earned the title of sage for nothing. Emerging from the smoke, the creature stood tall, praising the hero's magnificent strike before gathering a massive amount of energy, demanding his opponent witness its true power. As the hero braced himself to block the incoming onslaught, he noted that every bolt of lightning carried immense destructive force. This level of magic was truly in a league of its own, the kind that could wipe out 10,000 men in the blink of an eye. The monster let out a maniacal laugh, mocking the hero and asking if he found the lightning impressive. In response, the protagonist quickly conjured several defensive barriers. He mocked the display, claiming such a basic attack could be easily deflected by even the most rudimentary techniques. He reflected on the immense power he held as the bounty of the Valley of the Dead during his past life. Back then, despite his vast magical reserves, he was still bound by his human limitations. A mortal can only reach a certain peak, but in his current state, those limits have vanished. Now stronger than ever, he manifests massive energy spikes behind his back, and declares that the beast needs a lesson in etiquette before launching his assault. The sudden strike catches the creature completely off guard, leaving it reeling in shock. "What the hell is this?" it bellows, just as the next blow lands. A massive spike impales the creature, but as it struggles to recover, White closes in. White points a hand toward his foe, mocking its pathetic attempts to resist. With a flick of magic, he effortlessly shreds the beast's wings. The monster crashes violently to the earth, desperately trying to regain its footing. As it struggles to stand, White approaches calmly and asks if they can finally talk, as he has no real desire to continue this fight. Refusing to surrender, the creature manifests a swarm of spectral arms. Each hand brandishes a different weapon as the beast unleashes a deafening, blood-curdling scream. White summons a blade of his own, silently calling out to Mistress Claire, noting that he had at least tried to be reasonable. Our hero asks for permission to utilize the skills she granted him. He begins his assault, mimicking her combat style with perfect precision. Delivering a devastating blow with his blade, the impact is massive. The sword strike deals catastrophic damage to his opponent's physical form. As the enemy collapses to the earth, the protagonist stands over him and begins to siphon his essence. He slowly draws every ounce of energy from the creature's body. He realizes he has successfully absorbed all of the magic and miasma within him. Now the foe doesn't stand a single chance to fight back. Lying defeated on this ground, he begs for death, but the protagonist simply stares. He refuses to kill him, questioning the point of his creation if he were just to be destroyed. Perplexed, the creature listens as the hero extends a hand toward him, offering him a position as his subordinate. Though he could force his submission, he would much rather give him the freedom to choose his own destiny. "Will you join me?" he asks. He waits for several tense seconds with his hand outstretched, acknowledging that while this undead warrior is prideful, his combat prowess is nothing short of impeccable. He would be honored to have his help moving forward. Finally, the creature takes his hand. Sometime later, the skeletons begin the massive task of rebuilding the city. 3 days pass, and most of the ruins and corpses are finally cleared from the castle. His subordinates did an incredible job, but there was still a missing piece to the puzzle. Suddenly, the creature entered his office to announce that a feast had been prepared. He urged the demon lord to follow him to the dining hall at once, insisting that he eat before the lavish meal grew cold. The MC looked at him, apologizing as he asked if it wasn't obvious that he could no longer eat. Grom was mortified, loudly berating himself for making such a monumental mistake. To make up for it, he suggested they focus on selecting a more regal outfit for the lord. As he sat there, the MC wondered how his situation had escalated so quickly. Grom was now a zealot. His previous defiance had vanished as if it never existed. Captivated by the MC's ultimate goal, he swore a solemn oath to serve as his master's right hand. When the MC announced he was leaving for supplies, Grom practically begged for the assignment. He claimed that such trivial errands were beneath the dignity of a demon lord. He insisted on handling everything himself, even stopping to scrub a tiny speck of dust off the wall. The MC watched him, impressed by how incredibly quick and resourceful the creature was. Born of pure miasma and ancient malice, Grom had absorbed the memories of the dead, molding them into a brand new personality. Despite his eccentricities, he was a reliable subordinate. He was certain Grom would never stab him in the back, but now he had a kingdom to worry about. He had already sent a message to the crown: swear allegiance or face the consequences of war. He wondered how they would respond, knowing they were likely already recruiting mages to hunt him down. He needed to assemble a true inner circle, allies with the same individuality and power as Grom. Regardless, they are still a long way from their ultimate goal, requiring immense effort to make it a reality. He knew deep down that Claire wouldn't simply return on her own. Even with his current godlike abilities, her remains were still just that, remains. He found himself unable to resurrect her as undead. Perhaps her soul refuses to return, or perhaps his own conflicting emotions are hindering the process. Regardless, he will stop at nothing to bring her back to life. Grom approached him with an urgent update, reporting that their scouts had spotted movement. Dwight questioned if anyone had dared to make the first move. It turns out the neighboring territory has mobilized its army, making a desperate dash toward King's Landing. As expected, they're desperate to reclaim their capital now that the king is dead and the nation's heart is shattered. The nobles won't stay idle. He's slightly impressed they mustered an army in just 3 days, but he decides to intercept them personally. He must show them that the demon lord has truly returned if he's to be feared by the entire world. To solidify his reign, he'll make a cruel example of them, leaving Grom in charge of the fortress. Grom bowed deeply, vowing to defend the demon lord's castle with every fiber of his being. As he prepared to depart, he wished they'd simply surrender and acknowledge his rule immediately. However, Grom called out to his master, asking him to wait just a moment before leaving. A short time later, a massive legion of soldiers marched down the road toward the castle. Suddenly, a shimmering portal tore open in the sky above the advancing troops. From the rift, our protagonist emerged, clad in regal new attire. Grom had insisted on dressing him for the occasion, arguing that they must show these mere mortals the true majesty of a demon lord. Standing there beside the skeleton, his presence was nothing short of overwhelming, showing a skeletal bird delivering a mysterious letter. The girl watched it fly, marveling at how a mere skeleton could still soar through the sky. Curious about the message, she reached out to retrieve it. Upon reading the contents, it was clear a new demon lord had finally emerged. This was the moment she had been so desperately waiting for. Meanwhile, our protagonist gazed down at the massive army and sized them up. He estimated their numbers at 20,000, noting the sacred barrier they had established. It was clear they were dead serious about reclaiming the royal capital. He wondered how they managed to mobilize such a massive force in only 3 days. Regardless, he couldn't just stand by and watch them march toward the city. He wasn't nearly kind enough to let them proceed. He intended to extinguish their lust for battle right here and now. By crushing their resolve, he would end the war for both sides. The best possible outcome. He thought back to the capture of the first fortress, and suddenly noticed something alarming. His hand had begun to tremble uncontrollably. He quickly tightened his grip into a firm fist. He knew it was far too late for second guesses. There was no turning back from the path he had chosen. With grim resolve, he began to concentrate his energy, and told him they would serve as a grim example. He needed a steady hand to slaughter them all. Returning to the heat of battle, Grom manipulated the miasma with chilling ease. Now it was time to unleash that same devastating power upon his enemies. He conjured a massive sphere of concentrated energy, contemplating his next move. As he prepared to witness the fallout, the opposing soldiers finally took notice. Staring up at the colossal orb, they cried out in terror, wondering what it could be. Could the enemy truly be launching an attack of this magnitude? In a desperate panic, they unleashed a volley of arrows at the massive sphere, but the energy simply swallowed them whole. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the orb toward the enemy ranks, where it slammed into their magical barrier. The soldiers watched in horror as the defensive shield began to fracture. The cracks spread rapidly, and they realized their situation was dire. The barrier was failing. It was useless. There was no stopping the inevitable. Suddenly, the energy sphere shattered the defense completely, triggering a massive and powerful explosion that sent soldiers flying in every direction. A thick, suffocating cloud of miasma lingered at the blast site, which effectively split the army in two as the survivors scrambled to make sense of the chaos. Those caught within the fog struggled to stand, only to be met by spectral hands of energy. These ethereal limbs began their assault. Our protagonist had successfully fused magic with miasma. Now the undead would rise, systematically turning the living into the damned one by one. Desensitized to the carnage, the sight failed to stir any emotion within him. He continued his relentless assault, firing magical projectiles laced with lethal miasma. Terrified soldiers looked on in horror as the undead rose to slaughter the living. The few remaining survivors broke rank, fleeing in a desperate attempt to survive. Watching the slaughter from the skies, he decided this demonstration was sufficient. He would let them live so they could spread word of his terrifying strength. A decade has passed since the fall of the previous demon lord. Now the entire world must realize that an even greater threat has emerged. A force capable of wiping humanity from the face of the earth. Teleporting back to the fortress, he reflected on the limitations of his former life. Back then, his teleportation was restricted to his immediate line of sight. However, within this new evolved vessel, those restrictions have vanished. In this body, nothing holds him back and his reach is now infinite. Commanding an army of 20,000 is useful, but their strategic value is far greater. He doesn't even feel his mana depleting. As an undead, his potential is truly limitless. Following his instincts, he ordered his legion to march toward the Valley of the Dead. The massive army of the dead obeyed his command with chilling precision. Without a second of hesitation, they all began leaping into the dark abyss. Dwight began to absorb the massive waves of energy radiating from the pit. As they plunged into the depths, he felt his true power finally beginning to surge. He felt his power surging as an overwhelming strength began to overflow. The Valley of the Dead was the source, and there was clearly a mysterious link between that dark place and his very soul. After sealing the abyss, he resolved to sacrifice the undead more frequently. It was certain now, his transcendent abilities were born from that valley. There was even a chance his life depended on it. He speculated that the enemy sent similar armies elsewhere, but they couldn't win through numbers alone. As things stand, humans are powerless. They would only be throwing their lives away. His goal is to make humanity realize the true danger they face, in the form of the Demon Lord. This is the only way he can maintain absolute peace throughout the realm. With his business concluded, he chose not to return to his castle immediately. Instead, he felt the urge to wander through the familiar streets of the royal city. The sights brought a sting of sorrow, but he felt no regret for his choice. The era of the sage had ended, and now there was only the one true immortal Demon Lord. Upon reaching the castle, our protagonist was met with a massive surprise. He was stunned by the drastic transformation and asked in a state of shock, "What happened here?" Stepping inside, he quickly realized who was behind the renovation. A weeping Grom approached, revealing he had watched the MC's heroic battle using a farsightedness spell. Moved to tears by such an incomparable display, Grom accidentally burned his handkerchief as the MC asked for an explanation. Grom explained that he redesigned the castle to reflect the Demon Lord's power, bolstering defenses against intruders. Eagerly awaiting a reaction, Grom looked at his master with a proud, satisfied expression. Looking at him, the MC thought that if Grom had a tail, he'd definitely be wagging it right now. Beyond the aesthetic changes, Grom had layered the castle in lethal wards to incinerate any uninvited guests. The fact that he overhauled the entire fortress so quickly proved his incredible strength and overflowing devotion. Despite his intimidating power, Grom remained humble as the MC thanked him for looking after the castle's security. Overjoyed, Grom shouted that hearing such praise made every ounce of his hard work worth the effort. The MC appreciated his loyalty but advised him to consult first next time, causing Grom to weep with gratitude. However, their moment was cut short as a massive army of monsters began rapidly approaching the castle, and both of them sensed the looming threat. Grom alerted his master, and the MC nodded, realizing that it seemed they had uninvited guests. Preparing for battle, they wasted no time and teleported together just outside the city walls. Standing atop the city walls, they surveyed the massive army below. They watched from their high vantage point as the forces gathered. Grom remarked on the sheer, overwhelming scale of the approaching horde. It was unsettling how they managed to remain undetected until the very last second. He realized they must have utilized advanced camouflage to mask their presence. Yet he dismissed them as mere trash, turning to ask his master if he recognized them. The master nodded, confirming that their paths had crossed back when he was still among the living. The monstrous legion halted abruptly before the castle gates. At the front of the line, a succubus slowly raised her, hand high above her head, drawing everyone's gaze. Deducing she was their leader, he asked the master to reveal her true identity. Recalling his past, the master identified her immediately. She was a former subordinate of the late Demon Lord, one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings. Stunned by this, he demanded an explanation, but the master insisted on greeting their guests first. Leaping down to face the monsters, he asked what brought them here, only for the succubus to question his status as the new Demon Lord. She circled him playfully as he admitted he had claimed the title for himself. She stared back with a calm, piercing gaze, questioning if he was truly legitimate. Grom immediately intervened, closing the distance between them in a flash. Leveling a blade of pure energy at her throat, he warned her to show respect or lose her head. Mockingly, she retorted that he was saying such terrible things. Ignoring his outburst, she looked up at him with a sly grin. "Stop, it's just magic," she said before joyfully turning to the sage. She guessed right, didn't she? He really is the Sage White. Grom was indignant, roaring at her. "Are you looking for a fight?" However, the sage raised a hand to restrain him, ordering him to stand down. Grom wanted to object, but his master's calm tone made it clear he would handle it himself. Addressing the succubus as Luciana, he noted it had been a long time. Luciana agreed, mentioning they hadn't met since Claire literally cut her in half. He studied her black robes and seductive figure, knowing her beauty was merely a distraction to poison her victims. Calling him by name, she remarked on how much he'd changed, teasingly asking if he'd really grown that old already. He explained that his current state was the result of the Valley of the Dead. With a look of mild surprise, she finally understood. She glanced at the monsters standing nearby and noted they looked exhausted, suggesting he should let them in so they could all rest. He calmly granted them entry, prompting a worried Grom to ask if he was absolutely sure. The master told him there was no need to worry, because if they even thought about acting suspiciously, he would grind them all into dust. Suddenly, he began to emit a surge of overwhelming energy. This ominous aura flared out, instantly paralyzing the monsters in front of him with pure terror. Visibly nervous, Luciana let out a shaky laugh, admitting she liked this new, more intense version of him much better. As they made their way into the city, the monsters began to feel physically ill, leading her to ask a question. "Is the miasma in this city always this overwhelming?" The corruption was so potent that it was even beginning to affect the monsters themselves. As they headed to the castle, the protagonist noted that the miasma concentration was reaching levels dangerous even for monsters. This would need addressing later. Stopping at the entrance, he told Luciana that she alone would enter while the others stayed back. They entered his private office and sat across from one another to begin their negotiation. He didn't mince words, demanding to know the real reason she had sought him out. Luciana smirked, reminding him of their long history, which caused Graham to burst out in indignation before he was silenced. The protagonist clarified that while they were acquainted, they were actually former enemies who fought on opposite sides. The demon lord she once served had been slain long ago. An entire decade had passed since his reign came to an end. Now there was no logical reason for them to continue trying to kill one another. Luciana called his outlook wise, but then asked if he'd considered the possibility that she was here for revenge. With a chillingly serious expression, he warned that if she tried anything, he would simply turn their corpses into undead thralls. The overwhelming pressure of his aura made her visibly tremble for a moment. She caught her breath and quickly laughed it off, claiming it was nothing more than a joke. In reality, her group wished to pledge their lives to the new demon lord. He was intrigued by her request, and she explained that their world fell apart after the previous demon lord's death. The remnants of their once great army were systematically hunted and slaughtered by human forces. Their resistance was futile. Without a commander-in-chief to lead them, they were just disorganized targets. As a former heavenly king, she had led her remaining troops into hiding, living as hermits to escape the human purge. They waited years for a new king to appear, and she had even planned to take the title herself if no one else did. But those plans were unnecessary now, as he was clearly far more powerful than the lord she once served. She never imagined that the great sage would end up like this. She knew of the execution, but what was the real truth? Dwight admitted it was a grim and unpleasant tale. As he recounted the tragedy, she suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. She mocked the irony. The very people who betrayed the heroes who saved them were now being crushed by a monster of their own making. He agreed they were fools, but insisted that even they deserve a chance at salvation. Wiping her tears, she composed herself, admitting his perspective was fascinating, and surprising that he hadn't wiped them out already. He explained that his every action was dedicated to global peace. It was his dream as a human, and he refused to betray those ideals now. Besides, this was the future the hero had always envisioned. Extending a hand toward him, she acknowledged his vision and asked what his next move would be. Since they also sought peace, she offered their power and technology. In return, they wanted the royal city, and promised to provide him with elite servants. It seemed their interests were perfectly aligned, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Grom listened to the proposal in tense silence. He then pulled his master aside, requesting a private word before they stepped out of the room. Once outside, Grom bluntly asked if he truly trusted the succubus. Dwight admitted he knew her nature and remained wary, advising they stay vigilant. He didn't want mindless slaughter, but her demon army was too valuable to pass up. They were simply using each other, nothing more, nothing less. Though still uneasy, Grom nodded, and Dwight placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He told his loyal subordinate that when the true battle began, he would need Grom's full strength. The recognition ignited Grom's spirit, and he swore to devote every ounce of his power to his master's cause. Returning to the office alone, Dwight apologized for the brief interruption. The deal was struck. He would grant them sanctuary, and in exchange, they would join his crusade against humanity. Beaming with joy, Luciana announced that they had finally reached an accord. They sealed the deal with a handshake, cementing their new alliance. Overflowing with excitement, she pulled him into a hug and asked the demon lord to look after her. Remaining composed, he questioned her sudden affection, to which she admitted her weakness for powerful men. It was the same with the former demon lord. She had pledged her loyalty to him, simply because she was captivated by his overwhelming aura. Surely he could understand that, right? Suddenly, Grom burst into the office, shoved her aside, and voiced his utter disgust, calling her a damned succubus. He warned his master not to be deceived by such a treacherous woman. Smirking, she called Grom cute, but noted he was nowhere near the demon lord's level. After all, she only had eyes for the absolute best, and the two glared at each other with pure hostility. Grom roared at her to shut her mouth before he turned her beauty into something hideous, but she just dared him to try. In an instant, the two began brawling, trading vicious blows and insults in equal measure. Our protagonist considered intervening for a split second, but he ultimately decided it wasn't worth getting caught in the middle of their petty squabble. He walked out of the office, leaving them to their chaos while he prepared to update her comrades on the deal. Meanwhile, in a distant city, a frantic soldier screamed for his men to hold the line and stop the invaders. They couldn't allow the enemy to break through, no matter the cost. But in the blink of an eye, the soldier was cut down by a member of the skeleton army. Chaos erupted as the defenders desperately fought to survive against the relentless tide of the undead. As he watched the battle unfold, he realized that he now commanded a formidable legion of 120 subordinates. His forces were currently seizing a city in the north, led by the monsters under Luciano. Even the powerful Neonabrot had joined the front lines to ensure total dominance. Standing high above the battlefield, our protagonist reflected on the fact that he had strategically allowed the opposing army to walk right into this slaughter. He was systematically dismantling the kingdom's defenses using his superior spatial magic. So far, everything was proceeding exactly according to his master plan. However, his attention was quickly drawn to Grom, who was currently laughing like a maniac while mocking the useless humans and demanding they bow to the demon lord. Grom's unchecked magical outbursts were causing massive collateral damage to the city. The MC suddenly appeared behind him and sternly called out his name, reminding him that their objective wasn't total annihilation, so he needed to stop overdoing it. He knew that reckless destruction would leave them with nothing to rule. The goal was to instill fear and force humanity to cooperate. Grom turned to his master with a wicked grin and explained that his current display of power was more than enough to make the mortals realize the staggering gap in their strength. As Grom prepared to show off his boundless might, the MC stayed silent, confident that his servant hadn't lost sight of the mission. The monster horde finally breached the city's inner defenses, and a terrified guard rushed into the castle to warn the king of the impending doom. The ruler barked out a desperate order, demanding his warriors hold the line at all costs. Within the dim room, two skeletal silhouettes loomed over the trembling ruler. Paralyzed by fear, the lord begged them to stay back, clearly willing to trade all his worldly possessions for a moment of safety. Now that the city was doomed, his true greedy nature was exposed, a pathetic display that had no place in Dwight's ideal world. In a final act of desperation, the ruler lashed out, branding the undead as nothing more than vile scum. This insult enraged Grom, who growled that the man's death would be anything but painless. However, Dwight stepped in, ordering his subordinate to stand aside so he could deal with the coward personally. He seized the lord by the throat, beginning to funnel lethal miasma directly into his body. With a surge of dark energy, Dwight ended the man's life where he stood. To Dwight, selfish and gloomy men like this were a blight that needed to be wiped from the face of the earth. He intended to use this death as a grim example, refusing to let such corruption drag humanity down any further. His gaze then fell upon a woman nearby, who was desperately clutching her children. He gave her an ultimatum. If she wished to avoid the same fate, she and her people must submit to his rule immediately. By choosing total submission, she could spare the lives of her family before the Legion departed. Dwight noted that after several calculated invasions, the surrounding feudal lords were quick to bend the knee. These conquered inland territories were officially annexed into the Demon Lord's domain as his influence spread across the kingdom. On the surface, the citizens were allowed to continue their daily lives undisturbed, provided they remained absolutely loyal. This was all part of Dwight's grand design, to force humanity to cast aside their differences and unite against him. He wanted to give them a common goal, overthrowing the Demon Lord, before he finally returned to his capital. At the city gates, Lucien greeted him with a cheerful smile, impressed by how quickly he had completed his conquest. As they looked out over their new territory, Dwight reflected on the sheer power their army had displayed. He marveled at the synergy of their forces, realizing the combination of ogres and undead was truly formidable. With the undead breaching lines and her monsters accelerating the sieges, her leadership was proving invaluable. Approaching her, he noted that they had exceeded all original expectations, largely thanks to the exceptional quality of her subordinates. She beamed at the praise, her expression radiating deep satisfaction. She took immense pride in the fact that her personal training had paid off, thrilled that her efforts were finally bearing fruit. She then asked if he'd join her for a private tea later, but Graham quickly intervened. He loudly warned his master to decline, convinced the woman had nothing but ulterior motives. She shot him a look of pure annoyance, though she managed to maintain her composure. Amused by the accusation, she admitted he might be right, sending Graham into a frenzy as he shouted for the master to beware of this obscene succubus trying to steal him away. The protagonist clutched his head in frustration, demanding silence and suggesting they take their flirting elsewhere. Instantly, both of them shouted in unison, vehemently denying that they were doing any such thing. They went back to glaring at one another with obvious disdain as he walked away, lost in his own thoughts. Despite the constant bickering, he couldn't help but feel that, in their own twisted way, they were actually getting along. With such elite troops at his beck and call, total conquest felt like an absolute certainty. It was only a matter of time before the entire kingdom fell under his shadow. From that point forward, every corner of the land was destined to become a battlefield. As his followers trailed behind, he realized this was the dawn of a massive war. Currently, the conflict remained internal, and neighboring nations were content to watch from the sidelines, seemingly amused by the rise of a new demon lord. However, he wasn't about to stay within those borders. It was time to take the offensive. He needed to remind the world that no one was safe from his reach. Shortly after, the inner circle gathered in his office to plan their next move. Grom reviewed the latest intelligence and suggested they begin a formal war council to discuss the expansion of the Demon Lord's domain. Eager to move forward, the master gave his approval and signaled for the briefing to begin. Luciana smirked, teasing him that the monocle didn't suit him at all. Though he was fuming, Dwight told him to ignore her constant badgering and continue with the report. Moving on, he explained that the vast majority of the kingdom had already fallen to the Demon Lord. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that their conquest was nearly absolute. For all intents and purposes, the country was now firmly under their control. While a few border regions and noble estates remained defiant, they were effectively isolated. Grom noted their supply lines were severed, meaning their eventual surrender was only a matter of time. Once those pockets fell, their next move would be to strike at the surrounding nations. Looking at the map, Dwight realized their territory was still small enough to fly under the radar of other world leaders. However, there was one specific kingdom that required their immediate and undivided attention. He pointed to a small state on the map that had been making some bold moves recently. Positioned along the southwestern border, this nation had been acting incredibly suspicious of late. Dwight mentioned he'd already heard whispers from Luciana, who gleefully shared her latest intel. Apparently, this minor country had begun amassing a significant military force right on the border. It seemed they were planning to liberate the capital while secretly hoping to expand their own borders. But there was one specific detail that didn't sit right with her. Specifically, the suspiciously high quality of their military equipment. It was highly probable they were receiving foreign aid, suggesting a hidden power was pulling the strings from the shadows. While the identity of their benefactor remained a mystery, they couldn't afford to let these plans unfold. Grom insisted that to secure their future, they needed to launch a preemptive strike immediately. Now his followers wait with bated breath for their master's final decree. He believes the world must realize the looming threat of the Demon Lord. Regardless of who pulls the strings, this nation's destruction is the first step toward true peace. With a chillingly serious tone, he declares the matter settled. They will burn everything to the ground. His subordinates erupt in cheers, praising his ruthlessness as they scramble to begin immediate preparations. As he turns to leave, he outlines the strategy. A single, overwhelming strike to invade and occupy the territory. Only then will they drag the identities of those aiding the enemy into the light. Walking ahead, he prepares to brief the rest of his generals on the upcoming assault. To prepare for the bloodshed ahead, the demon forces have begun relentless mock battles, honing their skills to a razor's edge. Since their arrival, the very atmosphere of the kingdom has shifted dramatically. The thick miasma once choking the capital has settled around the castle, allowing the orcs to thrive in their new home. Meanwhile, massive legions of undead wait in the shadows of the castle basement and city warehouses, ready for the signal. Those once polluted by the miasma have been fully assimilated, now serving as the backbone of the capital's defense. Seeing their dedication, he knows he must match their fervor with his own leadership. While the warriors focus on their combat drills, the rest of the monstrous horde is busy reconstructing the city. Surveying the progress, he notes with a smirk, the urban development here is progressing far better than expected. Musiana explains that over the last decade, they've mastered the arts of agriculture and construction out of sheer necessity. These lands are actually quite fertile once the miasma is controlled, proving that even a fallen capital can be reborn. He observed the efforts to rebuild the city, all aimed at improving their quality of life. A laborer caught his eye, drawing his focus toward the crowd. His companion asked if he was interested in the workers, revealing they were actually her slaves. Despite their status, they seemed to have settled comfortably into their new home. Watching them, he marveled at how humans and demons were actually coexisting. In his past life, he never could have imagined such a sight. Above all else, he craves peace, regardless of the bizarre, monstrous form he now inhabits. He's found contentment. These are his people now, and he's sworn to shield them from any invaders who dare threaten their sanctuary. Currently, this harmony only exists because his domain is still relatively small. Expanding this peace to the rest of the world seems like a utopian dream. Yet he knows that for true global stability to take root, the entire world must eventually fall under his evil dominion. Later, in the throne room, he looked upon the fallen heroine. Though his raids have granted him immense power, he still lacks the strength to resurrect her. He hopes that by building her ideal world, he might finally see her again. Suddenly, Grom called out to snap him back to reality. Shaking off the melancholy, he asked if it was time to leave. Grom noticed his distraction and checked on him, but the protagonist simply apologized, claiming he was lost in thought. With those thoughts in mind, they stepped out onto the balcony. From his vantage point, he looked down upon a massive army of monsters. His subordinate remarked on the impressive sight, addressing him as Lord and noting their eagerness. The general raised his hand, demanding silence for the Demon Lord's address. He commanded the legion to listen well as he surveyed the sea of monsters. Looking over the crowd, he realized these creatures lived for the thrill of battle. They were grateful for his kindness and burned with a shared desire for revenge against humanity. While each individual had their own reasons for being there, they shared a common goal. They were united by a single purpose. He began his speech. Once upon a time, there lived a legendary sage. Alongside the hero, he survived countless life-or-death struggles. And eventually, they succeeded in slaying the previous Demon Lord. How his life ended is irrelevant. What matters is the truth he uncovered. A single undeniable realization gleaned from his journey. This world is fundamentally broken, and you are all its victims. Creatures cast aside and forgotten by the natural flow of time. Is there any way for outcasts like us to resist such a world? The answer is a resounding yes. Since this world has cast us out, then we have no choice but to crush it under our boots. The time has come to trample this world into the dirt and imbue it with our power. Imbuing their bodies and souls with darkness, they are destined to become the architects of history. A new demon lord has finally arrived. He asks if they are ready to embrace absolute evil, and the monsters roar in thunderous agreement, a display he finds absolutely magnificent. As vassals of the new demon lord, nothing can hold them back now. They are commanded to give completely free rein to their primal instincts. As the monsters continue their deafening cries, he begins to make his exit, satisfied that this performance was more than enough. It was sufficient to sow absolute panic among the humans. Grom follows close behind and praises the speech, calling it an incomparable masterpiece of manipulation. Though Grom is in awe, Dwight claims he was merely raising their spirits. The army remains ignorant of his true goal. Grom asks if it's truly wise to keep the truth from them, but Dwight insists that even their closest allies must be kept in the dark. He realizes that given the current climate, his vision for true world peace must stay within a small, elite circle of associates. If the masses found out, his authority as the Demon Lord would crumble. He would lose the ability to project the universal terror required to keep humanity in check. Grom remarks that his master has chosen an incredibly arduous path to walk. With his back turned, Dwight asks if Grom thinks he's a fool. Grom quickly denies the thought, claiming there is no ruler in this world more compassionate than him. Dwight can't help but chuckle, finding the irony of the situation quite amusing. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, a mysterious man sat rotting in a city prison cell. He muttered about his boredom, convinced that nothing interesting would ever happen again. Back at the base, Grom informed the Overlord that preparations were complete. The Lord praised his loyalty and placed him in charge of the defense, trusting him to repel any invaders. Luciana smirked, questioning if he could actually handle the pressure or if they'd return to find the capital in ruins. Furious, Grom snapped back, reminding her that the Overlord chose him for a reason. He threatened to silence her permanently, but Luciana just mocked his anger with fake tears. The Overlord silenced their bickering, ordering them to sharpen their focus as they had grown far too complacent. He then stepped before his monstrous legion and cast a massive magic circle. He surveyed his forces, 1,500 undead and 200 demons. A mere 1,700 units seemed like a joke for a full-scale invasion of a country. However, his presence alone provided more than enough power to compensate. He officially entrusted Grom and his elite subordinates with the absolute defense of the capital. Luciana vowed to protect their master at all costs, while Grom accepted his duty to guard the home front without a second thought. Turning to their leader, Luciana bowed and invited him to give the final command to begin the war. The protagonist declared that the time had finally arrived, needing no further grand speeches. "Stay alive and bring us glory," he commanded. In an instant, he and his entire army vanished, teleporting directly toward the city, where the enemy's main force was currently mobilizing. Luciana marveled at the sight of the marching ranks, stunned that they could warp such a massive force so effortlessly. A grueling battle loomed ahead. He relied on her succubi to scout the enemy territory, but their initial plan for a surprise attack was compromised. With a grim expression, he noted that if they couldn't handle this, they weren't worthy of being called the ultimate evil. She questioned if he actually intended to offer the humans a chance to surrender. He nodded, expressing a genuine desire to resolve the conflict without unnecessary bloodshed. Summoning a glowing magic circle directly in front of his face, he projected his voice across the battlefield, demanding the humans' attention. He declared they were the Demon Lord's army, the very force the humans were destined to clash with. He began to offer terms of mercy, but was cut short before he could finish the sentence. An enemy commander barked out an order to attack, signaling for all units to begin their offensive immediately. The magic division was ordered to unleash everything at once, desperate to keep the enemy at bay. As a barrage of spells streaked toward them, he sighed, realizing a peaceful resolution was now impossible. She simply remarked that humans are truly foolish creatures. He couldn't help but agree with her cynical assessment. Stepping forward, he retaliated by launching a devastating magical counterstrike. He easily repelled the incoming spells and obliterated the bridge. He coldly stated that since they rejected his mercy, it was time to unleash their full destructive power upon them. The enemy commander on the ship pointed toward them, screaming for his men to open fire. Volleys of arrows rained down on the skeletons as they marched blindly into the river. The commander laughed, mocking the undead for seemingly drowning themselves. He ridiculed them as mindless beasts that couldn't possibly reach the ships. But his triumph would be short-lived. An army of skeletons surged from the depths, swarming the ship. Their overwhelming numbers quickly caused the massive vessel to capsize. Once the ship went down, the undead turned their focus toward the survivors, who were desperately trying to swim for the shore, while simultaneously, another legion of demons clashed with the panicked soldiers defending the town's bridge. The monsters ruthlessly slaughtered anyone attempting to crawl out of the water. Watching the carnage, Musiana laughed and sipped her wine, calling the massacre a beautiful masterpiece. He noted her nonchalance and questioned her choice of drink, but she simply asked if this style of warfare wasn't more exhilarating. Gazing over the battlefield, he warned her to treat the situation with the gravity it deserved. He decided to refrain from intervening further, wanting his demons to develop confidence in their own strength. They needed to learn to conquer even in his absence, fueled by the rush of an absolute victory. Calmly finishing her glass, she claimed she was always serious, intoxicated not by the wine, but by the glorious spectacle unfolding before her. With the canal now under their control, their momentum was undeniable. At this pace, the heart of the enemy's territory was within their reach. She watched with glee as the undead legion began breaching the city's final defenses. She lamented the lack of any truly worthy champions among the pathetic human resistance. Our protagonists realized their goal was likely the capital, yet their failure suggested they were acting under someone else's pressure. To uncover the mastermind, they would need to scour the royal castle for any incriminating evidence. It was time to deal with those who dared to meddle in affairs where they didn't belong. Since their forces were too weak to challenge a demon lord, they were clearly pursuing a more devious objective. He argued they should crush the rebels to smithereens to ensure no future uprisings could take root. Luciana, however, found the conquest dull, despite the fact that they were invading an entire nation. Surely a country would have some powerful warriors, wouldn't they? He responded that, in his entire lifetime, individuals capable of defying a demon army could be counted on a single hand. He was about to explain further, but she interrupted, asking if he meant they couldn't have succeeded without the help of him and the hero. Was that his implication? As they rode in the carriage, he reflected on the countless battles he had seen in the kingdom. Despite all that conflict, he had only ever encountered one true hero. He pointed out that as far as he knew, no new hero had appeared in over 10 years. She leaned back in the carriage and agreed, nostalgically mentioning the good old days. He asked if she was referring to her time under the previous demon lord, and she confirmed that those times were far more exciting, before casually addressing him by his human name. He immediately told her not to call him that, prompting a look of genuine surprise from her. Had he really cast aside his human name so easily? He looked away, dismissively asking if such a thing even mattered now. Luciana was stunned by his cold indifference toward his past. She argued that his name was vital to who he actually was. To her, he was a human being, not just another tool for the demon lord. He stood there, shocked by her perspective, as her words began to sink in. This infuriated her, prompting her to ask if he truly saw himself as nothing more than a tool. He coldly replied that he had no interest in worldly concerns, only in achieving his ultimate goals. She grabbed him firmly, insisting that this self-sacrificial mindset simply wouldn't do. She demanded a vow. Would he finally promise to value himself as a person? Dwight dismissed the notion, stating he had no time for sentiment while the battle required his focus. She questioned his logic, especially after all the monumental achievements their demon army had secured. Since the demon lord had nothing left to fear, she pressed him once more for a straight answer. She needed to know, would he finally start looking out for his own well-being? After a moment of silent contemplation, he finally relented and promised he would try. Releasing her grip, she told him that such a response would suffice for now, but he had better remember that promise. She reminded him that if anything was bothering him, he could speak freely without hesitation. Even the secrets he didn't dare share with Grom, she promised to hold in confidence. She vowed to trust him completely. Then, in an instant, she leapt from the carriage and unleashed a massive and devastating sphere of energy. Turning back toward him with a radiant beam, she told him with a joyful smile that he could always rely on her. Dwight watched her, realizing she wasn't fully satisfied with his answer, but was trying to cheer him up. Scanning the horizon, she reported that the path was clear, as the enemy retreated to defend the castle. He admired their bravery, but pitied their naivety, deciding to update Grom on their progress before departing. He transferred his consciousness into the body of a skeleton. Materializing inside the castle, he reflected on how his recent training had finally paid off. He had mastered jumping between vessels without destroying the host. For the undead, this was far more convenient and significantly cheaper than using high-tier teleportation magic. However, finding himself as a pitch-black skeleton was still a bit jarring, even if he tried to brush it off. Walking through the halls, he spotted Grom, who was busy keeping the place spotless. When the Overlord called out, Grom jumped in surprise, asking his master why he had suddenly appeared. Grom reported that everything was proceeding according to plan, and that they would reach the capital shortly. Satisfied, the Overlord noted that humans stood no chance against his army. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd foreseen. He told Grom they would likely return tomorrow and to keep guarding the base. Grom saluted, eager to prove his loyalty. They agreed that once the dust settled, they would raise their glasses to celebrate. With his business finished, he returned his soul to his original body. Looking around the battlefield, he noted that the conflict was finally nearing its end. Luciano soon flew toward him, calling out to her lord. He asked for a report, and she explained that their army had already seized the majority of the city. However, a serious problem had just developed. The prisoners had broken out of the dungeon and were decimating the undead. They were in desperate need of reinforcements. This was a surprise. He expected the siege to be difficult, but he didn't think the dungeon would be an issue. It seemed the prisoners were unexpectedly indomitable. He asked her exactly how many they were up against. With a grave expression, she responded that their entire army was being held back by just one person. A single prisoner stood defiantly against an entire legion. He faced an army of demons alone and completely decimated them. She realized his overwhelming power was comparable to that of a legendary hero. Suddenly, the prisoner unleashed a massive shockwave, blasting back the skeletal horde. He roared that even an infinite number of undead wouldn't be enough to stop him. Our protagonist immediately took flight, heading straight toward the dungeon. He mused that whenever the world is plunged into darkness, a savior usually emerges. It was as if fate itself refused to allow evil to reign unopposed. That's how it used to be. Heroes born to vanquish darkness with the blessing of the heavens. Luciana flew alongside him, asking if he had a suspect in mind. He confirmed he did. She noted that someone this powerful must be famous, and he agreed, identifying the man. He was imprisoned before the Demon Lord War for being far too reckless and unbridled. A man who spat on the law and committed countless crimes. A true chaotic renegade. Back at the battlefield, the prisoner finally finished off the last of the skeletons. He glanced to the side, finally noticing the two observers watching from above. He addressed Dwight as a crazy-looking black skeleton and threw out a challenge. Bored of slaughtering weaklings, he demanded a one-on-one duel with their leader. Before Dwight could even respond, the prisoner lunged at him with terrifying velocity. He closed the distance in a blur, delivering a devastating blow. A brutal kick shattered the Lich's lower jaw instantly. Diana called out to the Lord, her face etched with deep concern. The prisoner lunged forward, delivering a devastating high-impact punch. However, the Lord managed to deflect the strike with a shimmering magical barrier. Leaping back to the ground, the prisoner wore a confident, mocking smirk. He taunted the Lord for being frail, telling him he needed to get serious. He wanted his opponent to gather his strength so they could have more fun. In response, the prisoner unleashed a massive surge of overwhelming energy. His aura flared up, manifesting into the terrifying shape of a spectral skull. He struck with incredible magical force, hurling the Lord backward with ease. The Lord slammed into the wall with a deafening crash as Diana frantically asked if he was okay. He nodded, realizing that his opponent possessed absolutely no grasp of magic at all. The man had shattered his magical defenses using nothing but raw, brute strength. Despite the violent collision, the prisoner emerged from the rubble with only minor bruises. He brushed himself off, joking that he'd nearly been turned into a human kebab. The Lord watched him, stunned that the man had even stopped a fireball with his bare hands. Luciana noted grimly that his power eclipsed the hero's, wondering what kind of monster he truly was. The protagonist explained that, according to the rumors he had heard, he was an invincible fighter named Henry Bracken, a man strong enough to slay a demon lord. Luciana was stunned by the revelation as the protagonist turned to face her. He asked if she sensed that terrifying power too, and she could only nod in agreement. He nodded with a grim expression and gave her a final command. She needed to escape this place while she still could. Taking the hint, she immediately took to the skies and vanished. Our hero leaped back, creating the necessary space to unleash a series of devastating magical pulses at his foe. The man effortlessly evaded the blast and locked eyes with him. It was clear he was a master of evasion, capable of reading even the most invisible of strikes. His opponent's combat philosophy was brutally simple. Endure the enemy's strongest hits with superhuman resilience and then relentlessly corner his prey using nothing but sheer, monstrous strength and animalistic intuition. The MC attempted a swift physical strike, but the man slipped past, proving he could react to even the most unpredictable ambushes. Henry sent him flying with a kinetic wave, realizing that basic spells wouldn't be enough to take this monster down. He followed up by launching massive orbs of concentrated miasma, forcing the man to weave through the deadly projectiles. Watching him move, Henry realized the man didn't rely on any complex abilities or hidden tricks. He possessed no magic, yet his raw power was overwhelming. He didn't show a single hint of weakness. Sensing a weakness, Dwight flooded the area with a thick, suffocating miasma that made the air turn foul. The atmosphere reeked of decay, and Dwight noted that any ordinary mortal would have transformed into a mindless ghoul by now. Yet Henry's sheer vitality seemed to be warding off the decomposition. Noticing the man was unaffected by the rot, Dwight proposed a high-stakes gamble. Taken aback, Henry asked for the terms. Dwight explained that the winner of their duel would claim a prize. If Dwight won, Henry would join his army. Otherwise, Dwight would grant any wish. Dwight recognized a bandit spirit in him, sensing that negotiation was possible despite the tension. Despite his hot-headed reputation, Henry was surprisingly honorable, once serving a full prison term purely on principle. Henry weighed the options before declaring with a grin that his price for victory would be the demon army itself. He was finally a free man, but he was still searching for a true purpose in his life. However, challenging the entire world and igniting a massive war sounded like a thrill. Dwight realized Henry wasn't just antisocial. He was borderline unhinged. He warned that a demon lord shouldn't make such reckless claims on a whim. It didn't seem like the man was suited for such a heavy responsibility, so he pressed him further. With a piercing gaze, he asked if Henry was actually serious about this. Henry didn't hesitate. He was convinced that no one else was worthy of the position. He began to radiate a surge of overwhelming energy, asking once more if the bet was officially on. He stood his ground, silently demanding an answer. Dwight considered the proposal for a moment. Then a slow smile spread across his face. He admitted that he couldn't possibly turn down such a tempting offer. It was time to settle the score and determine the true winner of this clash. He lunged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance instantly. In response, the protagonist summoned a legion of skeletons and immediately commanded them to intercept Henry's charge. Henry didn't even flinch, tearing through the undead soldiers like they were paper. However, before he could reach his target, the hero unleashed a massive gale from his palms, forcing the warrior to a dead halt. Realizing the shockwave covered far too much ground, Henry knew that dodging such an expansive attack was simply impossible. He dug his heels into the stone, fighting against the crushing pressure, and remarked on the hero's incredibly cold reception. Gritting his teeth, he began to force his way forward against the wind. The MC watched him, noting Henry's fierce determination and oppressive warrior spirit. He had to admit the man's strength was truly beyond imagination. In his previous life, victory against such a foe would have been unthinkable. Pushing past his limits, he channeled even more mana into the spell, though the sheer strain caused his fingers to begin crumbling away. With a final burst, he blew Henry off his feet and sent him crashing through the building. Sensing the immense pressure, Henry wondered if this was the hero's true power. Without hesitation, the MC ramped up the magical flow even further, causing his very arms to fracture under the sheer intensity of the spell. He remarked that, unfortunately, the harsh reality is that losing limbs means nothing to the undead. With a surge of magic, he shattered the wall behind his opponent, confident that he could press the attack without end, especially since he was now completely incapable of feeling pain. Immediately after, he began to focus and concentrate, an incredibly volatile amount of magical energy. He aimed the build-up forward and unleashed the blast. A massive beam of energy erupted from his hands, vaporizing everything in its path to completely overwhelm his enemy and prevent him from ever regaining his footing. He figured that Henry's impressive physical abilities and legendary combat intuition would be useless against this. He rushed through this destruction left by his attack, only to see that Henry had survived the direct hit. Henry just smirked, wiping blood from his face as he summoned magical serpents, taunting that he'd almost had him. Unexpectedly, the snakes transformed into heavy chains, catching him off guard as Dwight shackled his entire body. He slammed him to the ground, declaring these layered spells impossible to escape. Shocked, he demanded to know what kind of nonsense this was, declaring the joke had gone far enough. Standing before him, he asked if he finally conceded victory just as the spell dissipated. Accepting his defeat, he struggled to his feet, admitting he surrendered and was simply no match for the hero's power. Addressing him by name, he declared him his servant and asked if he had any objections. Addressing him as general, he agreed without hesitation, hoping for a fruitful partnership. As they departed, he wondered if the general had once tried to slay the previous demon lord, just like him and Claire. Whenever the world is cast into shadow, a hero inevitably rises, as if fate itself refuses to tolerate the existence of such darkness. This cycle has repeated throughout history, and after some time had passed, he arrived at the castle where Lucina was waiting to greet him. Beaming with joy, she welcomed her lord back, relieved to see him unscathed. He chuckled, asking if she really thought he could meet his end in a place like this. Noticing a group of people under a trance, he questioned who they were. She explained they were the nation's leaders, now thoroughly enchanted into mindless puppets who would never defy her. He realized this was the terrifying specialty of a succubus. In this vulnerable state, she could easily extract any information she desired and uncover who instigated the coup. Suddenly, she spotted Henry, who was trembling with fear. After shaving and cutting his hair, he asked if the persuasion was successful. It seemed like a sensible move. He raised his hand, expressing his hope that they could work together. She agreed, but then the protagonist was interrupted as the general covered her mouth, calling him by name and demanding to know where the artifact he wanted to return was located. He thought for a moment and said it was likely in the top-floor treasury. They seized the information before throwing him behind bars. When they reached the treasury, she was absolutely ecstatic to see the piles of gold and jewels, remarking that the sight was simply divine. Looking at the kingdom's exterior, she never would have guessed this country was so wealthy. She tried on a crown and asked the lord if it suited her, but he reminded her they weren't there for decorations. Henry finally found what he was looking for and called over the general, announcing his discovery. This legendary bow was crafted from ancient bone and a dragon's whisker. There is no other weapon like it in this world. Now do they understand why he was so desperate to reclaim it? Holding it brought back memories of his past, reminding him that he used to be a master archer. Despite his current skills in hand-to-hand combat, his true specialization has always been long-range engagement. He began to scan the room, noting that since he had the bow, he now needed something to shoot. He just needed to find a few projectiles. The MC looked at him and realized that he was searching for arrows. Finally, he found the arrows struck with such force that they completely leveled the castle wall. With a calm expression, he stepped forward and began to take his aim. He loosed the arrow, targeting a structure in the far distance. The arrow tore through the air at incredible speeds, obliterating the target on impact. However, he sounded disappointed, muttering that he'd clearly grown rusty with a bow. Dwight watched from the side, amazed, knowing that standard arrows shouldn't be this destructive. This wasn't due to some special bow. This explosion was the result of pure, terrifying skill. Turning to Henry, Dwight requested an arrow for himself, and the man quickly complied. Henry asked if a single arrow was truly enough, and Dwight confirmed it was. Dwight began to infuse the shaft with his dark energy, claiming one shot would be more than sufficient. Without warning, he hurled the arrow by hand with monumental force. It collided with a massive mountain near the city, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that leveled the peak. Henry stood paralyzed by the sight, calling it incredible, while Lucina simply nodded. She explained that their lord was a being of supreme power, capable of far more than this. Dwight merely smirked, thinking to himself that he was just having a bit of fun. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the blast reached a neighboring town, sending the residents into a frenzy as they screamed that the demon lord was attacking. Soldiers barked orders for an immediate evacuation, but the terrified people had nowhere to hide. Some spoke of surrender while others fell into despair, certain that they were all doomed. Amidst the chaos, a minister knelt before the church cross, praying for a savior to appear. Meanwhile, a man named Reed Evans rushed to the side of his sister Nina. He frantically warned her that the demon lord's forces were attacking and they had to evacuate immediately. Before he could finish, Nina interrupted him with a worried expression, asking what would become of him. Reed stood firm, explaining that as a soldier his duty was to stay behind and protect the people. He was terrified for her safety, fearing what might happen if the demon lord himself joined the fray. She cut him off again, telling him bluntly that he would die, but he insisted everything would be fine. When she called him weak, he didn't deny it, but argued that if they held the line, a hero would eventually appear. A hero who would strike down the demon lord, just as one had done 10 years prior. Until that day, he vowed to protect her with every fiber of his being. Softening her gaze, she smiled and told him that she truly believed in him. Their moment was cut short when a corporal barked Reed's name, ordering him back to his post. Sometime later, the group returned to the capital, where Henry stared at the horizon with a stunned expression. He noted that the city had been completely transformed into a demonic stronghold, as the protagonist asked if he'd been there before. Henry looked around, recalling his early mercenary days, and admitted he actually preferred the city's new look. Luciana flew toward him, shocked by his bizarre and detached reaction. This land had been utterly desecrated by demons. Was he not filled with even a spark of indignation? He calmly asked if she had forgotten that humans have been slaughtering one another for ages. He saw no reason to single out the demons for their atrocities. To him, it wasn't a matter of race. Killers kill and the victims die. It's as simple as that. Luciana admitted his perspective was chillingly logical. He looked away with a faint smirk, glad that she could see the reason in his cold worldview. Otherwise, why would he defect to the demon lord? She asked. With a faint smile, she admitted she had no rebuttal to that logic. Watching from the sidelines, Dwight realized she was finally accepting Henry in her own way. It was heartening to see them find common ground, as Dwight wanted an army where everyone felt at ease. Upon arriving at the fortress, Henry was stunned by its grandeur, asking if this was truly Dwight's castle. Dwight asked if he liked it, but once they stepped inside, Henry bluntly stated it wasn't to his taste. The castle had been constructed by the subordinates Dwight left in command during his absence. Suddenly, Grom came charging toward them at full speed. He joyfully welcomed his master back, praising Dwight for conquering an entire nation in such a short time. His excitement turned into suspicion as he spotted Henry, demanding to know who this man was and why he was with Dwight. Dwight told him to settle down and explained the situation, expressing hope that the two would work together. Grom remained hostile, warning Henry not to get cocky and forbidding him from speaking so familiarly. Henry stood his ground, noting the drastic shift in mood, while Lucina told him not to pay Grom any mind. She explained he was always like this, and Henry laughed, realizing the general was clearly a handful. Offended, Grom snapped at the title, while Dwight noticed Henry seemed to be reveling in the reaction he was getting. Despite his childish antics, Henry was sharp enough to avoid causing any scandals that required Dwight's intervention. In that regard, he was incredibly reliable, Suddenly, Henry drew his bow and proposed a duel to see who was the superior vassal. Grom eagerly accepted, vowing to make Henry regret his arrogance once the contest began. Watching the display, she sighed, remarking that they were both behaving like children. Embarrassed by their bickering, she turned to Dwight and asked why his subordinates were so eccentric. He watched them depart, reassured that everything was proceeding according to plan. As time passed, Henry began training the demons in the art of archery. He praised their progress while observing their drills from high above. Standing on the balcony, he realized 50 days had passed since he first arrived. He was now fully responsible for molding these demons into a lethal fighting force. Establishing himself as a master instructor, the foundations he laid were vital. His leadership significantly bolstered the army's strength while maintaining absolute order. Within the nation, his destructive power was unrivaled, leaving only corpses in his wake. His subordinates looked upon him with awe, perhaps even more than they did their own leaders. By standing with them, he instilled unwavering confidence. Though nearly immortal, he wasn't a god. Arrogance could still lead to his downfall, so to prevent a tragic end, he doubled down on military growth, hoping to secure a foundation for lasting peace. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Reed City as a sudden threat emerged. A monster ambush caught him off guard, leaving him reeling from the sudden assault. The sound of Nina's desperate scream pierced the air, and he reacted instantly. He raced toward her, finding her completely surrounded by a bloodthirsty pack. With tears in her eyes, she cried out for him as the situation grew dire. Panicked, he tore through the monsters, desperately trying to reach her side. Despite his speed, the distance between them felt like an eternity. By the time he reached her, the situation had already taken a dark turn, had already fully transformed into a mindless monster. Meanwhile, Lucina approached the Overlord, reporting that she had grave news. The territories of a fallen nation were being seized by greedy neighbors. One state specifically occupied the mining zones for profit, leading the MC to realize they'd grown too bold. He lamented that had he known things would escalate this way, he never would have intervened. Lucina suggested using their military might to wipe this state off the face of the earth, to reclaim the stolen resources. Infuriated, the MC questioned if these people took him for a fool. They had already gathered intel on the true power pulling the strings from the shadows. He realized that since they ruled the very lands he had once laid waste to, they were practically begging for a confrontation. Is this arrogance born from humanity, defeating the Demon Lord a decade ago? Or have they developed a new weapon, capable of resisting his absolute power? Suddenly, Grom rushed in, shouting that a new crisis had emerged. Simultaneously, Reed was forced to kill his own sister as she mutated into a beast. He stood over her, devastated, wondering how their lives had come to such a tragic end. In her final moments, she reached out her trembling hand toward him. As her strength faded, a ring slipped quietly from her finger. Seeing it, Reed was flooded with memories of the precious, happy moments they had once shared together. But the morning was cut short when, immediately afterward, a massive surge of incredibly volatile energy erupted from her body, annihilating everything in its path. Every monster in the immediate area was instantly wiped out. At that same moment, a subordinate knelt and informed the Overlord that a new hero had finally emerged. Deep within a kingdom ravaged by the Demon Lord's forces, a lone soldier suddenly awakened a power that could change everything. Even the endless tide of the undead couldn't break his spirit. The mountain of crushed bone he left behind proved he was worthy of his title. Grom begged for forgiveness for his lack of foresight, but Dwight sat calmly, telling his subordinate that there was no need to worry. It was only natural that a hero would rise to challenge them once again. Grom asked if he was afraid, since Dwight was once the sage who fought beside the heroine. However, this boy was no Claire, so Dwight had absolutely nothing to fear. As a new hero rises to lead the light, a worried Grom asks if good is destined to prevail. Having once saved the world before becoming the Demon Lord, Dwight now faced a new challenger. It seemed as though the universe was desperate to consign him to oblivion. Grom tried to speak, but the Lord immediately cut him off, making it clear that he has no intention of sitting idly by. Rising from his throne, he declared that he has a grand ambition, and he will stop at nothing to make it a reality. Despite the risks, he knew that ignoring the situation would only allow the hero to grow stronger. Eventually, he'd be unstoppable. So he solemnly declared he would handle the new hero himself. He was putting his full support behind the mission. Failure was not an option. Graham immediately bowed, pledging loudly that he would be as useful as possible to the cause. The Demon Lord then commanded that the news be relayed to the other vassals. Graham acknowledged the order and departed at once to carry out the task. Approaching what remained of Claire, the Demon Lord whispered that a clash with the new hero was inevitable. It seemed he was slowly transforming into a true cold-blooded Demon Lord. He wondered what her final thoughts were. Looking at the current state of things, he mused that heroes are essentially creatures beloved by fate itself. They grow, overcome any hardship, and perform miracles as if it were second nature. Having witnessed this truth personally, he reached down and took her sword. He asked for her silent blessing to borrow the blade for the coming war. After that, he climbed to the castle's highest spire and asked if their preparations were complete. Luciana flew up to meet him, confirming that they were ready to set out at any moment. He looked at her, thinking that she was truly... Luciana was exceptionally gifted, and he recalled how her tricks often led him into traps. Back during the reign of the previous demon lord, she approached the lord to ask how he was feeling, but he simply wondered why she was so concerned. She admitted her curiosity, wanting to peer into the depths of the demon lord's soul. Clutching his sword, he replied that he was doing perfectly fine. In fact, he felt a strange sense of tranquility. Perhaps in death his spirit had become more hardened. She drifted closer, observing that he truly did seem more composed, as if he had finally shed his mortal shell. But that wasn't all. She stared at him with a look of pure disbelief, because the demon lord actually let out a small chuckle. Finding the situation ironic, he laughed, prompting her to grab his head and ask with sudden intensity, "Were you just smiling?" He countered by asking if she thought such an expression was even possible with a face like his. She burst into laughter, realizing the absurdity, and wondered if a being made of nothing but bone could even grin. If so, he was handling his new life better than she'd feared. Looking at her, the MC realized that, like Grom, she was anxious about the impending battle with the hero. It seemed she was just trying to distract herself. He apologized for the burden, but Luciana insisted she'd rather talk to him than that neurotic skeleton who spent hours in private rehearsing his speeches to the Lord. Hearing this, Dwight realized he had been overthinking things far more than he cared to admit. She noted that by comparison, the archer wasn't worried. Not in the slightest. All Henry talked about was tasting the capital's finest meats, a carefree attitude that felt strangely familiar to him. He pondered if Henry's lack of concern meant he was someone who could truly be trusted. Regardless, seeing her genuine concern lifted a massive weight off his shoulders. His resolve was now absolute. Nothing could shake him now. As the demon lord, his only remaining purpose was to fulfill his mission. She looked back, urging him to never hesitate to ask for help when things got difficult. "I will," he promised, agreeing to rely on her when the time came. With a final wave, she took to the skies and began to fly away. She called out one last time, expressing how glad she was to hear his answer. Dwight watched her ascend toward the other succubi, reflecting on the irony that they were once bitter enemies. Now it was time to ensure his subjects' lives weren't lost in vain. To protect the living monsters, he decided to leave them safely behind in the capital. Instead, he would take only 2,000 undead soldiers and his elite command staff to accompany him on the march to finally subdue the hero. Standing amidst the crowd, Henry raised a bottle of booze toward Dwight with a knowing smirk. As the demons rallied around him with looks of pure joy, Dwight drew his blade from its sheath. Enough words had been spoken. It was finally time to take action as the cloak of night began to fall upon the land. The era of immortal creatures has finally arrived. Everything was prepared for a devastating surprise attack. He stood with his army before the towering fortress walls, observing the officials while recalling the intelligence report. According to the intel, a hero had appeared among the enemy ranks. He signaled to Henry, who understood the command without a single word, assuring his master that he could be relied upon. A single shot from him would wake the enemy up in an instant. He loosed an arrow from his bow, and the projectile completely obliterated one of the walls. Watching the destruction, the protagonist knew that if they maintained this long-range pressure, the enemy would be forced to flee the fortress. They waited vigilantly for that opening. He then called for Grom, declaring it was now his turn. Grom roared his agreement, eager to obey his master's will. He unleashed a massive, swirling cloud of miasma directly toward the fortress where the soldiers inside found themselves unable to breathe. Surveying the carnage, he called the display wonderful and praised Grom for his efforts. Luciana turned to the overlord, asking if they should continue the assault. He agreed, stating that they would proceed exactly according to the plan. At that moment, a blinding pillar of energy erupted from the heart of the ruined fortress. He spotted Reed's silhouette and asked, "Has he finally arrived?" The hero raised his blade high above his head, with a look of intense determination. He channeled his immense spiritual energy into the weapon and unleashed a devastating shockwave. RMC quickly conjured a barrier, blocking the strike to protect his allies. He instructed Grom to lead the charge while he distracted the hero, ordering them to focus on capturing the fortress. They were only to call for him in a dire emergency. Once Grom agreed, the MC teleported behind the hero and asked, "So you're the hero, right? I have a message for you." Reed was absolutely livid when he realized who it was and swung his sword. The hero was determined to cut him down instantly, but the MC quickly used his binding magic to restrain him, explaining that if they fought here, the entire environment would be reduced to rubble. So he proposed shifting the scene to the knights. They spotted him and loudly proclaimed that he was the demon lord. They began to mock him and prepares to launch an attack. Dwight conjured miasma projectiles, warning them not to interfere. The hero shouted for him to stop his madness, but he refused to listen to the plea, and instantly turned the soldiers into ghouls. Enraged by the transformation, the hero gripped his sword and demanded to know how he dared. Dwight then used his magic to blast him aside with immense force, but the hero was completely undeterred by the blow. He swung his blade, unleashing a massive wave of energy. Dwight summoned a barrier for protection, but his newly made monsters were caught in the blast. He realized this was a holy force designed to eradicate all evil. The direct strike was so potent that their souls were shattered, and Dwight feared they would never be able to recover from the damage. It was obvious this hero was chosen to slay the Demon Lord. Now that he can trust his comrades to capture the fortress, the rest is entirely up to him as he prepares to defy his own destiny. He charges forward, conjuring a barrage of lethal energy projectiles and launching them with grim precision. With a stoic expression, our hero skillfully deflects the onslaught. The Demon Lord fires even more blasts, but the hero's blade remains a perfect shield, shattering every magical strike. He retaliates with a powerful swing, unleashing a massive wave of energy, though his target narrowly evades the blow. Pausing, the villain asks why he's fighting so desperately. The protagonist lowers his guard, dispelling his magic as he realizes that his opponent isn't just trying to stall for time with idle chatter. It's clear that he genuinely seeks to understand the motivation behind this chaos. The cold reply? Because I am the Demon Lord. This callous answer ignites a furious rage as he screams that his family and countless others perished because of that one title. His own sister was turned into a ghoul, forcing him to end her life. The Demon Lord simply nods, acknowledging that his dark deeds have indeed caused immeasurable agony. His undead legions continue to slaughter the innocent without a shred of mercy. As he personally executes another victim with his overwhelming magic, he is well aware of the heavy sins staining his soul. Yet he laughs it off, claiming he feels no remorse. A true Demon Lord in every sense, taking a combat stance, he declares his name and vows to destroy his foe to fulfill his destiny. As he draws his blade, his opponent sees a familiar, haunting look in his eyes. Reed lunges forward with incredible speed, letting out a fierce war cry before unleashing his strike. In response, the Demon Lord erupts with massive spiritual energy, preparing a devastating counterattack. Reed leaps high, swinging his sword with fury, while shouting about the hatred burning within him. With one mighty swing, he cleaves through the magical energy that was meant to obliterate him. Their blades collide, but his enemy suddenly conjures a volley of deadly magical projectiles from thin air. Narrowly avoiding the trap, he stares down his opponent. He spins sharply, shattering the projectiles mid-air, and realizes with a surge of adrenaline that his reaction speed is reaching a whole new level. As their blades clashed, he realized something unsettling. His opponent's skills were evolving mid-combat at an alarming rate. A just punisher fueled by an incomprehensible and overwhelming power that crushed all adversity, the mark of a true hero. In that regard, they were exactly the same. He launched a counter-strike, but Reed was ready, reacting with superhuman speed to the incoming blow. He leaped backward to create some much-needed distance. Despite his agility, a fresh gash now marked his face. Seeing this, our protagonist taunted him. "Are you scared? Don't be. Fear is nothing to be ashamed of. It's a feeling every warrior knows all too well." Raising his blade, he felt his own mastery of the sword, reaching new heights through the sheer intensity of this battle. But as their steel met again, the gap in power became undeniable, a chasm of strength that Reed simply could not bridge. Enraged, Reed told him to shut up, swearing he'd never forgive him. After 10 long years, they had finally found a peaceful life together. Through tears of rage, he demanded to know why Nina had to die. With a desperate roar, he charged forward, declaring that he believed the world would only find peace if his enemy was destroyed. Locking eyes with his foe, he settled into a lethal fighting stance. He was certain that his path was the only righteous one. To him, his opponent represented nothing but pure injustice. There was no excuse for the slaughter of innocent people, and the deployment of the Puppet Corpse Brigade was a crime that could never be forgiven. Yet he still harbored a desire to change the world's fate, even if it meant executing a desperate and insane gamble. He was willing to cast himself as the ultimate evil, a demon lord for the world to fear, if necessary. He would force humanity to reckon with him, knowing that peace could never be built on empty ideals alone. He slammed his opponent into the dirt with a devastating strike. He told him to surrender, as the gap in their power was simply too wide. But Reed stood his ground, shouting that it wasn't over yet. He was determined to win and save the world from ruin. He began to focus every ounce of his energy into his sword and unleashed a massive wave of power in response. Dwight conjured a wall of miasma to deflect the incoming blast before rapidly repositioning behind his opponent. The hero roared, declaring the Demon Lord's reign of terror was finally at its end. Dwight realized that if he didn't intervene, the Holy Blade would surely slay the current Demon Lord, but that would only trigger a familiar, vicious cycle. Without a common enemy, humanity's fear would shift. They would view the hero as a threat to their peace, leading to his inevitable betrayal and execution, or his exploitation as a living weapon of war. Countless lives would be lost to human greed and paranoia. But Dwight refused to let that tragic history repeat itself. He lunged forward, striking Reed with blinding speed, and sending the hero tumbling backward. Closing the distance, Dwight manifested a storm of blades forged from pure dark energy. The era of fairy tales was over. The Demon Lord would not fall today. With a chilling voice, Dwight vowed to show him the true meaning of despair. The self-righteous forces of light always try to. The triumph of good over evil has always been regarded as an absolute, unshakable truth. As the duel raged on, the hero was battered and broken. Yet he refused to yield, calling out to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord gazed down at his persistent foe and mocked his resilience, asking if he'd really managed to stand once more. Seething with rage, the hero charged forward with a guttural scream, pouring everything into one last strike. But he couldn't even reach him, his body failing as he collapsed. The Lord then fired an energy blade directly into his leg. Despite the agony, he swung his sword in a desperate counter. The villain struck faster, sending him flying back as he scoffed, claiming he wasn't even breaking a sweat. Without hesitation, he impaled the hero's body with several spectral swords, leaving Reeds howling in pure agony. Looming over him, he declared that the end had finally arrived. The battle was over, and as he lay broken on the dirt, the hero wheezed that this was far from the conclusion. For if he perished here, true peace would never return to the world. He cut him off immediately, calling the statement absolute nonsense. Clear Barton and Dwight Garvold. Have you ever heard those names? Struggling to stay conscious, the boy managed to recall that, roughly 10 years ago, those two legendary figures slew the previous Demon King and saved the entire world from ruin. But afterward, they were executed for allegedly trying to seize his power. They are merely fallen heroes now. So why was he asking about them? He replied that he asked only to shatter the boy's naive ideals. He believed killing the Demon King was the perfect way to bring peace to the world, but it failed. He stared back with a hollow expression, asking what he meant, only to be told that the entire mission was a failure. The attempt had failed. He could still remember the phantom, pain in his eye and chest, though the sensation was finally fading. He addressed the hero, stating that this world was far too cruel and filled with despair to ever care about his noble ideals. Even after managing to defeat the undead on this battlefield, he had already tasted more than enough of the bitterness of despair. Right? He finally understood the weight behind those words. Very soon life would leave him entirely. However, he knew this man would inherit his desire for peace, even if it wasn't his primary goal. Reed's consciousness faded as he struggled to understand the man's true nature. He had received this power, but unlike the heroes of the past, he would never abuse it. For the sake of the world and all its people, he lowered his head in a silent vow. Seeing the boy go still, the Demon Lord believed that he had finally perished. He stepped closer, reaching out toward the fallen warrior. But as he extended his hand, the hero suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed Dwight's arm and swung his blade with a desperate fury. His eyes burned with a fierce and unwavering determination. A look of absolute grim resolve was etched across his face. With a final roar, he declared that he would never give up the fight. Dwight looked on calmly, admitting that the boy's spirit was truly remarkable. Yet the Demon Lord stayed one step ahead, parrying the strike with a brutal counterslash. He knocked the sword aside and sent the hero plummeting toward the earth. As he fell, the hero remembered Nina's voice and her lingering fears. She had worried that if he faced the Demon Lord, he wouldn't survive. But he had to try. He wanted her to know her brother had become a true hero who gave his absolute best. He fought so she would never have to laugh at how weak he once was. With his strength fading, he whispered a final apology to her. He was devastated that he couldn't keep his promise to return home. His sword managed to graze Dwight's robe before shattering, signaling the end of his journey. As he breathed his last and began to fall, Dwight reached out and caught his body, while catching his falling body at the same time. Meanwhile, back at the destroyed fortress, Henry approached, drenched in blood, to ask for a status update. Grom turned to him, noting that the archers had finished the cleanup, before eyeing Henry's state. He asked why he was so bloody, but Henry calmly replied it wasn't his. He hadn't taken a single scratch. Henry noted the Overlord was running late, even daring to ask if the hero had actually managed to kill him. Grom was instantly insulted, shouting that such a thing was absolutely impossible under any circumstances. He insisted they had nothing to worry about, and just then, at that exact moment, the Overlord appeared, instantly catching their attention. A worried Grom rushed over to check for injuries, but the Overlord assured him he was perfectly fine. Relief washed over Grom, who claimed the Master's safety was his only priority. Henry, however, admitted he was jealous and wished he could have tested his own strength against the hero personally. He asked if the man was truly strong. Laid Reed's lifeless body on the ground. The Overlord agreed with Henry's assessment. He admitted the hero was incredibly powerful, a man truly worthy of his legendary title. With a faint smile, he mentioned how much he envied that strength. Just then, Luciana flew toward him, pulling him into a tight embrace while shouting for her master. She gushed over how cool he was for defeating the hero, a feat truly worthy of a demon lord. He looked down at her, amused, and asked if she was really that happy about it. She agreed, acknowledging that in the end, the previous demon lord was simply no match for the hero. He conceded the point as she prepared her next report. With the fortress dismantled to its very foundations, she asked for further orders, but he told her the army's job was done. He ordered a swift withdrawal before turning to leave, as she and Grom resumed their bickering. As our protagonist walked away, he couldn't help but reflect on Reed. The young boy was clearly doing everything in his power to shoulder the heavy burden of being a true hero. Driven by a sense of justice, Reed genuinely yearned for harmony. It was clear the world itself wanted the hero to prevail and finally avert the looming threat of total destruction. Reaching out to Claire, he confessed that his act of killing the hero as the Demon King was a direct defiance of fate. His choices were moving entirely against the natural flow of time. Yet he remained committed to the dark path they had carved together. To achieve lasting peace, he was willing to descend into the deepest depths of depravity. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a weeping elf girl cried out in despair. She offered a desperate prayer to the Overlord for salvation. As humans slaughtered her kin, she begged for his intervention. She pleaded that even if he despised humanity, she begged him to put an end to these senseless atrocities. Moments later, a group of unruly demons lunged at our protagonist. However, he effortlessly deflected every single strike, tossing them aside like rag dolls. He coldly commanded them to settle their racing hearts. Their bloodlust was obvious, yet they lacked any sense of coordination. Relying solely on an undead horde would only lead to their eventual demise. As his subordinates, he expected them to sharpen their individual skills. That was all. He assumed the hero had finally perished in the chaos. The entire kingdom was absorbed into the Demon Lord's territory and ceased to exist. It vanished from the face of the earth, and the news spread across the globe instantly. This sparked frantic debates in every nation, with many forming alliances to oppose the Demon Lord. He welcomed the challenge, planning to crush those who profit from pitting nations against one another. Reviewing Luciana's documents, he confirmed his suspicions about the Empire. Their spies had unmasked the culprit fueling the military conflicts against the Demon Lord's army. The Empire is a titan that grew by ruthlessly absorbing its neighboring states. In terms of raw military might, they were now the Demon Lord's only true rivals. Defined by arrogance and prejudice, they remain in constant discord with the rest of the world. He declared they would strike once preparations were complete, just as Grom rushed toward them. Grom called out to the Overlord, urgently asking for his immediate attention. The Overlord turned to ask what was wrong, and Grom reported that a mysterious group was currently trespassing deep within his territory. He considered the possibility that these were spies sent from a rival nation. When asked for their numbers, Grom revealed there were roughly 30 people in total. He noted that 30 was a significant number for a simple scouting party, yet far too few for an invading army. Spies usually move in much smaller, stealthier units. Curious about their motives, he asked if Grom had identified who they actually were. Determined to get answers, he decided to handle the situation personally. He instantly teleported directly to the coordinates of the group that had infiltrated his private lands. His sudden appearance caught them completely off guard, and as he scanned the crowd, he realized they were actually a group of elves from the Great Forest. As residents of the World Tree, the elves reacted with hostility, immediately aiming their bows at him. He quickly urged them to stand down, stating clearly that he had no intention of starting a fight. He knew elves were spirit-blessed demi-humans who rarely sought conflict unless provoked. Realizing his sudden arrival had spooked them, he asked for their leader to step forward. Hoping for a peaceful negotiation, he watched as a young girl moved to the front. One of the warriors stepped forward, announcing that she was the deputy elder representing their people. Her name was Olivia, and she cautiously asked if he was truly the legendary immortal demon lord. The other elves watched on, their faces etched with worry as they awaited his reaction. The protagonist asked if they had traveled to his lands on business, encouraging her to speak her mind. Olivia nodded, explaining that a relentless army of humans had invaded the Forest of World Trees, placing their entire civilization in jeopardy. She begged for his help. Could he save them? It all began 10 days ago, when a human legion arrived at their borders and demanded they surrender the sacred World Trees. The elves refused. To them, the forest's riches were holy and could never be given away. However, the humans didn't take no for an answer, and a few days later, they unceremoniously began to clear-cut the forest without any warning. The elves immediately tried to repel the invaders, but they were unable to mount a successful defense. Facing a dire situation, they were pushed to the brink. The MC then asked, "Is that why you've come to petition the current Demon Lord for aid?" Olivia confirmed his suspicion, admitting they had heard rumors that the Demon Lord harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. They hoped those rumors were true. Looking at the desperate half-elves, the MC realized his brutal reputation was finally preceding him. He asked which specific country was responsible for the slaughter. Olivia revealed it was the Empire, stating she had personally identified the crest on their flags, leaving no room for doubt. There was no doubt about it. He realized that the discrimination against demi-humans had always been rampant within this nation. But this was on a different level. What was their end goal? He had a suspicion. The ancient trees of the World Tree Forest harbor a secret. They contain the power of spirits, the ultimate weakness of his undead army. This was a direct countermeasure against him. Meanwhile, the man leading the assault on the elves callously asked what happened to this once beautiful forest. Most of the trees had been cut down, and the surviving elves were forced into brutal slavery. It was a heart-wrenching tragedy, but they claimed to have no other choice. They believed this was the only way to force other nations to fall in line. To them, achieving great justice required immense sacrifice. They assured themselves that these lives would not be lost in vain, as they would surely destroy the Demon Lord. The MC thought that if they needed resources, they should have just applied to join the alliance. Instead, they acted out of pure greed. Driven by selfishness, they invaded the forest without a second thought. How much longer would they continue to trample on his ideals? Olivia, alongside the remaining elves, knelt before him in desperation. They knew it was absurd to rely on a stranger, but she begged him to save her people. She feared his rejection, as until now he had only focused on destroying humans. He had no intention of favoring the demi-humans based on sentiment alone. She watched him, filled with dread. He reflected on how his past self would have surely rushed to their aid without hesitation. But as a demon lord, siding with them now would only spark a catastrophic war between the races. If he were to openly support one side over the other, the terrifying reputation he had carefully cultivated would be completely destroyed. He couldn't afford to be a savior. His ultimate goal was to rule through absolute power. He was a conqueror who took what he wanted, leaving her to sink into a pit of despair. However, he revealed there was still one way to prevent the Empire from crushing them. She desperately asked what that path was, willing to pay any price for their safety. To ensure their survival, he offered a grim ultimatum. He demanded their total enslavement. They had to submit to his will. If they accepted his absolute authority over their lives, only then would he move to repel the Empire's impending invasion. Altruism was never his motivation for intervening. He was already committed to crushing the Empire himself. His primary driver was a cold need for vengeance. She trembled as she asked, "What will happen to the elves?" He replied with chilling indifference toward their potential extinction. To him, the proposal was a calculated move. If he transformed the elves into his personal slaves, saving them wouldn't look like an act of mercy, but rather a master protecting his own property. She could only wonder, would her people truly be saved by surrendering their freedom to him? Dwight assured them that the Imperial Army's days were numbered. He planned to slaughter tens of thousands, piling their corpses into mountains of the dead. However, he warned them to consider how the rest of the world would perceive this news. Confused, Olivia asked him to elaborate on his meaning. Dwight explained that by swearing fealty to the Demon Lord, they'd be branded as cowards and traitors who chose evil just to save their own skins. Such a stain on their honor would be permanent. He questioned if the proud elven race could truly endure such humiliation. Olivia weighed his words heavily, knowing the gravity of this decision for her entire race. Once their pact was sealed, Dwight teleported back to his dark castle. Grom greeted him upon his arrival, eager to learn the outcome. He asked his master why that group of elves had come seeking him. Dwight declared that they were now his property, and that he would personally handle the destruction of the Imperial Army. He commanded Grom to mobilize the legions and summon Henry immediately. Grom loudly praised his master's resolve, assuring the Overlord that he understood the mission and would execute the orders without delay. As Grom departed, Olivia stepped forward to get Dwight's attention. She requested permission to return to the Great Forest, so she could report the recent turn of events to her people. Dwight agreed to her request and decided to accompany her himself. He knew the Forest of World Trees was a land that naturally rejected the immortal undead, as the entire region was saturated with sacred energy. Nevertheless, he teleported into the woods with her. He felt a sharp pang of regret, a slight pain he hadn't expected. Until that very moment, he hadn't even realized he was vulnerable. It seemed he had one final weakness left that he simply couldn't shake. Could he truly remain the Demon Lord while harboring such a flaw? His mind drifted back to the past, remembering a conversation with Claire. He had mentioned the Forest of World Trees, and she had grown solemn. She explained that the ancient woods were overflowing with the power of spirits. If they could harness that energy, they'd have a chance. But he didn't have time. He couldn't even finish his sentence before she declared the idea unacceptable. She insisted there are sacred lands that must never be touched, and that forest is one of them. He worried that if the Luciana army continued their devastating campaign, they would fail to protect the people. It was a dead end. The entire strategy needed a rewrite. An elf approached, suggesting that using the forest's power and mobilizing the elves was their only choice. The MC turned to him, remarking that his sense of humor was in incredibly poor taste. The elf smiled, insisting it was no joke, though he could see the MC was hesitant because of Claire. When asked if he could really defy the woman he loved, the MC simply shook his head. He trusted her ability to see the heart of the matter, especially since he decided that he would fight side by side with her no matter the cost. He refused to seek easy compromises for peace. The elf placed a hand on his shoulder, respecting his resolve. However, he warned the MC not to carry the burden alone and to finally rely on his friends. They stood face to face once more, and Dwight was certain he recognized him. It was impossible for his eyes to deceive him. Back when he was alive, this man had been one of his few true friends. He had grown weary of their home village and moved to the city years ago. So why was he here? The man looked between Dwight and Olivia, demanding to know the meaning of this encounter. High in the branches, the elven archers immediately took aim at the intruder. Dwight sensed the threat, wondering if a reconnaissance spell had flagged their presence. Olivia quickly stepped in front of him, shouting for the archers to stand down. Dwight realized these soldiers must be acting on orders from someone influential, someone with enough authority to ignore the words of the elder. With a grim expression, the man finally asked the heavy question. "Are you truly the king of the undead?" Dwight gave a firm nod, promising to explain the full situation. He decided that revealing his former identity wouldn't be beneficial just yet. For now, he would remain known only as the Demon King. After hearing him out, the man acknowledged that the situation was clear. Having grasped the gist of things, he ordered his subordinates to lower their bows, realizing he had forgotten to properly introduce himself. He was Logan Lynn Fleetearth, leader of the Elves of the World Tree. Logan realized that, by force or fate, he had truly become the village head. He possessed an iron will, so he didn't question the weight of his new title. He sought clarification on the Demon King's proposal, salvation from the Empire in exchange for the clan's total enslavement. He needed to be sure he heard right, and she confirmed the cold reality. The Demon King noted the deputy had already spoken for the tribe, then asked if Logan had any objections. Logan countered, asking what would happen if someone dared to refuse. With a chilling gaze, the protagonist stated he would simply slaughter them one by one until the survivors reached a unanimous agreement. At those words, a wave of terror washed over the remaining elves. They waited breathlessly for Logan's final answer as the atmosphere grew thick with suffocating tension. Finally, Logan relented and agreed they would become his subjects. He knew delivering this news would be painful, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. However, facing the Imperial army alone meant certain extinction, and death was a far worse fate than surviving under the Demon King's iron rule. Logan then questioned if the Demon King would truly honor his side of the bargain. The protagonist gave his word, promising that he wouldn't lay so much as a finger on the elven people. But he warned that any sign of rebellion would be dealt with by his own hand. He then addressed the elven leader directly and declared that, to ensure they took him seriously, he unleashed a wave of dark energy that surged forward, binding itself to every elf in the vicinity. A glowing symbol suddenly manifested on their palms. Logan lost his composure, demanding to know what he had done. He coldly explained it was a slave brand. The elves were now his property. The mark triggers agonizing pain or death for any act of defiance, and it's even hereditary. It's a permanent curse that can't be removed, though it won't hurt those who stay in line. Logan clutched his head in despair, finally forced to submit. Our hero looked at them, indifferent to the fact that they hated his guts. He then ordered them to lead him to where they lived so he could set up some magical barriers. Logan agreed and called for Olivia, telling her to show him the way. She complied, calling Logan her brother. The MC followed, surprised to find out that the two were actually related. After walking for a while, he began to scout the territory using his advanced magic. He realized that tens of thousands of years had truly passed since his time. Suddenly, he sensed thousands of soldiers gathering outside the forest. It was the Empire's army, and they were already on the move. A soldier approached the general and requested permission to report. He stated that it would take another half a day to deliver the rest of their heavy equipment. The general agreed, ordering the messenger to let the men rest for now. He wondered how much longer these elves could possibly resist them. With a cold laugh, he remarked that their fall was only a matter of time. Dwight overheard this and realized the enemy was in no rush to strike. Facing such a massive army, it was a miracle the elves hadn't been wiped out yet, somehow withstanding the brutal onslaught. He accidentally muttered something about her brother, which immediately sparked her concern. Olivia turned and asked what was wrong, leaving him wondering if he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. He had slipped up, but he wasn't ready to open up to her just yet. Instead, he changed the subject and asked if her brother was a capable leader. Olivia nodded, explaining that as the head of the elves, her brother was constantly burdened by his worry for his people. She respected him with all her heart. She then looked at Dwight with a strange, unreadable expression on her face. He simply replied that he understood her feelings perfectly. As they walked, Dwight wondered if she could sense the way his heart trembled as he realized just how pathetic he truly was. Standing before his old friend, an inexplicable tremor suddenly overcame him. He believed he'd long since moved past this stage, but severing the ties to his former life was proving to be a difficult task. Eventually, she came to a halt and announced they had reached the elven village. Scanning the surroundings, he realized that all of the villagers were currently keeping out of sight. They had sensed his approach and retreated. Glancing to the side, he asked if there was a spell active that distorted perception, realizing this was where the elves' greatest treasure lay. It was something far more important to them than even their own lives. He mentioned the world tree, which made her visibly anxious. She was about to speak, but he immediately told her she didn't need to worry, as he wouldn't touch it. He now understood the village's layout and began setting up protective barriers. She bowed deeply and loudly proclaimed that she was counting on him. He conjured a massive magical barrier and declared that the Imperial army could no longer easily invade their land. With the village safe, Logan approached as she bowed once more, thanking him profusely. He looked away, his expression turning serious. He gestured with a look that they should follow him. They both complied, and he realized that just as before, he was still the one issuing the orders. To everyone else, he was a man of few words, a trait that frequently led to misunderstandings between them. They entered the office and sat across from one another. The chief then broke the silence, asking how he liked the village. The protagonist looked at him, knowing full well that this man never did anything without a hidden motive. There was definitely a specific purpose for this sudden meeting, meaning he had to be incredibly careful with his words and actions. He replied that the village was beautiful, radiating harmony and tranquility. However, the tension in the room began to skyrocket as the chief took a deep breath and addressed him by name, asking if he seriously thought he could outsmart him. Shocked, he felt as if his non-existent heart was being squeezed. He stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. The chief called his name once more, asking what was wrong. He felt that if his true identity were finally recognized, his whole facade would completely fall apart. Nervously, he asked what he was talking about, but Logan cut him off, telling him to drop the act. Did he really intend to keep playing dumb forever? Feeling the weight of the conversation, he took a long, steadying breath. He confessed that he hadn't grown so old that he would ever forget his oldest friend. These words left him completely stunned. With a trembling voice, he asked if Logan truly still considered him a friend. Logan replied calmly, stating he didn't recall their bond ever being broken. Our protagonist was moved by the fact that Logan was still so kind to him, even though he had changed so much and become the Demon King. Logan looked thoughtful and asked if he'd been revived through necromancy, but he denied it. He then asked if Logan was aware that he and the hero had been executed. Logan's fist tightened in a surge of suppressed rage as he nodded. He admitted he was so furious that he'd nearly plotted the king's assassination himself. He was relieved Logan hadn't done it, as he never wanted his friend to become a murderer for his sake. He then began to recount the grim details of what happened after his execution. Logan listened carefully, acknowledging that his path as a demon lord was now clear. However, he still found it hard to believe that he had managed to absorb all that miasma. He explained that to build the world she had dreamed of, he had to cast aside his humanity. He embraced the darkness and waded through a sea of blood. After killing so many, he looked at Logan and asked, "Do you despise me?" He stated that he chose this path for himself, and because of that, Logan felt he had no right to judge him. Even if his physical form had changed, he would always be the same man. Now he continues his quest, searching for the right way to make this world a better place. To Logan, he is still the same person he once knew. However, he will never allow his clan to be harmed, even if he must sacrifice his life to stop him. Dwight replies that this resolve makes him worthy of the title of clan head. Logan admits he worked hard for his position, but it's nothing compared to what happened to Dwight. He promises to keep Dwight's true identity a total secret. As he turns to leave, Logan calls out his name and asks a final question. Does he actually want to be stopped? Logan knows who he truly is deep down, and he has already agreed to serve as his subordinate. He clearly understands the weight of that commitment. Logan walks toward him, placing a hand on his shoulder and affirming that he will do what is necessary. He tells him to continue following his chosen path. Dwight understands. He stands up and warns in a serious tone that a demon army is coming to the elven lands. We need to keep this quiet so the people don't panic. He nodded in agreement. With the matter settled, he prepared to leave, but the protagonist called out to him once more. He turned, asking if there was anything else. Before he could finish his sentence, the MC offered him a sincere word of thanks. Henry caught a glimpse of his former self and smiled, insisting that such formalities weren't necessary. After all, he was now the true demon lord. Teleporting back to his castle, he realized that he no longer harbored any lingering doubts. He had finally cast aside every burden holding him back, focusing solely on the path he had chosen. This resolve didn't appear by chance. He was determined to keep moving forward. Embracing his role as the new demon lord, he vanished alongside his entire army. Upon arriving, Henry looked around in shock, questioning if this was truly the Forest of World Trees, as it looked far less mystical than he imagined. But the time for wonder was over. It was time to fight. There were warriors in the Imperial army he yearned to test his blade against, and his blood boiled with anticipation. Earlier, Grom had informed the master of a spy report regarding a man in the Imperial army whose strength rivaled that of a hero. This mysterious warrior was said to be a master of lightning, yet the protagonist couldn't recall anyone of that caliber within the Empire. Regardless, he declared that nothing is impossible for his legion, promising to show them the true terror of a demon king. Henry then stepped up, insisting he be the one to take the man's life. Fueled by pride, he ordered the archers to stand down, asserting his authority as a commander. The MC eventually agreed, declaring that whoever found the target first would claim the kill. Taking a moment to appreciate the pleasant forest air, he turned to the general to ask for an update on their numbers. The general reported they had 200 demons, 800 skeletons, and himself acting as the elite vanguard. Knowing the enemy numbered in the thousands, he questioned if their small force would be enough to seize victory. He explained that if he absorbed any more, the miasma would leak out and contaminate the entire region. He refused to let the World Tree Forest suffer such a fate. As they walked, he added that his brother had remained behind to safeguard their domain. He boasted that he alone could crush the Imperial army, but they needed to make a statement and showcase the demon army's true might. The general agreed, noting that the plan was flawless and would serve as excellent training for the troops. With a nod, he declared that the Empire was nothing more than a stepping stone toward their ultimate goal. Just then, Logan approached, prompting the leader to turn and face him. He questioned why the warrior had come at such a critical moment. With a grim expression, Logan requested to join the fray, stating that since his people's fate was on the line, he must fight as their chief. Without hesitation, the leader granted his request. Logan bowed deeply in gratitude as Henry let out a boisterous laugh. He addressed him as chief, admitting that his resolve was truly worthy of respect. Henry expressed his hope that they would fight side by side on the front lines like true brothers in arms, emphasizing how much he was counting on Logan's strength. After a firm handshake, Logan glanced toward our protagonist with a look of confusion. He quickly turned away, breaking the grip and shifting his focus back to the task at hand. Releasing his hand, he turned to the general and asked what their opening move would be. The general detailed the strategy, and moments later, the soldiers of the Empire were left reeling. The shocked Imperial troops cried out in terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Undead? How is this even possible?" they screamed in a panic. "This is supposed to be the sacred forest." The general barked that it was simply impossible for the undead to even exist in such a holy place. Could this truly be an elite army of demons? He realized these corpses were being bolstered by immense magic. They were dozens of times more powerful than any ordinary zombie, allowing them to traverse the sacred forest without taking any damage. No one expected an undead ambush here, but the Imperial army reacted with ruthless precision. As the tide turned, Henry looked out across the enemy camp and realized they were being squeezed from two sides. Without hesitation, he ordered every unit to launch a synchronized assault. Dwight observed the tactical brilliance and felt a sense of pride. They had truly mastered his teachings. However, the enemy still had tens of thousands of men, meaning their casualties were still minor. Suddenly, the enemy began coughing in a panic. Henry noted that while this particular poison loses its potency quickly, its initial impact is devastating. Sniping the weakened survivors was now like shooting fish in a barrel. He took down several soldiers with a single masterful shot, earning him a genuine compliment from the protagonist. He let out a joyful laugh, modestly claiming he didn't deserve such high praise. Meanwhile, the enemy general hacked through skeletons, demanding to know how Imperial soldiers could struggle against the undead. Addressing him as General Eldvan, a soldier reported they were being flanked from the rear. They were surrounded. Stunned by the ambush, he barked orders for half of the soul-infused soldiers to pivot and repel the enemy's rear assault immediately. He reminded them not to be arrogant. They were the elite Imperial army. With renewed focus, the soldiers began returning fire with deadly precision. Watching the chaos unfold, the MC was impressed by their tactical cohesion. Even under a heavy barrage, they were efficiently relaying battlefield intelligence. They were clearly seasoned veterans, but the arrows fired by the Imperial army were being neutralized by a massive barrier. Suddenly, a winged lion materialized beside them. It was a phantom beast conjured through spirit magic. A shocked Henry asked if this was his doing. Logan, wearing a look of intense strain, confirmed it, urging the team to end this quickly, as he couldn't maintain the summon for long. The MC noted that since Logan's specialty was support magic, manifesting a high-tier combat beast must be taking a massive toll on him. Summoning a creature of this scale requires an incredible amount of spiritual energy. Usually it takes an entire group of elves to successfully cast a spell of this caliber. It was clear that Logan was truly worthy of being the head of his clan. With this desperate move, he was proving he would risk everything to defend his people. Standing nearby with a slight smirk, he turned to the general and asked, "General, is it finally time to charge into the fray?" The general gave his nod of approval, granting him full permission to slaughter the entire enemy army however he saw fit. Henry let out a boisterous laugh, declaring this to be the greatest order he'd ever received. With a roar, he commanded all units to commence the assault. He lunged toward the enemy lines with blinding speed, outpacing everyone as his devastating strikes sent waves of soldiers flying back in every direction. As the demons launched their counterattack, a massive ogre attempted to strike down the general, but Eldvon shattered the beast's heavy shield with a single blow. With a look of pure disdain, he asked the demons if they truly thought they could claim this forest. If they wanted a war, he would personally slay the demon lord so the entire world would praise his legendary feats as the general of the Imperial Army. This declaration caught Henry's attention, who turned and asked if this man was the strongest one present. The general began to state his name and noble status, but he never got the chance to finish before Henry obliterated him with a single devastating kick. Looking down at the corpse, he muttered, "Is that all? What a total disappointment." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure stalked through a dark corridor, channeling lightning into his axe while relishing the feeling of the chaotic battle erupting outside. Logan watched him from the side, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He remarked that his newfound ally was certainly a boisterous one. Dwight nodded, noting that despite the noise, the man was dependable. Once the dust settled, Henry collapsed onto the blood-soaked earth. He roared that it was a glorious victory, a day truly worth celebrating. Dwight approached, conjuring a stream of magic water to wash the gore from Henry's skin. He explained that they'd return to the elves once the army reached the city, and Dwight would join them. Dwight dried him with a gust of wind, noting that his presence would help ease the elves' terror. Soon after, the trio arrived at the hidden elven settlement. Looking around, Dwight estimated that nearly 600 villagers had gathered to meet them. Logan announced their victory over the Empire, crediting their survival entirely to the Demon King. The elves erupted into frantic whispers at the mention of such a dark entity. Logan stood firm, declaring that only through this alliance could they protect their right to exist. He demanded they show gratitude, but the elves were far from pleased, shouting back in defiance. They demanded to know if they were simply trading imperial chains for the shackles of an undead master. Logan's expression hardened as he addressed the restless crowd with total sincerity. He argued that to crush the Empire's might, they required a force even more formidable. They could brand him a madman, but as the head of their clan, he had already made his move. He had no regrets about his decision and told those who disagreed that they were free to go. He wouldn't stop them. But for those who chose to remain in the village must decide if they can accept the stigma of slavery. It's a life-altering choice that must be made here and now. As the elves began to deliberate, the gravity of the situation set in. The protagonists realized they were powerless to intervene in this tragedy. They could only watch, empathizing with the impossible choice being made. Slowly, the elves began to drift away to make their final peace. That's when he noticed Logan's hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. He hid them behind his back, desperately trying to conceal his mounting anxiety. Logan knew there were other ways this could have been settled, yet he didn't hesitate to give his people the power to decide their own fate. In reality, he was the one carrying the heaviest burden of all. It was a true act of self-sacrifice, willingly dragging his own reputation through the mud for the rest of his life. He was fully conscious of the consequences, yet he never wavered. This was the heavy price he had to pay to save his people. Even if he's branded a madman, he carries himself with a majestic aura. He looked every bit the part of a demon lord. After some time, the crowd dispersed, and it became clear just how many had truly left. Barely a tenth of the village remained. Logan asked if they were certain, demanding to know if they would truly never regret this decision. From this moment forward, they would serve as the loyal subjects of the Demon King. The MC began to channel his immense mana, officially accepting their solemn oath of allegiance. He branded each elf with his crest, declaring that their time in this sacred grove had come to an end. When he ordered them to relocate to the Demon Lord's territory, the elder was struck with disbelief. He protested loudly, arguing that despite accepting the mark of servitude, they could never abandon their ancestral woods. They had sacrificed their very independence to protect this sanctuary, yet now they were being ordered to exile themselves. The MC understood their plight, but told them not to worry. Their sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. He proclaimed that since the elves and the world tree now belonged to him, he would simply take the entire forest with him. Shortly after, he and Luciana teleported back to the city he had previously laid waste to. He remarked that it had been quite a while since his last visit. She nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the fierce battle they had fought there together. Gazing down, she spotted movement and asked if those were Imperial soldiers below. The MC observed the scene, momentarily speechless at the sight. It appeared the Empire had occupied the ruins, acting as if they were the masters of the city. They were shamelessly claiming these abandoned lands as their own sovereign territory. He couldn't fathom their insatiable greed or why they were so desperate to scavenge for wealth. Luciana looked at him, noting how the humans looked like tiny ants. Ants she was eager to crush. Dwight dismisses the idea, claiming he doesn't harbor enough hatred to kill mindlessly. He refuses to draw his blade without a valid reason. She sighs, noting that he's always so incredibly serious. She jokes that if he keeps this up, he'll end up giving himself an ulcer. Opening his robe, he points out that he has no organs left to worry about. She laughs before shifting the subject. She asks if his grand plan is actually feasible, questioning if he can truly pull off such a miracle. Having already succeeded on a smaller scale, Dwight remains fully confident in his overwhelming abilities. She's impressed by his resolve as Dwight begins to channel his mana, reflecting that his past self would never have believed such a feat was possible. Without his current, monstrous mana reserves, a spell of this magnitude would be unthinkable. He warns her to brace herself for the impending shockwave. Understanding the danger, she quickly manifests a protective barrier around herself. A massive magic circle forms above him, and a barrage of fireballs begins to rain down, which he ruthlessly directs toward the city below. He calmly observes the destruction, noting that this opening volley should be more than enough. However, he notices his fingers beginning to crumble, realizing his physical vessel is struggling to contain such raw power. He realizes he must master his output to avoid causing permanent damage to himself. She chuckles, asking how he can claim not to hate humans while doing this. He simply replies that he won't hesitate when action is required. She admires his cold logic, wishing she possessed that same level of detached pragmatism. Dwight tells her to remain silent while he concentrates on the true spell. As she falls back, he begins manifesting dozens of circles to cast forbidden space manipulation magic. To him, the capital's destruction was merely the catalyst for the ritual. He is suddenly hit by a wave of crushing exhaustion, the inevitable price of expending such a massive amount of mana. He forces himself to maintain focus, desperately trying to channel his remaining strength into the spell. It works. The activation is a success, and the elves immediately begin to feel the overwhelming shift in the atmosphere. They look around in utter disbelief, while Logan stands there wondering what on earth is happening. In all his years, he had never witnessed a display of magical power this immense. Our protagonist's plan was finally clear. He had successfully relocated the vast majority of the ancient elven forest, including the gargantuan great tree located at its very center, right to this new location. Surveying the breathtaking landscape, he is left in awe. Could this be Yggdrasil? It seems the mythical tree was finally liberated once he shattered the containment seal. Luciana stands paralyzed with shock, unable to wrap her head around the sheer scale of the feat he just performed. He explains that he utilized advanced displacement magic to swap the ruins of the fallen kingdom with the forest of world trees. Since the forest was far from his main domain and vulnerable to Imperial raids, he decided the only logical move was to bring it closer to home. Logan notes that the mana flow has finally stabilized, and from a distance, it appears the elves survived the transition without a single injury. With the operation deemed a success, he prepares to speak with the elven leader and asks Luciana if she'd like to accompany him. She agrees with a bright smile, eager to finally meet the legendary figure he considers a close friend. After the introductions are made and the dust settles, the reality of the situation finally sinks in. Through this daring maneuver, the legendary forest of world trees has officially become his personal territory. Sometime later, he sits within the walls of his castle and requests a status update on the ongoing war. Luciana reports that the tide of battle has shifted in their favor, and they are successfully driving the Empire back. His army has officially breached the enemy's borders, systematically seizing Imperial territories as they advance. He avoids the front lines, leaving command to his loyal vassals. Though they bicker constantly, they fight as a unified force when the steel starts clashing. He inquired about the utility of the conscripts from the conquered territories. She confirmed their value, but questioned if it was wise to include them. She wondered if their current forces lacked the strength to win. He explained that leaving the locals behind would only invite the constant threat of rebellion. By conscripting them, they fracture the populace and keep potential insurgents too busy fighting to plot. She nodded, realizing that even the elves had been recruited for a specific strategic purpose. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a soldier prepared to strike against a demon, but his blade was halted when a sudden arrow pierced his enemy's throat. Turning around, he saw the elven archer who had just saved his life from a lethal sneak attack. Henry witnessed the feat and praised the elf, noting that their reputation as legendary marksmen was well earned. Deep down, the protagonist wished the elves could live in peace, free from the burdens of war. While their home in the World Tree Forest is currently safe, he knows he can't afford to be too lenient. Maintaining his authority requires a certain distance, which is why the elves must serve in his ranks just like the humans. Yet his control isn't absolute. After all, their clan leader is an old trusted friend of his. Luciana confirmed they'd announced their protection over the conquered lands, as he intended to press the advance toward the imperial capital. He agreed, noting they shouldn't level the city. To maintain future diplomacy, they must wait for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive final strike. Though she found the orders daunting, she promised to manage it before taking flight, leaving him with a confident wave. Alone in the hall, he reflected on his conquest of the World Tree Forest and his current siege against the Empire. Everything was proceeding perfectly, yet a single doubt lingered. Would fate truly allow him to succeed? To purge the world of a villain like him, reality had already summoned a new hero to stand in his way. However, by slaying that hero with his own hands, he had effectively shattered the very logic of the universe. If destiny seeks his demise once more, it will surely birth a new hero to finish the job. If that happens, or rather they, will crush the forces of light to forge their own perfect world. Suddenly, Grom's thoughts were interrupted. A massive explosion shook the air, prompting him to investigate the source. He announced that the city was officially theirs, leaving only the capital standing. But even with victory in sight, they couldn't afford to lower their guard. As he marched forward, he couldn't help but feel that he'd been fading into the background lately. While the archer had distinguished himself in the war between the Empire and elves, Grom was stuck handling menial tasks. He wondered if he'd ever truly earn his place as the Demon Lord's right hand. He craved the recognition he felt he rightfully deserved. His eyes drifted toward a nearby city where a massive cannon sat perched upon the wall. Meanwhile, Dwight watched from the heavens as the citizens bickered. Seeing them clash with the demons, it was clear that humans weren't yet accustomed to their monstrous neighbors. These petty squabbles were constant, but stood in stark contrast to the former slaves of the previous Demon Lord, who lived in harmony with the monsters. Dwight was pleased to see peace between the two races was actually possible, though he knew the road ahead was long. He felt like a failure of a leader. After all, he hadn't exactly been a people person in his previous life either. However, it seemed he had completely lost the ability to understand them. Perhaps this was the heavy price for his new title, the need to resolve conflicts without resorting to brute force. Suddenly, he felt a surge of magic within him. Grom reached out with an urgent message, prompting our hero to ask what had happened. Grom reported spotting bizarre, unknown weaponry lining the walls of the Imperial capital. This piqued his interest, as the Imperial forces they faced in the forest were just standard soldiers. He asked if they'd taken losses, but Grom assured him they were keeping their distance to scout, and everyone was safe. Commending the tactical retreat, the MC contacted Luciana via magic, asking her to guard the castle in his absence. He activated his mana, declaring that he would be joining the front lines immediately. Teleporting to the city's perimeter, he laid eyes on the massive artillery cannons mounted atop the towers and began a closer inspection. The devices were shaped like giant iron boxes, unlike any technology he'd ever encountered before. Grom approached, offering to demolish the weapons, but the MC insisted on investigating them personally first. He needed to understand this threat with his own eyes before they made their move. After learning the rest of the troops were resting in a captured city, he prepared to strike. Ignoring the potential danger, the MC flew directly toward the fortress walls. Sensing his presence, several cannons adjusted their aim and fired simultaneously. Massive bursts of pure magical energy surged toward him with lethal intent. Instead of dodging, he focused his gaze on the incoming projectiles to analyze their composition. Using his magic to sense the flow, he muttered to himself, "I see." First, he needed to defend himself against the incoming barrage. He manifested a flexible barrier directly in front of his position, successfully halting the lethal projectiles. The shield began to fracture under the pressure, but he redirected the kinetic energy, launching the shells back. The redirected projectiles tore back into the city. Grom soared toward him, praising his lord for such a masterfully executed counterattack. However, Dwight remained stoic, noting that repelling that single strike had nearly shattered his defensive barrier. This weapon was no joke. These shells were infused with potent holy magic specifically designed to assassinate him, a true anti-demon lord armament. Dwight was disgusted by these imperial dogs, yet he was surprised that they had developed such a sophisticated weapon in only a few short months. Dwight noted the weapon's imperfections, but Grom pointed out its terrifying effectiveness on the battlefield. Had the army pushed forward, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Grom suggested they simply repurposed an ancient relic to target the Demon Lord. Dwight agreed, deciding to seize their tech once the Empire fell. Wary of more hidden trump cards, Dwight realized a full-scale invasion was too risky. He turned to Grom and declared that the two of them would infiltrate the city together. Grom bowed in agreement, asking if he should. He pondered whether to alert the army, thanking his companion for the timely reminder. He requested to be kept in the loop as they reached an agreement. Then, his ally took flight, leaving him to conclude that things would be simpler if the armies kept their distance. While he never doubted his subordinate's strength, he blamed himself for misjudging the situation. However, he wouldn't let this setback define him. This was his chance to redeem himself and set things right. Teleporting to the city wall, he unleashed a thick miasma, reflecting on the grim reality that many of the fallen citizens had been resurrected as mindless undead. To the world, this is known as one of the most horrifying powers of the current Demon Lord. After sealing the gates, he conjured a massive anti-teleportation barrier. No one escapes the capital now. They're just birds in a cage. The Empire has played dirty for far too long, and now it's time to pay for their sins in full. Grom arrived and apologized for the delay, but the Lord brushed it off to outline his strategy. He has two objectives. First, he must secure the specific blueprints for their weaponry. He never suspected the Empire possessed such advanced technology, making him doubt they developed it alone. He needs to identify their foreign collaborators and, secondly, eliminate the corrupt leaders orchestrating this conflict from the shadows. There's no need for a total massacre, as only a select few truly benefit from this war. Those maintaining these secret foreign ties are the ones who must be eradicated first. Meanwhile, the Empire's rulers blamed their forest defeat on a shortage of troops, claiming they should have eradicated the elves before the Demon King's arrival. Suddenly, one of them slammed his fists onto the table, shouting that they were fools. An alliance with the elves was the path they should have taken from the beginning. Our protagonist realized there were still those who desired peace, and he intended to seek them out. He believed that if raw power was the only thing that mattered, his own overwhelming abilities would be more than enough. Grom praised the Overlord, admiring his wisdom and the mercy he showed even to his enemies. "You've already noticed it, haven't you?" the Overlord asked, sensing a shift in the air. Grom nodded in agreement, admitting that he could already feel the heavy atmosphere shifting around them. A wave of sheer, incredible bloodlust radiated through the air at that very moment. Suddenly, a projectile was hurled toward him, but sensing the danger, he called out to warn the Overlord, reacting with lightning-fast instincts. He intercepted the weapon, catching it bare-handed with ease. But the assault wasn't over, as a blast of lightning magic struck him immediately after. The force of the spell threw him aside, and it was then he realized the situation. This was the exact threat he had been warned about. A formidable opponent had arrived. A massive warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a giant axe appeared. The warrior stood tall upon a nearby roof, looking down at them with intent, and demanded to know if this was truly the legendary undead lord. He could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature and asked if this was all it had to offer before charging forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance instantly while unleashing The warrior channeled his magic, boasting that he'd break every bone in the Demon Lord's body. Dwight quickly conjured a magical barrier to block the onslaught, but he was struggling to keep up. The man was too fast. Dwight could barely track his movements. Was he using lightning to overcharge his physical stats? To create some distance, Dwight teleported to the roof of a nearby building. The warrior turned toward him with a manic grin, admitting that the Demon Lord was better than he expected. Dwight stared him down, analyzing his opponent's reckless aura and combat style. He realized this man's philosophy was dangerously similar to Henry's. He was another madman who let his fists do the talking, utilizing top-tier body-strengthening magic. Between his lightning control and savage combat style, Dwight finally realized exactly who he was facing. Though they'd never met in person, this man's legend was known throughout the land a decade ago. He was once hailed as one of the few heroes capable of actually slaying a demon king. A ruthless mercenary, he never failed a contract, always returning from his missions with the severed head of his target, a truly unstoppable, bloodthirsty beast. Even the previous Demon King feared the treacherous waters where this monster once sailed. This was the legendary Sea Devil, the greatest pirate of all time, Thunder Doldar. Doldar laughed, noting that while rumors said the Demon Lord only hid behind corpses, Dwight seemed to prefer a real fight. Dwight called out his name, claiming he was nowhere near Doldar's level of martial prowess. The pirate was stunned to hear his true name spoken by the King of the Dead. He admitted it had been ages since anyone used that nickname, feeling a twisted sense of flattery. But Dwight had one burning question. Why would a legendary pirate like him ever serve the Empire? Letting out a booming laugh, he explained that his days of piracy ended when his beloved ship sank. Now, he serves as a mercenary general for the Empire. Our hero questioned if the man truly felt any sense of loyalty toward the Empire. Lunging forward, the mercenary asked what the problem was. He was simply searching for a worthy battle, whether on the open sea or solid land. The Empire's expansionist policies happened to align perfectly with his own bloodlust. It was as simple as that. He wasn't surprised. He had anticipated a motive like this. After all, it was rare to encounter people who disregarded the concept of loyalty as much as this man did. Doldar leveled his weapon and declared that the idle chatter was over. It was time to begin, and he hoped his opponent could provide some decent entertainment. Addressing him by name, the protagonist admitted he didn't care for his twisted fun, but requested to say just one final thing. The mercenary had no idea just how much he had infuriated the Demon Lord's right hand. Furthermore, unlike his master, Grom wasn't exactly known for showing mercy. Just then, Grom descended from above, launching a fierce magical assault. After unleashing his power, he turned to his master and asked if he would mind if he handled this fight himself. Our hero immediately gave his subordinate the green light. Grom nodded, assuring his master that he could count on him to finish the job. The protagonist looked back with a satisfied smirk and chuckled, acknowledging that he understood his subordinate's resolve. Grom addressed his master in a stern tone, telling him to leave everything in his hands. With a final nod of approval, the protagonist teleported directly back to the castle's main hall. He mused to himself that it seemed the Empire was becoming increasingly desperate for power. They had even resorted to enlisting the help of a former pirate. Swinging a blade of pure energy, he slaughtered everyone sitting at the table. One terrified survivor cried out, desperately asking if he had truly managed to kill the target. He scoffed, clarifying that his subordinate was handling the matter at this very moment. Meanwhile, Grom clashed with his opponent, absorbing several heavy strikes. He realized his foe was deceptively fast. Doldar glared at him, asking if that was really all he had before unleashing a devastating blow that sent Grom crashing to the ground. He addressed him as the Overlord's right hand, admitting he expected far more from such a title. This piqued Grom's interest. Had he really just been recognized? He burst into laughter, relishing the fact that the Overlord actually knew who he was. He apologized for the poor performance, explaining that this was merely a warm-up. Now he would demonstrate the true power of the Overlord's right hand. Doldar welcomed the challenge, but Grom closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Landing a crushing strike, Grom declared that while physical enhancement, magic wasn't necessarily his forte. His raw speed was unmatched. This was the end of the line. He swung a weapon forged of pure dark energy. But in that split second, a massive orb of energy blasted toward him. The impact dealt massive damage, forcing him to snarl. Did they use a holy weapon? Doldar was indignant, launching a counterattack as he screamed that they shouldn't interfere. He shattered the weapon with lightning, baffled that it was targeting its own allies. But it didn't matter. Once the Overlord secured the plans, victory was certain. This was war, after all. In this game, any means are justified. Their duel was far from over. He turned back, admitting he was actually impressed by his opponent's tenacity. Meanwhile, our protagonist cleared the hall and approached the desk holding the classified documents. Scanning the papers, he realized the weapon's development was complete, with several prototypes already produced. If the Empire had been left unchecked any longer, they would have mass-produced an unstoppable arsenal. But there were other weapon types here as well. He entered the main factory floor, stunned by its sheer scale. He needed to investigate every corner. His eyes fell upon a strange firearm resting beside a blueprint, making him wonder, what exactly is this? Elsewhere, Grom's battle raged on as he gritted his teeth. The intense heat felt like it would melt his skin. Could this be the power of a sacred weapon? Doldar let out a mocking laugh, finding the situation hilarious, and demanded to know his name. Grom told him to shut his mouth, swearing he'd never reveal his identity to the likes of him. But as he swung his axe, wreathed in lightning, he finally roared his name. Grom sidestepped the blow, shouting that he didn't care enough to even ask for the man's name. He pressed his attack, but his momentum stalled when he noticed a blinding light emanating from the cannon's barrel. He stared at the weapon in grim realization. One more volley from that cannon and he would be finished. Suddenly, a massive orb of energy slammed into him. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, annoyed that history was repeating itself. Those guns had to be destroyed. As his body began to crack, he realized that a simultaneous hit from the enemy and the cannon would leave nothing left of him but a smear on the floor. He began to radiate a sinister dark energy. The aura suppressed everyone nearby as Grom decided it was time to change his tactics. Just like his master, he possessed the power to command the undead. He activated his fusion skill and summoned a pack of terrifying undead chimeras. As he took control of the skeletal monsters, a stunned Voldar could only watch in silence, wondering what kind of power he was witnessing. Grom sent the skeletons charging forward, forcing Voldar to swing his massive axe. He shattered several skeletons with one blow, roaring a challenge. Did Grom really think these bones could stop him? Meanwhile, Dwight fired his pistol at the nearby wall, but the barrel immediately shattered upon impact. He examined the scrap, realizing the weapon was likely just an experimental prototype. This entire factory was a goldmine of advanced weaponry he had never encountered before. He decided to claim it all. If he was capable of teleporting the entire World Tree Forest, then moving this factory would be child's play. It was the perfect location for his research. This is a prime opportunity to study human technology. It appears that among his subordinates, there are those capable of deciphering it. All that remains is to discuss the matter with Grom, who should have wrapped up his fight by now. Meanwhile, Doldar was delivering crushing blows, without facing any resistance, mockingly asking what happened to his opponent's strength. After being hit by only 2 cannon volleys, had he already reached his limit? Floating in the air, the undead countered, telling Doldar he was sadly mistaken. For a high-level undead, the very concept of a limit is non-existent. He instantly teleported behind his foe and asked if he truly believed that his mana had been depleted. He offered a brief apology, noting that he had simply been distracted by a different objective. With a surge of energy, he completely shackled Doldar's body. He explained that the chimeras weren't actually meant to attack him. Their true purpose was to help him seize their weapons. He mused that it was quite a challenge to command the undead while simultaneously focused on a duel. He wondered how his master managed such a feat so easily. But of course, his master is the strongest being in existence. Immediately after, he summoned and released a massive fireball toward his enemy, coldly commanding him to disappear forever. The blast connects, sending him hurtling through the heart of the city, leaving a massive smoldering trail of ruins. Grom looks down and chuckles, noting that the man should have known his place. But then a hand bursts from the wreckage. Grom stares in disbelief, stunned to see that his opponent is somehow still breathing. Doldar hauls himself out and unleashes a surge of raw energy so intense that Grom is forced to eat his words immediately. This is no ordinary human. His skills are terrifying. Grom realizes that for the first time he might actually be facing the possibility of defeat. Despite being ravaged by the dark energy, Doldar calls out to Grom, acknowledging his lethal power. Grom manifests a scythe of pure darkness and decapitates him with one swift, brutal stroke. Even Grom admits that his opponent was formidable. Meanwhile, the protagonist is busy reviewing the factory's records. He discovers research papers identifying these artifacts as magitech weapons. Their development began 5 years ago under the Empire's shadow. The Empire seized foreign technology and conscripted brilliant minds to fuel their secret research, including the personal notes of the weapon's original creator. As he scours the documents, he uncovers a shocking revelation. He reads a specific passage and finds the contents utterly unbelievable. It was pure madness. A knight had once approached the lead engineer, demanding he imbue the steel with holy magic to repel the demon threat. The engineer was stunned by the absurdity of the Imperial command. Frustrated, he swept his desk clean, shouting that such a feat was impossible. He couldn't even fathom the conceptual design of such a weapon, let alone actually build it. He drafted countless notes, but no matter how desperately he labored, every single prototype failed. However, everything changed when a sudden radical idea finally struck him. He recorded his theory and immediately set to work, creating the weapon. Back in the present, he finishes the engineer's logs and concludes the design is sheer insanity. Despite his own vast magical knowledge and ability to decipher any blueprint, this design defies logic, yet he saw it work. It was a miracle born of impossible coincidences that even the creator can't explain. To the engineer, it wasn't science. It was the divine will of fate itself. Dwight realized this power manifests not only through heroes, but through the divine miracles and revelations bestowed upon mortals during the forging of legendary weapons. He might be overthinking it, but caution is necessary. After all, would fate truly remain on the side of humanity forever? Invading the Imperial capital was a small price to pay for this intel. He plans to investigate who developed this weapon, but first, he must transport the recovered documents and prototypes back to the Demon King's domain. After meeting up with Grom, Dwight apologized for the delay. He explained that he had finished dealing with that lunatic, Doldar. Dwight gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, praising his performance and expressing how glad he was to have him by his side. Overwhelmed with pride, Grom shouted at the top of his lungs, declaring his absolute devotion to serving his master. Dwight looked out over the city, knowing the Empire would soon have no choice but to submit. To rebuild, they'll need foreign aid. But if they ever attempt another conquest, he won't hesitate to erase them. Having achieved his goals, he'll now simply oversee the recovery process. Sensing his master's deep thought, Grom asked if something was wrong, but Dwight brushed it off. He attempted to pacify the restless undead throughout the city, yet one rogue soul continued to rampage, completely ignoring his commands. Stunned by the news, Grom asked if such a thing was even possible. Dwight admitted this was a first. and they immediately set out to track the creature. Arriving at the central square, they found a monster slaughtering civilians. Dwight narrowed his eyes. This was a being resurrected solely by the sheer density of its own miasma. But as he looked closer, his eyes widened in genuine shock. With a startled voice, he gasped, "Wait, isn't that Doldar?" Observing the transformation, he realized the man had become a Dullahan, his body absorbing massive amounts of miasma at the moment of death. He wondered if such a powerful spirit was the reason the knight was now defying his direct orders. Standing nearby, his companion reluctantly admitted that it certainly appeared to be the case. They watched in grim fascination as the creature desperately tried to graft a bystander's head onto its own stump. But without a proper connection, the severed head simply tumbled uselessly back to the cobblestones. Driven by madness, the Dullahan tore through the streets, slaughtering anyone unfortunate enough to be in his path. Horrified by the gruesome display, the protagonist watched as the monster grew more desperate. "What the hell is that thing doing?" he shouted as the creature grabbed yet another head to replace its own. Grom observed the carnage and realized the creature was frantically searching for its original severed head. Knowing they had to intervene, he conjured a blazing fireball to put an end to the rampage. He unleashed the magical projectile with lethal intent, but the undead knight was ready. With a violent swing of his weapon, Doldar effortlessly dispelled the concentrated energy. The monster charged toward them, its voice raspy as it demanded the return of its missing head. This outburst immediately caught our protagonist's attention. When the creature demanded its head back, he stood his ground and coldly replied that he had already burned it. Enraged, the Dullahan stomped forward, refusing to believe its prize was gone forever. He stared the monster down, reiterating that the head was nothing but ash, prompting a look of pure malice. The creature's eyes flared with murderous intent as it prepared an immediate counterattack. Before anyone could react, the Dullahan lunged forward with blinding speed. With a devastating blow, he sent the protagonist flying straight through the walls of a nearby building. Having survived the devastating impact, he stood firm amidst the wreckage. He realized that as an undead, he no longer had to worry about the physical limitations of a living body. He could now move at speeds that would have been fatal in life, noting that without magic reinforcement, that blow would have ended him. Grom rushed to his side, frantically calling out to his master to see if he was all right. Dwight raised his hand, his voice turning stern as he warned Grom that he needed to move immediately. In the very next heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted. He unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, sealing his opponent within a massive ice crystal. Approaching the frozen general, Dwight asked if he finally understood the true extent of Grom's power. "However," he added coldly, "I am on an entirely different level than him." He could sense that the general's will to fight had finally withered away. Having been utterly defeated by both of them, the warrior finally acknowledged Dwight as his new master. Grom apologized for his perceived uselessness, but Dwight calmly told him not to worry. Relieved, Grom asked what the plan was for Doldar. Since Doldar had lost his mind, he could no longer lead an army, but his strength had increased exponentially after becoming undead. Grom was stunned by the decision to keep him, but when Dwight asked if there was a problem, Grom quickly shouted his approval. With everyone in agreement, Dwight declared it was time to return to their home territory. Without a moment's delay, they activated their teleportation magic. They reappeared in the domain along with the massive crystal. Luciana turned around, her eyes widening. Completely blindsided by the sight, she yelled out, demanding to know what on earth they had brought back. Dwight explained that this was Thunder Doldar, one of the Empire's legendary generals. Due to the intense exposure to Dwight's miasma, he had been reborn as a powerful Dullahan. Stunned by the news, both she and Henry shouted in disbelief, demanding to know exactly what was said. "Is this the warrior who commands lightning?" he asked gravely. Did he truly defeat him single-handedly? However, he deflected the praise, insisting that Grom was the one who had actually finished the job. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he claimed to never have doubted him, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. Turning to Thunder, she questioned if this was the man she suspected, only for him to ask if she'd heard the rumors too. Scowling at the memory, she recalled how even under the previous demon lord, that freak and his gang were a constant nuisance. He dispatched demons with ease, and she always suspected he was the type to keep fighting even beyond the grave. Little did she know her intuition was spot on, as the warrior had somehow managed to retain his consciousness. Weaving a spell, he noted that while something lingered within the body, it was far from what he'd call sentient. With a surge of magic, he finally melted the thick layer of ice. Doldar then demanded that his head be returned to its rightful place immediately. As if on cue, the severed head began to tilt and slide right off his neck. Luciana quickly shoved it back into position, but the confused warrior simply asked where his head had gone. Despite her efforts, the head began to tumble toward the floor once again. Catching it a second time, she repositioned it and wondered aloud if he was even capable of coherent speech. The protagonist dryly observed that talking without a head attached seemed to be quite the challenge. Noticing that Grom was trembling with barely contained frustration, Henry asked him what was the matter. Grom snapped back in a bitter tone, explaining the potential danger they were now facing. If the man was still conscious, he could potentially reclaim his position, a thought that led him to let out a dark laugh. Offended by the reaction, he barked back that there was absolutely nothing funny about their predicament. Dwight checked in on his subordinate, asking if he was all right. He replied with a grin, claiming he felt more vibrant than the living. Luciana scoffed, questioning how an undead could be alive. Offended, he barked back, demanding how she dared mock him. She flitted toward the overlord, playfully pleading for protection, which only infuriated him further as he warned her to keep her filth away from his master. Shoving her aside, he prepared to order the rest of the legion to withdraw. But just then Doldar spoke up, catching him completely off guard. The warrior muttered in disbelief at his own transformation. Was he truly destined to spend eternity as a member of the Walking Dead? Dwight turned toward him, his mind racing with questions. Had the man's willpower allowed him to briefly reclaim his human consciousness? It was clear that even in death, his spirit remained incredibly resilient. Meanwhile, within the city walls, a young woman lamented how the world, once saved from the demon lord a decade ago, was falling into chaos once more. The new demon lord had claimed the empire as his throne, wielding power beyond imagination. The citizens lived in constant fear, never knowing when his shadow would fall upon their sacred kingdom. Paralyzed by terror, the people haven't known a moment of peace or rest. But Saint Makia stood before them, swearing a sacred oath to vanquish the demon lord once and for all. Dwight reflected on the chain of events, starting with the annexation of the elves. That sparked the brutal war against the empire, a conflict that ultimately ended in a decisive victory for his forces. While the masses celebrated their triumph with endless feasting and wine, the soldiers were knocking back barrels of ale and fully immersing themselves in the festivities. Luciana turned toward Dwight, her expression softening as she spoke. She reminded him that since the battle with the Empire was over, the men desperately needed this reprieve. After all, nothing was more vital to their success than the physical and mental well-being of the troops. Dwight nodded, conceding that she was absolutely right. She beamed with pride before asking if he would grant her a small favor. Before he could even respond, the girl leaned in close to him. She whispered a secret directly into his ear before playfully taking to the skies. Dwight called out his thanks to her, leaving Luciana wondering what had come over him. He explained that since the banquet was her idea, he owed her. Pushing men into battle without rest would only lead to a mutiny. He understood the logic, yet he felt frustrated that he hadn't noticed their exhaustion himself. Luciana just laughed it off, telling him not to worry since he had always been a bit oblivious. Even after 10 long years, his personality hadn't changed, and Dwight could only offer a kind smile in return. Their moment was interrupted when Grom's booming voice called out to her. He barked for her assistance, but she recoiled, shouting that she had no intention of getting her hands dirty. Grom snapped back, telling her to stop complaining or the entire feast would go cold. Dwight watched the exchange and chuckled, realizing that despite the yelling, Grom was actually in a fantastic mood. It seemed the commander enjoyed being relied upon, finding joy in the banquet even if he couldn't eat or drink. Logan then approached the protagonist, offering a sincere apology for causing so much extra trouble. Organizing a massive secret feast deep within the forest was certainly no easy task. Our protagonist insisted he had no other choice. Dwight pointed into the distance and said, "Look, humans and monsters still struggle to find common ground, yet they have grown closer recently, even if total peace seems impossible now. However, he holds on to the hope that the elves will join them one day." Logan smiled, remarking that such a future would be magnificent. Dwight continued, admitting he can't erase all their fears, but he intends to build a settlement near the forest to support them. Logan laughed, catching the protagonist off guard. The demon lord wondered what was so funny. The elf apologized and said, "I never expected such words from a demon lord. You speak more like a noble king." The MC paused, weighing his words before replying, "Not at all." He reminded Logan that an alliance with the demon lord makes them enemies of the entire world. Logan listened intently as Dwight continued, declaring they would fight until their final breath. However, even death wouldn't be the end for his followers. They would simply rise as the undead and continue the slaughter. All of this was bound to his singular will. He was a ruthless demon lord after all. He raised his hand toward the horizon, ignited a massive fireball and launched it high into the sky, where the sphere erupted in a brilliant flash. The sky erupted into a brilliant display of multicolored fireworks, leaving the subjects in awe while Logan marveled at the beauty. By the following morning, the protagonist, Dwight, sat upon his throne, reflecting on how the Empire's downfall signaled the dawn of a new era. Never in history had the realm suffered such a humiliating and absolute defeat. This was the new reality. Nations unable to match the demon lord's power scrambled to become his vassals, while the rest formed a desperate alliance. With the empire gone, every state began to move, forcing Dwight to establish surveillance on those plotting to overthrow him. He saw no need to rush into another battle just yet. But right then, Grom arrived with an urgent report. His deputy informed him that the Holy Rod Kingdom had officially declared war against their forces. Dwight simply grinned, asking, "Is that so?" Grom moved to warn him about this nation, but the demon lord already knew exactly what they were about. This kingdom thrives on holy power, where the people worship magic and harbor a deep-seated hatred for the undead. In the legends of heroes, the world's saviors almost always hail from this specific kingdom. In fact, this state was built for the sole purpose of eradicating beings like him. Grom agreed they could never ignore such a threat, yet he wondered why they only chose to declare war now. Dwight provided the answer. It all came down to their rigid principles. Grom asked in surprise, "Principles?" Dwight explained that they value their ideals even more than they despise the undead. He thoughtfully repeated the sentiment, noting that everything was dictated by those very principles. Any misstep could ruin their reputation, so they bided their time, waiting for the perfect excuse to strike. Grom looked puzzled, wondering if they had finally found the leverage they needed. Had they finally discovered a champion capable of challenging their power? Dwight confirmed his suspicions. It seemed they had found a hero supposedly capable of defeating the undead king. He took the report from Grom and began reading the declaration aloud. It detailed a grand campaign to eradicate the undead lord, who had cast the continent into eternal shadow. Grom spat in disgust, calling them arrogant fools for even daring to suggest such a thing. But Dwight remained calm, noting that from their perspective, they were the heroes. Grom couldn't help but agree. Magnus knew the Holy Rod Kingdom's manifesto would infuriate Grom, as the deputy was all too familiar with their schemes. Suddenly, Luciana burst into the room, her face pale as she announced they had a massive problem. Grom snapped at her, demanding to know why she was interrupting, but Dwight signaled for her to speak. She delivered the grim news. The Holy Rod Kingdom had already launched an invasion into their territory. Even the protagonist was taken aback by their sheer audacity and speed. Luciana continued, explaining that according to the latest reports from her intelligence network, the invaders were razing cities to the ground and slaughtering every local in their path. Grom questioned if the succubus's spies were truly reliable, but Luciana snapped back, defending her elite trainees. Their intel was absolute. Grom's fury boiled over as the reality of the situation set in. They hadn't just declared war, they had launched a full-scale offensive without a moment's hesitation. Luciana sighed, noting that the cruelty of humanity truly never changes. She turned to Dwight, asking for his next move, as only human-populated cities had been targeted so far. While some suggested observing the situation, Dwight wasn't interested in waiting. He refused to play defense, declaring a counterattack to prevent them from restoring order in his lands. Luciana let out a dark laugh, mockingly noting that he was far too kind to his enemies. Dwight's expression turned cold as he ended the banter, ordering his subordinates to prepare for war. Grom was placed in command of the army, while Henry, who was immune to holy magic, was sent to the front. Meanwhile, Dwight and Luciana would remain behind to ensure the capital stayed protected. Luciana accepted the plan and Grom gave a sharp military salute, ready to serve his master. Dwight reached out to the magical sphere containing Claire's remains, his mind drifting into the past. This country was his sworn enemy, and he vividly remembered the day they first crossed paths. He recalled the exact moment those arrogant scoundrels blocked his and Claire's way. The enemy soldiers had screamed at them to halt, claiming they were trespassing on the Holy Wand Kingdom's soil. Accused of entering the territory illegally, Dwight and Claire could only look at each other in total shock. Claire tried to reason with them, explaining that they had the legal right to cross the borders. However, the lead knight barked back, refusing to listen to any of their explanations. Furious at the blatant disrespect shown to his beloved, Dwight demanded to know what they were thinking. In the end, they were thrown into a dungeon. Dwight was livid. How dare they abandon the savior of the world? Even in a cell, Claire remained calm, musing that the kingdom was simply desperate to maintain its status. Dwight wrapped an arm around her, promising that his magic could break them out of there in an instant. But Claire insisted on waiting until nightfall to avoid a conflict, a mercy that this prideful kingdom didn't deserve. They were selfish, power-hungry zealots who cared for nothing but themselves, just like the Empire. He had no desire for petty revenge, despite the countless wrongs they had committed against him. However, they still had to answer for their sins before the day was done. Grom and Henry watched with narrowed eyes as the enemy soldiers mocked the defenseless people. Henry's arrow flew true, piercing the skull of a soldier who was reaching for a terrified girl. He turned to Grom, noting that while the enemy excelled at fighting the undead, he was more than ready for them. Grom responded bluntly, telling him to stop talking and pay attention to the changing tide of battle. Suddenly, Makia's voice boomed across the field, declaring the Holy Rod Kingdom to be the world's only hope. She shrieked that they would never stop until the Demon Lord was finally and utterly destroyed. In a twisted display of love and justice, she promised to save every soul on the battlefield. Specifically, she targeted those who had succumbed to the corruptive influence of the dark. She cursed everyone who had dared to swear their allegiance to the Demon Lord's cause. To celebrate her divine work, she ignited a gruesome display of magical fireworks using human lives. Henry watched the horrific spectacle before turning to Grom with a cold realization. He confessed that he didn't really understand her fanatical brand of love and justice. But seeing her cruelty, he was more relieved than ever to be part of the Demon Lord's army. Deputy Dwight told him to stop stating the obvious and keep his focus on the mission. Their primary target was standing right in front of them, and there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, the rest of the Demon King's forces were already locked in a fierce engagement. They clashed violently with the Empire's warriors in a desperate struggle for dominance. Henry noted their overwhelming numbers, glad they had made it to the fray before the sun went down. Grom warned him to stay alert, noting that even one elite warrior could shift the entire momentum of the war. The boy acknowledged the advice, knowing the stakes all too well. Grom then spoke up once more. He warned that the girl standing before them was their greatest threat. Henry agreed, sensing an unsettling aura from her. Cautiously, he asked if she was the one responsible for the fireworks. Makia looked at him with surprise before confirming that, yes, she was indeed the one who launched them. Henry drew his bow, readying an arrow as he spoke with chilling resolve. He told her she was out of luck, as he wasn't one of those naive, noble warriors who refused to strike down women or children. She should expect no mercy. He loosed an arrow, but to his shock, the projectile failed to even graze her. Stunned, he wondered if she had deflected it or if she was protected by an invisible barrier. He vanished, reappearing instantly behind her to catch her off guard. He fired another arrow at point-blank range, but once again it was futile. Without even turning around, she effortlessly parried his subsequent strike. His shock was immeasurable. He couldn't understand what was happening. Henry screamed in frustration, determined to make her pay for her arrogance. He leapt into the air, putting all his strength into a devastating kick, but it failed to connect. Was her shield truly more powerful than the Overlord's magic? No, that seemed impossible. Sensing the shift in the air, Grom realized something was wrong and barked at him to move. The deputy admitted he didn't understand the nature of her trickery. It was clear that physical attacks were proving completely useless against her. When questioned about his miasma, Makia reminded him that as a saint, she would only warn him once. She declared she would never lose, but Grom laughed, telling her not to compare him to low-level undead. He claimed this miasma had been personally bestowed upon him by the Overlord himself. He warned her not to think she could simply dispel such power with her holy magic. He unleashed the dark energy, directing it straight at her, and shouted, "Farewell, little girl!" But what happened next left Henry in a state of absolute shock. Makia didn't just repel Grom's concentrated miasma. She completely neutralized the other undead in the vicinity as well. The boy was baffled, wondering what was happening. He could no longer sense the presence of the undead. The girl merely grinned maliciously. He wondered if this was truly the work of holy magic. No, this was far too strange. Suddenly he spotted Grom lying on the floor in pieces. He cried out for his comrade and rushed to his side. At that moment, the protagonist looked up, his expression filled with concern. Luciana asked him if he was feeling nervous about the situation. He insisted he was calm, but she noticed him trembling and asked why he was shaking. His hands betrayed the chills that were currently racking his body. The protagonist replied, "No, this is different." Luciana wondered if he was afraid to fight, assuring him she could protect the capital on her own. The MC refused, placing his full trust in Grom and Henry to handle the situation. Yet, despite his confidence, a lingering sense of dread began to creep in. At that moment, Henry rushed over to check on his fallen comrade, Grom. He was horrified by what he saw. The man looked absolutely battered. Panicking, he asked if he'd survive, but Grom simply barked at him, telling him to back off and leave him the hell alone. This wasn't what they expected. Their opponent was proving to be a monster. He knew he had to be cautious, but suddenly he felt a crushing impact. A heavy, devastating blow slammed directly into his chest. As she continued her assault, Henry struggled just to remain on his feet, cursing his own arrogance as he tried to regain his composure. He had gravely underestimated her, and the searing pain was becoming unbearable. It turned out his brother was right. She was an incredibly formidable foe. He wondered if this relentless offense was actually her defense. She lunged again, but this time he was ready and barely managed to evade the strike. Makia then unleashed a lethal flurry of attacks that forced him back. Scrambling to survive, Henry realized this defense was unlike anything he'd ever seen. He couldn't even track her movements. This was a total disaster, yet he was awestruck. Caught between terror and excitement, he finally spotted her shadow and loosed an arrow. But just like before, the shot missed completely, leaving him in utter disbelief. So he missed. I see. It's time to shatter that shield. Henry charged her in a desperate head-on assault, but he was violently hurled backward. The girl let out a malicious, mocking cackle as she unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. He slammed into the wall with bone-shattering force, crumpling to the floor. He realized her invisible strikes were incredibly lethal. This battle couldn't be allowed to drag on any longer. Suddenly, he noticed one of her strikes had carved a massive crater into the ground. Leaping to his feet, he gripped his bow and realized he finally saw through her trick. Blood gushed from his wounded hand as he swung it, coating the entire area. Makia gasped in absolute shock. Henry shouted that he could finally see her every move. He lunged at her in a direct, fearless confrontation, narrowly weaving through her once hidden onslaught. Confused and desperate, she demanded to know how he could possibly track her. Henry simply glared back. He had figured it out the moment her strike shattered the floor. Her attacks weren't appearing from thin air. She was using a physical, invisible weapon. By coating the air in blood, he had revealed the shield's true position. Makia was stunned. Had he really used his own blood to track her trajectory? Spitting blood, Henry shouted in realization. He struck again, but her barrier remained impenetrable. The girl sneered, remarking that he fought like a mindless beast. She then erupted into a chilling, sinister laugh. I watched the scene in utter confusion, wondering what was happening. After her fit of laughter, she tauntingly asked him, "So what?" Even if he'd seen through her trick, she dared him to actually land a hit. Henry lunged forward with everything he had, but it was useless. Maki mocked him, noting how his confidence had surged after uncovering her invisible magic, even though he still couldn't land a single blow. "Does he think he's found a way to win? He's a total idiot!" Grom shouted. He told her to stop being so cocky, while she wondered how he was still alive. What an arrogant skeleton. Nothing more than a smudge on a clean canvas. Henry clicked his tongue, his irritation clearly mounting. Makia shrieked at the undead warrior, telling him to just die already. She unleashed a relentless barrage of devastating attacks. Henry rushed forward, putting his own body on the line to shield his friend. His body was riddled with holes like a sieve, causing Brahm to cry out in worry. The protagonist realized that no matter the Holy Wand Kingdom's goals, they had gone too far and provoked the Demon Lord. They weren't foolish enough to underestimate their enemy. They had a calculated plan. He felt confident that no matter the obstacle, Grom and Henry would prevail. Henry promised to handle it, but even he looked down at his own body in utter shock. Grom watched in horror, wondering if the man had finally lost his mind. Henry tried to respond, but his words were hollow, and he seemed completely out of it. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed to the floor as Makia let out a mocking laugh. She sneered at the sight, cackling that a human protecting the undead was utter nonsense. To her, the Demon Lord's army was nothing more than a collection of disgusting, insane freaks. Grom quickly assessed the situation and realized they were on the brink of a total defeat. Henry's wounds were catastrophic, leaving him far too broken to even attempt an escape. Grom asked if he could move, but Henry could only offer a weak apology. Makia screamed for them to just die already. As Grom braced for the end, the atmosphere of the battlefield suddenly shifted. Through the chaos, the thunderous sound of marching boots and war cries echoed across the field. The rest of the Demon Lord's army had arrived in force to rescue their fallen leaders. A warrior shouted to Grom and Henry, reporting that the surrounding threats had been neutralized. With the minions cleared, only the witch remained, and the soldier urged his comrades to charge forward and form a protective wall around their heroes. Makia was stunned, never expecting this desperate turn of events. Snarling, she thrust her magic staff forward and began muttering a dark incantation. She couldn't understand why these undead were throwing themselves at her with such fury. They swarmed from all sides, tearing through her minions, though they couldn't quite breach her defenses. As she shrieked in frustration, Grom desperately ordered an elven healer to stabilize Henry's condition. "Henry!" The elf rushed to the boy's side, urging him to stay calm. Grom then told Henry to take the soldiers and retreat immediately while he held the enemy off. The boy refused, shouting that he wouldn't leave Grom to die alone. He vowed to stay with him. His deputy snapped at him irritably, asking if he'd lost his mind. He needed to protect his soldiers, as that was his primary duty. Grom insisted he couldn't move, but he could still stall her. This was their best chance to escape. As the healer finished his work, Henry finally relented. Gripping his head, he agreed to lead the retreat, but warned Grom not to dare die. Grom let out a sinister chuckle, assuring the boy that he wouldn't be dispatched so easily. He told Henry to get moving with the soldiers already. Henry turned to his men and commanded a full retreat. He then signaled to the healer and told him to follow closely. As the boy began leading his warriors away, Grom turned his attention back to the battlefield. Addressing the Holy Maiden, the undead unleashed his miasma, declaring himself her opponent. Makia laughed, asking if he'd gone mad. She was tired of repeating that an undead could never defeat her. Grom told her to shut her mouth. To him, she was no stronger than an average mage, which is why his master chose him for this fight. The girl scoffed, realizing he was just another arrogant idiot. She warned him one last time. Her spells weren't mere magic, they were divine. With those words, she slammed her staff onto the ground with authority. At that moment, the elf assured Henry, who was supporting his wounded comrade, that they weren't being followed. The boy chuckled, noting that the elf's concealment magic was top-notch and that he was glad they were allies. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the holy energy radiating from Makia was becoming suffocating for the undead. Makia mockingly asked Grom if simply being near her was painful, as she was draped in a massive aura of holy light. No creature of the night could hope to touch her, and she was genuinely impressed that he hadn't turned to ash yet. She admitted that anyone else would have been vaporized by now, but declared that his end was finally here. The girl delivered a crushing blow, striking with enough force to shatter his physical form. Several of his bones were sent flying through the air as his body began to disintegrate. Grom let out a guttural roar, refusing to fall despite being the Demon Lord's most powerful subordinate. With a surge of desperation, he raised his right hand to unleash the full extent of his remaining power. He lunged at her with the final, devastating attack, but his movements were far too slow. Makia deflected the strike with ease, treating the legendary warrior's assault like a mere annoyance. She taunted him, shouting to ask if this pathetic struggle was really all the strongest could muster. With nothing left but a few fragments and a shattered skull, he looked completely defeated. She mockingly praised his tenacity, even comparing his grit to Henry's impressive performance. As Grom stared in utter bewilderment, she laughed, calling the demon generals nothing more than overrated celebrities. She had expected the Demon King's inner circle to be monsters, but now she was having second thoughts. If this was the best they had to offer, then the Demon Lord himself was likely a complete joke. Instead of trembling, Grom gathered the last of his energy and erupted into a fit of mocking laughter. A bit taken aback, Makia narrowed her eyes and asked what he could possibly find so funny. "How amusing," the undead mocked, claiming she was no match for his master. He erupted into laughter, but the girl simply dismissed him as a pathetic loser. She decided she'd heard enough and prepared to end his life right then and there. With a cold gaze, she delivered another devastating, crushing strike. As he faded, the deputy silently apologized to his master, wishing he could have served him longer. He desperately wanted to see their shared dream realized, but his journey was ending here, or so he thought. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against Makia's shoulder. Startled, she turned to find the protagonist demanding to know what she was doing with his subordinate. Confused and irritated, the girl demanded to know who the hell this newcomer even was. Moments earlier, the protagonist had noted to Luciana that the others were taking far too long. Worried that the enemy might be too powerful, he decided to check on Henry and Grom personally. Reaching into the magical sphere containing Claire's remains, he silently asked for her permission to wield her legendary weapon. The magic sword was more than just a tool. It was a precious memento of their past. This was the same blade that had once slain the Demon Lord and the hero, yet it looked deceptively ordinary. Fate itself seemed to draw him toward the steel, an instinctual pull he simply couldn't ignore. Luciana watched him go, teasingly remarking on how much of a warrior he was. Urging him to hurry, she watched as the protagonist vanished into a flash of light. Activating the teleporter, he materialized instantly within the city walls. The transition was jarring, making him feel as though his entire body was being sliced by a searing hot knife, but he pushed through the agony. Moving felt nearly impossible, as if invisible shackles bound his very limbs. He recognized the source: holy magic. The concentration of divine energy in this city far surpassed even that of the forest of world trees. The sheer scale was staggering. He couldn't think of a single mage capable of wielding such power. Even a dozen high-level casters working in unison couldn't produce a spell of this magnitude. Such a ritual would require immense preparation. Amidst the pressure, his thoughts turned to Grom. He could sense his subordinate's aura nearby, confirming that he was still present. Standing before the girl, Dwight demanded to know her identity, mirroring her own curiosity. She introduced herself as Makia Lin Midi Toltea, a saint tasked with purging the world of the undead. Dwight was stunned. Could this frail girl truly be the source of all this energy? It defied the laws of ordinary magic. She was radiating this power passively, without even expending a single drop of mana. This was no mere human. She was a being straight out of the legends in the divine tales. Makia then turned the question back on him, asking for his identity. Dwight gave a blunt, chilling response. He was the Demon Lord. The girl sighed in disappointment, noting the battered skeleton at his feet looked more like a demon lord than he did. Despite his current state, Grom had fought with a terrifying and unrelenting bloodlust. Dwight looked down at Grom, who weakly acknowledged his master's call. Knowing Grom's incredible regenerative powers, Dwight knew he'd recover as long as he wasn't pulverized, praising his endurance. Dwight refocused on Makia, who seemed eager to finish her work so she could finally get some rest. She politely asked him to just die already so she could finish her duty. Without another word, she unleashed a devastating, high-powered blow toward him. As the smoke from the devastating blast finally cleared, the saint was stunned to realize her target had completely vanished. She mocked him, claiming the demon lord had fled like a coward. But the scene shifts. Nearby, the elf pleaded with Captain Henry to stay focused, asking for his forgiveness. The elf feared that if Lord Grom fell and the saint caught their trail, they would all be slaughtered where they stood. Suddenly, Henry burst into a dark laughter, leaving the elf bewildered by his sudden amusement. Henry chuckled, wondering what kind of face that arrogant saint would make once she finally met their true master. He looked toward the sky, placing his faith in their lord. And right on cue, Dwight descended among them. He arrived carrying Grom's remains, and the warriors erupted in a chorus of joyful cheers. Dwight noted their use of a concealment spell, praising their tactical wisdom in staying hidden. The weary warriors looked up in hope, asking if he had finally come to lead them. Surveying his battered troops, the protagonist expressed his genuine relief that they were all still breathing. A broken Grom immediately bowed, offering a sincere apology for his failure. Dwight brushed it off, acknowledging that the enemy was simply beyond their current strength. He asked for their forgiveness for his late arrival, promising to handle the remaining threats himself. Henry also apologized for the messy situation, but Dwight cut him off, simply telling the captain how glad he was that he had survived the onslaught. Henry reported that while the undead were wiped out and the elves remained, no one was mortally wounded. Dwight commended him, affirming that he had done an incredible job as their captain. Henry laughed and offered his thanks, asking if Dwight would be up for a drink once they returned. The protagonist quipped that it was unlikely an undead like himself could even stomach a beverage. Henry stared back with a brief moment of uncharacteristic gravity. Then, breaking into a laugh, he remarked that Dwight was truly in his element. Turning his attention to Luciana, Dwight checked to see if she could still hear his voice. His loyal assistant confirmed she was listening, ready to receive his final orders. He told her he was moving the army to the castle and tasked her with tending to the wounded. He was placing his trust in her, while Luciana pleaded for him to return safe and sound. Dwight couldn't help but think that if he hadn't hesitated, the situation wouldn't have turned so grim. He knew the weight of this responsibility rested solely on his shoulders. He promised her he'd return the moment his grim task was finally complete. Dwight then refocused his attention on Makia, launching a sudden assault. However, her formidable defenses easily withstood the force of his blow. She mocked him, claiming she thought he had already tucked tail and fled. But Dwight wasn't that weak. He had simply waited for the rest of his troops to retreat. It was clear she was indifferent to the army. Her only goal was slaying the demon lord. Noticing his wandering thoughts, the girl grew irritated that he was ignoring her. To her, such arrogance was far too brazen for a lowly mere undead. She lunged at him with a lethal strike, but the protagonist was prepared. He instantly conjured a powerful layer of defensive magic to nullify her attack. Makia's strike slipped right through his guard. He recalled Henry's warning about her dual affinity magic. First, she manipulated dense, heavy objects, and second, she used magic to render them invisible. He'd hoped his general could handle it, and our hero agreed. Activating his perception magic, the protagonist prepared to unveil the truth. With his vision sharpened, he finally revealed her hidden weapons, massive iron chains. Makia declared that times had changed, and it was time for him to join his predecessor in the grave. She vowed to dismantle the very empire the Demon King had sacrificed everything to build. With effortless grace, the protagonist shattered, every single chain using his enchanted blade. Stunned, she realized he could repel her divine magic. He was truly a monster. Meanwhile, the MC pondered the term divine magic. It was a new concept to him, but he sensed these chains shared a similar nature to weapons forged from miasma. These chains used layered metal and air gaps, a technique so precise that ordinary attacks only scratched the surface. No wonder Henry couldn't break through them. Addressing her by her full name, the protagonist admitted he knew her reputation. Though she's the symbol of the Holy Rod Kingdom, she's nothing more than a puppet for corrupt politicians. She stared in shock as he continued, noting her magic was unparalleled. But what was the source of such overwhelming power? The answer was simple: absolute control. At that moment, repressed memories began to resurface. Within the girl's mind, she remembered her father, visiting her in a hidden chamber to deliver a grim message. Her time had finally come. At the time, she didn't fully understand. She couldn't understand why she was standing before such a massive crowd. Why were all these strangers shouting praises at her? Confused, she turned to Harold and asked who all these people were, while Harold firmly held the heavy chain that kept Makia bound. He explained they were the citizens of the Holy Kingdom. all gathered to see their newest saint. The young girl could hardly believe what she was hearing. Harold sighed, asking if she had even been listening to Professor Bennett's lessons. She sheepishly apologized to her father as he began to explain their history. He told her that once every few years, a child is born in their country, possessing an incredibly rare and powerful form of holy magic. For generations, these chosen few have protected the kingdom to ensure everyone lives in peace. In their history, only women have ever held this power. They are the saints, and she was the latest. Rattling the chains on her legs, Makia asked if she was really replacing the saint who died. Makia asked with wide-eyed wonder, "Does that mean I'm strong?" Harold confirmed it, but added that she still had the potential to become much stronger. Since she was still just a child, she didn't yet know how to contain her massive power. She was forced to wear these chains to keep her magic from spiraling out of control. She complained that they hurt her while she slept, but Harold told her to endure it and obey. If she did, he promised that one day, she would have the power to change the world. They bid each other goodnight, and, as he prepared to leave, he offered a stern reminder. He wasn't dad, he was father, demanding a level of formal respect. Quickly correcting her manners, the girl told him she loved him regardless. Every morning, Alice removed her chains, prompting Makia to ask why her father was seen so rarely. The maid simply claimed he was too busy, but when asked where he was at that moment, Alice remained silent. Makia realized that no matter the question, the maid responded with cold disinterest. It seemed she had been strictly ordered not to form any attachment to the girl. During Professor Bennett's lessons, Makia struggled to stay awake as the topics became increasingly complex. Her head grew heavy with exhaustion, yet the professor never scolded her for drifting off. Whenever she expressed a desire to visit the library, she was barred from entering, despite her pleas to see the books. The answer was always a firm no. Between the tedious lessons and her strained conversations with Alice, her life had become a repetitive bore. However, one day Makia made a startling discovery. Her chains had finally broken. For the first time ever, the shackles around her neck snapped under her own strength. She recalled her father's warning that the chains were necessary to keep her magic from spiraling out of control. Driven by a new sense of wonder, she raised her hand to summon her true power. Out of pure curiosity, she decided to finally test her magical capabilities. But despite her efforts, not a single spark of magic emerged. She remembered Harold's stories about how a legendary user of holy magic is born only once every few years. Looking at her empty palms, she realized she certainly wasn't the chosen one. She peeked out of the room, finding the hallway completely deserted. Slinking out of her quarters, she made her way to the library, where she began leafing through the archives. As she scanned the books, she questioned her own identity. The next morning, she asked Alice to see her father, but the maid claimed he was far too occupied. Undeterred, Makia pressed her, asking about her mother. Alice, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, could only stammer in shock. Makia confessed she'd never seen her mother and begged for the truth, but a pale Alice refused. The girl then demanded to know why the library's history contradicted everything Professor Bennet had taught her. Stunned that Makia had even accessed the library, Alice watched as the girl unleashed a barrage of questions. Why was she a prisoner? Why was she chained every single night? Unable to endure the interrogation, Alice snapped and turned to her, asking why she hadn't just fled. If she knew the truth, why was she still here? With a trembling hand, the maid offered her a blade and urged the girl to take it, insisting it wasn't too late to make her escape. In that instant, the realization hit. Alice was the one who had been loosening her chains all along. The maid had defied Harold to give her a fighting chance, but Makia was unaware she was being watched. She realized she was merely a pawn, and her one opportunity for freedom had already been snatched away. Her father brutally executed Alice right before her eyes before lunging forward. He seized her by the hair, snarling that she was a disobedient child and that it was time for her to return to her room. The next morning arrived with a heavy silence. Her guard arrived shortly after, coldly announcing it was time for her lessons to resume. But with a hollow gaze, the girl simply replied that she no longer cared for her education. He seized her by the chains and dragged her along, stating he'd follow orders even if he had to haul her across the floor. Later in class, the professor asked if anything had happened the previous day. She replied that she couldn't remember a thing. Bennett questioned her. Really? Makia shrugged it off, guessing nothing serious had occurred. Sensing the tension, the teacher suggested ending the lesson early, but Makia, gripping a knife hidden beneath her desk, she thanked the teacher and stood up. She then coldly told the professor to stop playing games with her. She definitely slit that guard's throat, the teacher realized in horror. Trembling with fear, the woman gasped as the girl leveled a blade at her. Makia demanded to know the truth. Who were the saints really? Bennett told her to sit down, admitting this would be a very long conversation. She confessed everything. Makia was surprised by her honesty, having expected to pry for information. The teacher dropped a bombshell. Makia was just an ordinary person with absolutely no special powers. In the entire history of the kingdom, there had never actually been a saint. Saints were merely puppets for the government to control the masses. The kingdom was only united by the belief in her divine exceptionalism. Her family had maintained this lie for centuries to keep their grip on power. They simply chose a servant's daughter to be a saint, locking her away and using brainwashing spells. The woman concluded that Makia was nothing more than a normal girl. Now that she knew the dark truth, the teacher warned she would never escape her family's shadow. Under his absolute control, her father had issued a final ultimatum, leaving her cornered and broken. Even if she told him the truth, he would simply escalate his cruelty. Harold brutally beat his daughter, demanding that she continue to follow his every command. If she dared to refuse, he threatened to kill her and simply find a new saint to replace her. Faced with a choice between a miserable life or a swift death, the girl answered him weakly, whispering that she would obey. Collapsed alone on the cold floor, she realized that the man she once called her father had become a monster. He intended to rule her through pure terror, and she no longer had the strength to resist. She turned to Alice, whispering that she was the only person in this mansion who truly loved her. She wondered if she would see her again in the afterlife as she prayed to God, begging him to kill her and finally free her from these hateful shackles. After a moment, something shifted. She didn't know why it was happening, but she no longer cared. A surge of overwhelming holy magic erupted, and she was certain this power was emanating from deep within her. She let out an ominous laugh and exclaimed, "God, you're the one who granted me this power, right?" Meanwhile, her father and his subordinates were busy discussing their next move. They concluded that while the Empire had collapsed, the Demon Lord's army must be weakened. Wasn't now the time to strike? Attack? Harold scoffed. No, they lacked a weapon capable of slaying the Demon Lord. They had to wait for the perfect moment. But at that very second, Makia violently burst into the meeting room, a chilling look in her eyes as she whispered, "Found you." The girl locked eyes with her father and coldly asked him if he was ready to die. Surveying the hall, she gazed upon the lifeless bodies littering the floor. "Oh my, why did they all die?" she mused, before vowing to honor her family's dark legacy. She declared she'd rule in their stead, slay the Demon Lord, and save the world. Then, she fell silent. To our protagonist, this felt like a twisted fairy tale. Under normal circumstances, he'd dismiss it as a blatant lie, but the cold reality before him told a different story. Take the hero Reed, for instance, who gained the Holy Sword's power in an instant for reasons even he couldn't grasp. This girl, with her newly awakened power, lived only to destroy the Demon Lord. Now, he was certain, his true enemy was fate itself. In a flash, he vanished from her sight. He landed on a nearby windowsill and peered inside, spotting people in the room. He saw a pair of parents with their child, but their bodies were disturbingly emaciated. Before he could process what that meant, the sudden heavy clanking of chains echoed through the air. He leaped away just as Makia let out a piercing shout. He realized running was futile as he scrambled to break her line of sight. But her relentless chains pursued him. To pull this off, he'd need a high-level divine seal. Ordinary magic was child's play compared to this divine power. If he were caught in a concentrated blast of her magic, he would likely perish instantly, without even a chance to restore his soul. He knew the entire city was now encased in holy magic, meaning ensuring the miasma from the Valley of the Dead couldn't reach him. This meant he had to avoid high-cost spells. For the first time, he was forced to fight, while strictly conserving his mana, putting him at a severe disadvantage. It felt as if the world itself was trying to purge him, but something was off. Makia taunted him, but waiting for her to exhaust her mana would be a fatal mistake. That moment would never come. The girl's relentless strikes were obliterating everything caught in her chains, leaving only death in her wake. While he focused on retreating, innocent lives were being snuffed out. Despite the long battles, she showed no fatigue. Was this a hero's resolve? No, she was different. She possessed an endless well of magical energy, much like his own miasma. As he evaded her again, a sudden realization struck him. Faint traces of magic are nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. But inside one of the houses, he spotted a strange magical aura. Crashing through the roof, he found several people collectively channeling their energy. His suspicions were confirmed. Seeing him, the people recoiled and screamed, in absolute terror. The Demon King, a short time later, the protagonist looked over the grim scene he had created. Everyone was dead. Noticing their blackened eyes and withered bodies, the MC finally understood the dark secret behind how Makia's power worked. Seeing the magical energy transfer circle and the grotesque corpses nearby, everything finally clicked. The girl's divine magic was undeniably genuine. Its existence was fueled by the world's innate desire to purge itself. However, the source of that power was a different story entirely. No human could possibly possess the mana required to sustain such magic. It was only achievable by siphoning miasma from the Valley of the Dead, a technique strictly forbidden to mankind. This meant the Holy One and the kingdom soldiers stationed within the city were fueling the girl with energy harvested from local corpses. He detected approximately 3,000 warriors positioned at a calculated distance from the battlefield to solve her mana consumption issues. His next course of action was now obvious. It was a reliable, albeit utterly inhumane, strategy. Regardless of the ethics, he had no other choice. Meanwhile, a furious Maki shouted, wondering if he had moved out of range. What was he scheming? Had he actually fled? No, that was impossible. He was definitely plotting something. She flashed a malicious grin, ready for whatever was coming next. While the enemy enjoyed their twisted fun, the protagonist used his magic to pinpoint everyone who was supplying the girl with mana and mercilessly cut them down. Step by step, person by person, he moved through the crowd. He had eliminated 2,000 people aiding Makia. And, as he exited the final house, he sensed his enemies were lying in wait. The protagonist immediately activated his shield. At that exact moment, his foes launched their desperate attack. After dispatching the first, he saw the crazed eyes of a second attacker charging toward him, preparing a suicide strike. The MC was stunned. Was this man really going to blow himself up? That was exactly the plan. The fanatic intended to take the protagonist with him to the grave, but he was the only casualty. When the explosion occurred, the protagonist, safe inside his protective sphere, was launched into the air. He looked down at his enemies writhing in agony and drowning in their own blood. A sudden wave of self-loathing hit him. He no longer dared to call himself a hero. That night, he had slaughtered thousands with a single blade, losing the right to condemn the Holy Rod Kingdom for their carnage. Using the sword that slew the demon lord and the skills Claire taught him, he had mercilessly taken countless lives. This was abnormal. Perhaps he was finally losing his mind. He obsessively questioned himself as his body decayed and his spirit withered away. Yet the agony persisted. He had likely descended into madness, unable to even gauge his own state. Within that insanity, only a single absolute truth remained clear. He had a purpose, and he was driven to fulfill it at any cost. He couldn't afford to stop, and he certainly wouldn't surrender now. His own sanity was a secondary concern compared to his mission. After slaughtering the last of his foes, our protagonist felt his blood-soaked robes grow heavy. He could no longer sense any life nearby. Makia stood her ground, surrounded by her remaining subordinates. She watched in horror as she realized the protagonist had completely decimated her elite soldiers. In a desperate move, she rallied the survivors to her side. She commanded them to hold formation and funnel their mana into her. She then ordered them to incinerate anyone left outside their perimeter. Looking toward the sky, she screamed. She demanded the Demon King stop hiding and reveal himself immediately. High above, standing on a nearby rooftop, he calmly raised his hand toward her. Electric sparks crackled from his fingertips as he spoke. Granting her wish, he manifested as she lashed out with her chains, shouting, "There he is!" Our protagonist realized he wouldn't be able to take her down at this pace. There was no longer any need to hold back his mana. He had only one objective left: to slaughter every single person gathered on this battlefield, gracelessly snatching away their fleeting lives. He realized this place was a living hell, and he stood at the very epicenter of the chaos. She circled him, mockingly apologizing for the long delay. As he desperately surrounded himself with defensive barriers, he lunged at her soldiers, but she let out a malicious cackle and attacked him with overwhelming force, shattering his defenses instantly. The MC was stunned. His automatic spell block, had it really been dispelled? He couldn't fathom how she was doing this. His magic was being dismantled. She was tearing through his spells even more effectively than her binding chains. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he couldn't even manifest his miasma in this zone. If that was the case, his only option was to cut down every soldier surrounding him while maintaining a safe distance from her deadly chains. The plan was simple. Utterly simple. He had to annihilate every single enemy in his sight. Suddenly, a soldier screamed for him to die. Our protagonist narrowly evaded the lethal blow, causing the attacker to impale his own comrade instead. The MC smirked, calling it excellent. In a chaotic crowd like this, it was impossible to strike him without hitting an ally. They couldn't afford to hesitate. Once a man panics over a fallen comrade, he loses his edge. To survive, he had to be prepared for sacrifice and steel his resolve. Otherwise, he'd never land the killing blow. He had to stay brave. With those words, he struck with such overwhelming force that half of the city was instantly leveled. Dwight realized that this single devastating blow had wiped out the enemy's main force. As a warrior begged for mercy, Dwight looked upon the carnage. This was a total massacre, and the Holy Rod Kingdom's soldiers were being slaughtered. With their morale shattered, a desperate attempt to escape was only a matter of time, but he wasn't about to let them flee. These soldiers were the source of Makia's power. So he engulfed the city in a sea of flames, declaring that these men had nowhere left to run. The survivors knew their end was near. They would either burn or suffocate. Meanwhile, Luvia told Luciana that the capital's healers were at the mansion treating the wounded. Luciana thanked her, knowing she was dependable. Luvia was honored to help, but noticed Luciana looked exhausted. She urged her to rest, but Luvia insisted she could keep working. But since she insisted, she would. As dawn approached, Luciana realized several hours had passed since the Demon Lord left. No battle involving him had ever dragged on so long. She clutched her pendant to her chest and thought of her lord. Meanwhile, the protagonist waded through a sea of corpses. Every step was a grim reminder of the death he left in his wake. In that moment, he realized the crushing weight of his sins. Then, he heard furious voices and wondered in shock. Had anyone actually survived the blast? As a lone warrior approached, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. His body was instantly snared by a spectral chain that pierced the air, wrapping itself tightly around the protagonist's arm. Dwight stared in confusion, struggling to understand the trap. Had she really been heartless enough to use her own soldiers as bait? Mikia stepped out from the shadows and shouted with cold conviction. To achieve true victory, she claimed, one must always be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. With a flick of her wrist, she whipped the chain, and the MC was sent hurtling through the air. Dwight groaned in agony, unable to break the bind. She mocked him, stating her chains would never release their undead prey. This was the end, the Demon Lord's total surrender. She launched a barrage of additional chains at him, and the protagonist was forced to make a gruesome choice, severing his own arm. Tearing himself free from the shackles, he narrowly avoided the follow-up. Mikia gasped, shocked that he would mutilate himself just to escape. Impressive, she sneered. But you've already pushed yourself to the absolute limit. Dwight quickly teleported to a safe distance to recover. He felt an immense weight pressing down on his body. While it seemed like divine magic, his mana was depleting at an impossible rate. There was no trace of an external spell, leaving him to wonder what she was hiding. Retreat wasn't an option. Giving her a moment to recover would be a fatal mistake. She was an awakened, a being whose power was fueled by fate itself. If he faltered for even a second, her abilities would only grow more dangerous. He took a deep, steadying breath and made his choice. He had to end her life right here and now. Channeling energy into his sword, he issued a final warning. Her army was gone, and now it was her turn to fall. Suddenly, Mikia appeared right beside him, catching him completely off guard. She let out a chilling laugh, taunting his confidence with a single question. The protagonist was baffled. He was certain he had already killed every soldier that acted as the catalyst for her divine strength. "Did you truly think I'd be as weak as a normal human?" she mocked. She saw right through him as he struggled to understand how she still maintained such a massive reservoir of mana. She laughed again, sensing his desperate train of thought. With a twisted smile, she revealed that all this mana was actually his. And in that moment, the grim reality of his situation finally dawned on him. Mikia explained that the chains were siphoning his energy, draining his very essence as they tightly bound his arm. Dwight realized his initial attack hadn't just failed. The spell had vanished, because she had devoured it. Mocking him, she called him a fool for trying so desperately to eliminate her army and strip away her advantage, only to fall into her trap. His mana was immense, far more than she could ever harvest from commoners. With no strength left, the Demon Lord was beaten. As she prepared to offer his soul to the heavens, her staff surged with energy, summoning a massive web of chains. Dwight had to admit it, she was strong enough to slay a king. But he wasn't just any Demon Lord. He was Dwight. He recalled Claire's words during their recent training. She had pushed him to go again, and he complied, channeling his remaining power to manifest a massive boulder. Claire immediately lunged at the target, obliterating it in a matter of mere seconds. Looking back at him, she proudly asked if he had witnessed her incredible feat. Dwight was stunned. Her movement was so blindingly fast that he couldn't track a single strike. Claire noted that she had successfully landed 125 hits. Great progress, but she wouldn't stop until she hit 300. She demanded another rock, but Dwight hesitated, questioning if he even had the mana. Claire simply smiled, insisting that this was his chance to grow stronger too. This is what he needs right now. Even if he can't use mana, even if his body is depleted, there is one thing that will allow him to fight on. The unrivaled sword technique of the strongest hero in history. Our protagonist activated his weapon and dared Mikia to attack. What happened next left the girl in absolute disbelief. His speed was beyond comprehension, leaving her frozen in pure bewilderment. "This can't be!" she cried as he lunged forward, slicing through her reinforced chains with lightning-fast precision. Mikia simply couldn't understand where this sudden surge of power was coming from. Who was this man? As the protagonist shredded her defenses and closed in, she screamed, demanding to know what kind of monster he was. Ignoring her fear, he closed the distance with deadly intent and, while shattering her final shackles, he finally spoke. He told her that people once called him a sage. Makia gasped in shock. Had she heard him correctly? Before she could react, he struck her with enough force to send her flying. He stayed on her heels, delivering a follow-up strike that pinned her to the ground. He claimed he wanted a world where people lived in peace, but the irony was thick. He was paving that path with the corpses of everyone he had slain. Clutching her wounds, Makia asked if he was even human. The protagonist confirmed his identity, but the girl wasn't finished. Standing tall, she pressed him further, mocking his status as a sage. If he truly holds that title, does he feel no guilt for the lives he's taken? She gestured toward the fallen, demanding to know how he justifies the slaughter. He let out a dry chuckle, admitting his soul weeps, but he has no choice but to move forward. She smirked, asking if he was just making excuses, claiming the world would be better off without him. She reminded him that a girl once slew the demon lord, and if she kills him now, the people will hail her as a legendary heroine. The protagonist just scoffed at her. A heroine? He repeated mockingly. Makia glared, sensing his sudden shift in tone. Something about her words struck a nerve, and he exploded in a fit of rage. He barked that she wasn't even remotely worthy of such a prestigious title. She lashed out with her chains again, but he sliced through them effortlessly. Frustrated and terrified, she screamed for him to stay away from her. It was useless. The protagonist continued to shred every chain she summoned. He noticed the chains were shortening, realizing she was finally running out of mana. The energy she stole was depleting, and Makia was beginning to spiral into a panic. She couldn't understand how this was happening as she desperately readied her weapon. She lunged forward again, but the protagonist's speed was on a different level. He instantly severed the remaining chains and delivered a crushing blow. He thought it was finished, but the girl desperately tried to mount one last attack. She struck again, but he instantly severed the fingers on her casting hand. She shrieked in agony and collapsed to the floor. Dwight looked down at her, pitying the pathetic end of one of this era's heroes. If only she had actually practiced magic, she could have cast spells without relying on stolen mana. She might have even defeated him and truly earned the title of Holy Heroine. But her baseless arrogance led her to madness. Blinded by power and glory, she never bothered to master her own abilities before invading his domain, the ultimate cause of her defeat. Suddenly, she burst into a mad laughter. Dwight wondered why she was laughing. Did she really think she could defeat him now? Amidst her cackling, she finally spoke. In a distorted voice, she admitted defeat. There was no way she could ever hope to defeat such a monster. Dwight watched her closely, doubting she would attempt another attack. She looked to be on the verge of tears. Had her spirit finally broken under the pressure? She stared at him and claimed he truly hated humanity and was likely itching to finish her off. He chuckled, but said nothing. In response, irritated, she snapped, asking if he was deaf and accusing him of enjoying the slaughter. Dwight calmly replied that he didn't hate people at all. He only killed when it was absolutely necessary. Makia smirked, telling her to gaze upon the mangled corpses of her fallen soldiers. He ruthlessly executed anyone who dared to flee from the battlefield. He incinerated them with flames of unimaginable intensity. Dwight claimed it was a strategic necessity. He couldn't let them escape since they were the source of her power. Displaying her severed fingers, she mocked his safety excuse, realizing that's why he chose to mutilate her. He could have ended her life in a single blow, but instead he chose to inflict agonizing pain. Dwight remained silent for a long moment before finally responding. He admitted he had no defense. These were merely the echoes of her own bloody past. The girl spoke again, reminding him that he was once a revered sage. Since he intended to kill her anyway, she demanded he answer her one last time. She needed to know the truth behind his descent. How did you become a demon lord, Dwight grinned? He answered calmly, stating that his ultimate goal was peace. By establishing absolute control, he could finally end the cycle of conflict between humans. Makia was stunned, asking if he truly intended to become a global deterrent. She never expected a demon king to harbor such noble, idealistic ambitions. But her shock quickly turned to derision. To her, it was the most idiotic thing she'd ever heard. Her rage boiled over as she accused him of simply finding a righteous excuse for mass murder. He was playing the good guy behind a villainous mask, which she called absolute nonsense. Calling him a coward, she brought up Alice, reminding him of the hatred he once harbored for humanity. Everyone knew the truth. They brought nothing but utter despair. Recalling Claire's brutal end, the protagonist muttered the word despair as Makia pressed on. She claimed that as the Demon King, he had no real desire to stop the cycle of war. Deep down, he only thirsts for revenge, masking his true nature behind a facade of peace. In reality, he constantly resorts to the very violence he claims to despise. The MC remained silent, listening intently as she continued her psychological assault. Claiming to see right through him, she asked if it was finally time to escape his grim reality. Makia exclaimed that she alone could fulfill his dreams, sensing the terror within him. She felt a kindred spirit in him, fueled by the same deep-seated hatred for humanity. Looking at him with mock pity, she called him a pathetic soul who had suffered far too much. When he asked what she was truly after, Makia admitted she couldn't return home after her defeat. Having failed to meet the expectations of her people, she was now an outcast. She suggested that since a trial awaited her, they might as well help each other out. She whispered that only she could truly heal his wounded heart, acting the part of a saint. But while her face showed compassion, her hand was firmly gripped around a hidden knife. She lunged at him with the blade, but the protagonist was faster, moving with lethal precision. He drove his sword through her, dismissing her manipulative lies as nothing but nonsense. She tried to lull him into a false sense of security with her sympathy, but he saw the trap instantly. Makia looked down in utter bewilderment at the cold steel buried in her chest. Gasping for air, she let out a dark chuckle, realizing she had underestimated him. She wasn't destined to kill him, Dwight thought with admiration. Despite the massive gulf in their abilities, she clung to hope. She fought for victory until the very end. Her spirit was unwavering, a determination truly worthy of the title of hero. He finally understood why the world had chosen her, regardless of her perceived lack of talent. Driven by her boundless fighting spirit, the girl found the strength to ask what he truly thought of humanity. Dwight remained silent for a moment before finally answering. He confessed that deep down he hated humans. He simply couldn't forgive them for what they had done to him, or rather to both of them. He tried to suppress the memory, but the pain remained. He was utterly disillusioned with humanity. That's why he claimed humans could never change. That was the sole reason he became the Demon Lord and chose the path of cruelty. He was still human at heart, even after transforming into a deformed member of the undead. He continued to live and think as Dwight. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to change his nature. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge her. Makia's strength was undeniable, but victory belonged to him. He would let her slumber eternally, leaving her regrets behind in defeat. With her last ounce of strength, the girl asked if it was customary to say something positive in a moment like this. She folded her arms across her chest and peacefully breathed her last. Dwight looked down at her, and as he turned to leave, he apologized for being unable to find the right words to say. He realized that he was starting to contradict his own beliefs and perhaps even his own path. He was finally realizing his ultimate ambition as the Demon Lord. He viewed this as atonement for his past sins and his most heinous crimes. A while later, Grom addressed his fellow soldiers with immense pride. He roared to the masses, declaring that the Demon Lord's army had finally triumphed over the Saint. Observing the scene, Dwight reflected on his return to the capital. Grom had practically begged him for every grueling detail regarding the recent battle. Once Dwight shared the story, Grom was overcome with this newfound fanatical fervor. Dwight didn't sense any real danger, though the display left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. A small price to pay for the morale and happiness of his subjects. Following the victory, life remained peaceful, though he knew this tranquility was merely temporary. For now, he simply savored the rare quiet reigning over his land. Utilizing Luciana's vast network of spies, he kept a close eye on the human realms. Her agents were fiercely loyal, making their intel ironclad. Half the capital lay in ruins after the clash with Doldar, but reconstruction was slowly underway. The throne was now held by a nobleman who advocated for total peace, even if their diplomatic stance remained unchanged for now. At this point, Dwight could only hope for the prosperity of this restructured empire. Meanwhile, a new saint emerged in the Holy Rod Kingdom, addressing her desperate people. This girl possessed no actual power, but after Makia's defeat, faith in the government had shattered. Desperate to regain public trust, the leadership scrambled for a symbol, but Dwight had no plans to crush them yet. They likely wouldn't dare move against him, choosing instead to simply observe from a distance. Observing them was enough to see their deep despair. Occasionally, the protagonist recalled Makia's grim words. Even after speaking with her, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Yet he realized a simple truth. If his only goal was revenge, he could have wiped them out in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't his path, all because of Claire. Claire had taught him the value of forgiveness, a lesson he would never allow himself to forget. As he pondered this, his office window was suddenly shattered. A stray object came flying through the glass, cutting his train of thought. Startled, the protagonist wondered what had just happened. Did that projectile really fly all the way here from the training grounds? Looking out the window, Dwight saw Henry training intensely with the other warriors. One of the soldiers was sent reeling after Henry struck him with overwhelming force. The boy tumbled back, groaning that Henry's fist felt like a solid rock compared to his usual strikes. "Hold on, he's just a kid. What kind of victory is that?" one of the onlookers joked. Despite the banter, the warriors admired their captain. Henry warned his opponent to watch his movements carefully. He reminded them that in a real fight, they'd be killed instantly. They had already tasted defeat against Saint Machia. While the Overlord eventually defeated her, Henry asked if they were truly satisfied with that outcome. Floating above in a teleportation circle, Dwight watched Henry's speech. He knew the soldiers felt inadequate. Henry rallied them, shouting that they needed to grow stronger to support the Overlord. Dwight realized this was their first real taste of defeat. While the capital celebrated, the soldiers pushed themselves to their limits. They knew they couldn't stay weak. They had to evolve, for the Demon Lord's army was only getting stronger. Just then he heard Henry's voice ring out, "Come on, Doldar, do it again!" The warrior he was sparring with let out a frustrated growl, demanding he return his head. Dwight leaned in, taking a closer look at the bizarre sight. He burst out laughing and turned to question the young boy, asking what he had done to the poor soldier. Henry insisted it was still Doldar, but Dwight pointed out that something was clearly wrong with his head. The boy giggled, explaining that he had replaced the warrior's head with one from a stuffed animal he found in a noble's mansion, fusing it on with magic. While the warrior fumed, Henry claimed it made him look happier. Grom watched the chaos in disbelief, but Dwight simply told him to let them play. Later, Grom informed Dwight that his throne room had been completely reorganized as the protagonist sat at his desk. Drowning in paperwork, Dwight had grown tired of constantly getting up to retrieve various scrolls and documents. Grom explained he had taken these steps to maximize his master's productivity. A truly brilliant adjustment. Dwight asked if there was other business to attend to, and his deputy confirmed there was. He reminded his master of their upcoming appointment at the lab, which Dwight remembered perfectly. Having witnessed the Empire's scientific advancements firsthand, he had decided to establish a research center in their own capital. The protagonist had entrusted the facility's management to a subordinate with highly specialized knowledge. Today was finally the day for their first official meeting and inspection. Dwight rose from his chair and invited Grom to follow him. Taken aback, Grom asked if he planned on using teleportation to get there instantly. However, the protagonist replied that he was suddenly in the mood for a stroll through the city. He asked his deputy to join him on the walk. Grom cheered joyfully, suggesting a casual stroll with the Overlord. Naturally, Dwight agreed to the request. Accompanied by Grom, he headed outside to walk through the lively streets. Dwight observed a city in full swing, with merchants hawking their wares and residents busy with their daily lives. No one even paid them any mind, which Dwight noted was proof of the city's healthy development. He also noticed a significant increase in the number of demi-humans residing in the capital. Grom explained that more and more people had been flocking to their cause lately. Those who once suffered from discrimination and poverty now supported the Demon Lord, viewing him as their savior. Dwight felt he didn't deserve such high praise, but he admitted the capital was definitely short-handed. He was glad to see that no one seemed bothered by racial differences, and Grom wholeheartedly agreed. Dwight realized this walk was the right call. Staying cooped up in the mansion had made him overlook these small details. Grom was moved, praising his lord for finding such profound wisdom in an ordinary stroll. He believed that every king in this world could learn a thing or two from Dwight's leadership. The Demon Lord chuckled as his deputy's unwavering positivity managed to calm his nerves. He had been plagued by anxiety lately, largely because Grom had barely survived the brutal battle with Micah. He was just relieved he had managed to save him. However, he preferred not to dwell on it. At that moment, 3 villagers approached Grom to thank him for his incredible cooking, begging him to visit them again soon. Grom snapped at them for their rudeness, demanding they show respect to the Demon Lord standing right before them. The citizens never expected him to walk their streets, and Dwight was surprised by their warm reception. He wondered what they were so grateful for, as Grom sheepishly looked away. The deputy replied humbly, claiming it was nothing special. It turns out he frequently patrols the city, stopping by various shops to help the residents with their chores and cooking. Dwight knew that as an undead, Grom never tired, but he never imagined his tireless nature being used for community service. Dwight admitted he had no idea his subjects were struggling, and thanked Grom for his initiative, leaving the deputy flustered. Telling his lord not to mention it, the deputy bid the villagers farewell as they waved back with genuine joy. Dwight noticed that his subjects weren't intimidated by Grom's skeletal appearance, which made sense, considering how much he had helped them. However, when those same locals looked at Dwight, he saw only fear and anxiety in their eyes, and he understood why. As a demon lord, he was a harbinger of destruction, but he didn't want his presence to crush the people's morale. He knew he couldn't become a beloved ruler overnight, but he desperately wanted to bridge the gap. Because of this, the protagonist turned to his loyal subordinate and asked for advice on how he could finally earn his subjects' trust. Grom could hardly believe his ears. His Dark Lord was actually seeking his counsel on such a personal matter. Dwight continued, admitting that he had never been good at communicating with others, even when he was alive. After a moment of silent reflection, Grom finally spoke up. In that case, why don't you just try talking to them directly? He reminded Dwight that to these people, their capital is a sanctuary. He provided a sanctuary for countless creatures who had lost their homes, many of whom feared they wouldn't see another dawn. To these lost souls, the Overlord had become a singular, shining ray of hope. Among his many subjects, there were countless who yearned for just a moment to speak with him. Dwight questioned this doubtfully, wondering if his people truly felt that way about him. Grom nodded firmly, confirming that his presence alone was enough to inspire the masses. Grom even suggested he try cooking to win them over. But Dwight joked that his food was barely edible, though his deputy insisted he was just being modest. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Luciana, who called out in a fit of surprise, her voice filled with bewilderment as she asked why her overlord was wandering around with a bag of bones. Grom snorted pompously, claiming the overlord specifically chose his company, while Dwight muttered that he said no such thing as Grom cursed the damn succubus. Luciana ignored the skeleton entirely, asking her master to ditch the chatterbox and take her on a date instead. Grom exploded in a rage, shouting that their ruler valued him far more, and that she had lost this rivalry a long time ago. Dwight stepped in to settle the dispute, calmly stating they had no time for games and needed to keep moving. Luciana sighed in disappointment, admitting she had duties of her own to attend to, promising they would go on that date another time. Dwight informed his deputy that he would accompany him for the scheduled inspection, and a delighted Grom promised to assist him in any way possible. After walking for a short while, the pair finally reached their destination. Grom came to a halt and informed the Overlord that they had arrived. As the two allies stepped through the entrance, the laboratory staff immediately dropped what they were doing to bow respectfully. They greeted the duo with the utmost reverence, welcoming them to the facility. The staff explained they had been expecting them, while an automated device began scanning both of their mana signatures for clearance. Once the procedure was complete, the heavy security gates slowly ground open for them. Inside, they were greeted by Natasha Luka, who welcomed them warmly to her sanctum. She explained that the gate they just passed was unique, designed to scan a guest's specific mana signature. It only grants access to those registered in the database, before she officially welcomed the Overlord to her lab. Our protagonist recalled that Natasha was once a brilliant Imperial researcher who specialized in magical properties. However, her obsession with forbidden spells led to her being stripped of her rank and exiled from the Empire. Even as the guards dragged her away, she screamed that she only wanted to continue her research. Seeing her potential, he eventually summoned her to his mansion and offered her a position in his army. He asked if she understood the weight of that choice, and she replied that she didn't care if she became an enemy. Even if the whole world turned against her, she just wanted to work. Thus, he made her his head of research. He provided her with every resource imaginable, though he knew she was a complete eccentric. She eagerly asked where they should begin the tour, noting she had already analyzed the stolen blueprints. She offered to show off the Imperial weapon prototypes, but the protagonist told her those could wait. Natasha quickly apologized for her excitement, realizing she had nearly forgotten their primary objective. She pivoted immediately, ready to show him exactly what he had originally requested to see. He instructed her to lead the way, bringing Grom along to witness the results. Grom was visibly perplexed by the secrecy, but the protagonist assured him that everything would be clear soon. However, he did offer a grim warning. What they were about to see wouldn't be a pleasant sight. As they stepped into the heart of the laboratory, Grom let out a gasp of pure shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before them stood a collection of ghouls and monsters. They were met with mountains of corpses and massive vats filled with preserved creatures. These grisly sights filled the room, while ghouls and rotting remains were locked behind bars. Dwight confirmed the grim reality, explaining these were the bodies of spies who infiltrated the capital. The deputy was horrified, asking if he was actually conducting experiments on living people. Is he truly willing to do anything for his dream? Our protagonist confirmed his goal was to master the art of bringing the dead back to life. Grom then asked if this obsession was all because of Claire, and the MC somberly confirmed that it was. He is desperate to resurrect her, though some believe she might actually reject him. Others think his mental state has simply fractured. Regardless of the reason, he lacks the power to revive her on his own, so he's been forced to find an alternative path. Protagonist turned to Grom and suggested that he probably views the man as nothing more than a naive and desperate fool. But the deputy disagreed, claiming he's ready to sacrifice absolutely everything to make his impossible dream a reality. The protagonist thanked him for the insight. Natasha then chimed in, apologizing for the interruption, but suggesting he might want to hear the specifics of her research. The MC encouraged her to share her findings, and she excitedly explained that she's currently focusing her efforts in 2 directions, reverting the undead back into humans and the ultimate goal of true resurrection. However, she admitted that the current results are far from encouraging. Countless spells exist in this world, yet history records no instance of the dead returning as humans. At least not as true humans. She's tested endless potions and incantations, but nothing has succeeded. Dwight understands that simply reanimating a corpse into the undead is far from true resurrection. Those subjected to such spells become entirely different creatures. There is a fundamental divide between the two, and regardless of how hard he tries, his current powers are simply incapable of restoring true life. Regardless, he is fully prepared to sponsor years of intensive research. It will demand immense time and resources, but the potential results are worth the investment. After examining the test subjects, Dwight told Natasha to recruit scientists from any department she needed, stressing that the most important thing was for her never to give up. Looking him in the eye, the girl replied that it doesn't take a massive team to solve a complex problem or to finally shatter an impenetrable wall. That was their mission, and she assured him her resolve would never waver. Even if it cost her life, she wouldn't stop. Dwight thanked her and shifted the focus to their other research. As she led the way, he asked about regaining a human form, to which she replied it wasn't impossible. As they continued the tour, Natasha enthusiastically showcased each of her latest magical developments. When they reached the experimental weapons, the protagonist put them to the test, leaving the young researcher watching in absolute awe. He proved to be an excellent shot, a fact he noted with casual confidence. Grom remarked that the weapon was surprisingly easy to use, noting that she had significantly advanced the Empire's developments. Natasha replied sheepishly, wondering why he was so surprised since she simply had a passion for firearms. She was certain they would become the standard-issue weapon of the next generation, though Grom remained skeptical. She argued that while he might not need them, they would provide a massive power boost for the common soldier. These weapons allow a user to neutralize a target from a distance without the years of training required for magic or archery. Grom couldn't argue with that logic. Natasha then explained her plans to refine the technology and reduce the heavy recoil. She currently calls them magic guns, but she feels they are destined for greatness. Grom examined the weapon thoughtfully. Seeing his serious expression, a perplexed Natasha asked if there was something about the design he didn't like. He reassured her it was fine, then asked if she had been involved in the Empire's magic tech development programs. She confirmed she was, but wondered why he asked. Grom then inquired if she knew who originally invented magic guns. To his surprise, she did. She asked if he had ever heard of the legendary Magitech Kingdom. The protagonist nodded, as it was a nation famous for its scientific breakthroughs. It is a country world-renowned for its rapid advancements and discoveries in magical engineering. While the natives generally dislike war, they have made massive contributions to military technology, a fact they remain proud of to this day. Grom noted that, if he recalled correctly, the Empire once cooperated closely with that kingdom. Natasha confirmed this was true. An engineer named John Doe was sent to the Empire on an exchange, eventually designing the majority of their current arsenal. Taken aback, the protagonist asked her if she actually knew the man's name. Natasha confirmed that she did. If she remembered correctly, his name was John Doe, a slender man with short brown hair and silver glasses, roughly 35 years old. Dwight recognized the name immediately. It had appeared frequently throughout the Imperial archives. His intuition warned him that this was a man he needed to watch very closely. He then asked the girl exactly when the researcher began producing such incredible results. Natasha noted that his sudden rise to brilliance began roughly a year ago. He hadn't been particularly successful in his field before then, making this sudden genius highly suspicious. Grom asked if this was what he suspected, and Dwight confirmed the timing matched his own reincarnation. The pieces were falling into place. It was as if a divine blessing had descended upon the man. Yet unlike other blessed individuals, no supernatural abilities had actually awakened within him. He had simply discovered his latent talent, though Grom suspected it was far more than a coincidence. Regardless of the circumstances, Grom suggested they eliminate the man as soon as possible. But Dwight refused, insisting they let him live because humanity was in desperate need of hope. His deputy was taken aback by the sudden show of mercy. Hope, the Demon Lord repeated with conviction. He knew that if the people succumbed entirely to the terror of the Demon Lord, then their spirit would be crushed beyond repair. He had no desire to rule over a world where nothing remained but absolute despair. These were the secret musings of a humble sage currently posing as a ruthless tyrant. For the world to survive, it needed heroes, and it needed a reason to keep going. He thought of Claire, whose unwavering dedication and nobility were truly legendary. It was her spirit that inspired people to keep fighting even when all hope seemed lost. Meanwhile, John's groundbreaking inventions had fundamentally altered the world's understanding of warfare. Despite these technologies being instruments of destruction, the people owed him a debt of gratitude. One day, these advancements would surely be repurposed for the ultimate benefit of humanity. While John wasn't the type to personally lead an army into the heat of battle, his contributions to society were just as vital as the legendary exploits of any ancient hero. He was indispensable to the world, and Natasha watched him with profound respect, hanging on his every word. Grom lamented her past foolishness, regretting that she ever suggested getting rid of such a man. After a moment of reflection, the protagonist announced it was finally time to head home. As they prepared to depart, Natasha turned toward him with a thoughtful expression. She confessed that she initially followed him solely to further her own private research. But now she realized that joining his cause was the best decision she had ever made. Our hero looked at her, completely baffled by her sudden change in attitude. She explained that she was deeply fascinated by the mysterious phenomenon of the demon lords. She hoped he would eventually assist her in studying them, to which the protagonist gave a calm reply. He promised to consider her proposal once they had a bit more free time. Later, Grom rushed into the ruler's office, looking frantic as he delivered an urgent report. He delivered the grim news that a disaster had struck, catching the protagonist completely off guard. The deputy revealed that the Holy Rod Kingdom was the epicenter of the chaos. The Holy Rod Kingdom has officially declared war on the Magtech Kingdom. Our protagonist and his lieutenants head out to the front lines. While on reconnaissance, they witness the two sides fighting fiercely. Both armies are clashing with brutal efficiency, sparing no expense or mercy. The warriors from the Holy Rod Kingdom are all masked, keeping their identities a secret. Their opponents, however, are encased in heavy, full-body iron armor. The MC observes the chaos, while Grom dismisses it as nothing more than a minor skirmish. The conflict sparked after the Holy Rod Kingdom made several demands for Magtech's technology. When Magtech refused, the Holy Rod Kingdom deployed troops straight to the border. Henry is skeptical, noting that these soldiers look more like common bandits. The MC tells him he'll understand once he sees their magic. They are definitely royal soldiers, but they've dressed like thugs to hide any official ties to the kingdom. It's a desperate move, suggesting that Saint Makia's death has deeply rattled the ruling elite. At that moment, the Magtech warriors unleash a devastating new weapon. A massive bolt flies through the air, piercing an enemy soldier's face. Henry stares in total amazement at the display. It's a specialized ballista, a unique Magtech invention that completely dominates the battlefield. Dwight wasn't surprised by the kingdom's display. In his era, weapons were slightly different, but the core fighting styles remained the same. Henry questioned why, if their gear was so potent, they didn't share it with allies. Dwight explained that the secret wasn't just the gear, but the development behind it. Most foreign imitations malfunctioned, as only Magitech's superior technological edge allowed these complex devices to be utilized effectively on the battlefield. Henry stayed silent, watching the weaponry being deployed with a pensive look. Grom asked his master if they should interfere, but Dwight declined. They were strictly there to observe. Suddenly something truly massive and breathtaking caught his eye. He spotted golems, but they were vastly different from any magical constructs he had seen before. Typical golems are lumbering and clumsy, but these units were built on an entirely different level. They were incredibly agile and bristling with advanced weaponry. He watched in shock as they marched straight into the fray. Aren't golems meant to be used as shields to protect the people? Just then, the warriors of the Holy Wand Kingdom received the command to open fire, and the soldiers unleashed a desperate volley. However, their efforts were in vain, as their attacks failed to leave even a mark. Every strike ricocheted harmlessly off the golems, leaving the warriors baffled as to why their weapons couldn't connect. Gron gasped, realizing this was some kind of specialized effect. Dwight corrected him, explaining it was actually a high-level protective magic. But there was a catch. There weren't any mages nearby to cast it. These shields were being generated by the golems themselves. Henry was bewildered, having never heard of such advanced machinery. Could this truly be a new breakthrough in Magtech? Dwight nodded grimly, confirming that it certainly appeared to be the case. Suddenly, the golems raised their palms as mechanical ports began to glow with intense energy. They unleashed a devastating barrage, targeting their enemies with lethal precision. Searing laser beams tore through the battlefield, leaving Henry completely stunned by the carnage. He stared in disbelief at the sheer power on display. Even Dwight admitted that he was caught off guard by the technological leap. It seemed impossible for the world to have achieved such monumental progress so quickly. To see this level of advancement in just the 10 short years he had been gone, while he was exiled in the treacherous Valley of the Dead. In the blink of an eye, the golems had completely decimated their opposition. Dwight narrowed his eyes, certain of one thing. There was no mistake about the origin. This was unmistakably the handiwork of a specific brilliant mind. Henry agreed, realizing this must be John's latest and most dangerous invention. The mention of John brought a grim realization to the group. Weren't they the ones who stole his blueprints to forge their own deadly arsenal? What did they call them again? Dwight replied coldly. Pistols. With such firepower, even a mere child could execute a master mage. The boy asked thoughtfully, what toys? He paused for a moment before asking the protagonist if his bow was now considered junk. Dwight answered him decisively, assuring him he would continue to lead the army as bows and arrows will never become obsolete. Henry breathed a sigh of relief. With a light-hearted laugh, he thanked him. Dwight watched him with a smile, thinking that it's not just about the weapon. While pistols are powerful, a dragon bow is superior in many ways. Henry will never be useless. His skills will always be vital. The protagonist then approached him and asked if he ever desired to become immortal. The boy chuckled, surprised by the sudden offer. What's with the sudden question? He asked. Dwight claimed he was just curious, but he had been contemplating this for a very long time. After all, Grom is already an undead. Since Luciana and Logan belong to long-lived races, it isn't necessary for them. They will naturally outlive any ordinary human. Henry asked if the offer still stood. Would he truly grant him the chance to become undead? Without hesitation, the protagonist gave a firm nod. He explained that he could evolve him into a high-tier undead while keeping his sanity intact. It was a path to immense power, but after reflecting for a moment, the boy admitted that he didn't actually desire that. He found the offer fascinating, but he preferred his humanity, believing the true beauty of life lies in its natural conclusion. This sentiment clearly didn't sit well with Grom, who glared at him with irritation. Realizing his mistake, the boy quickly apologized, insisting he never meant to mock them. He was only speaking for himself, adding that he wasn't ready to die because he still wanted to have fun. The protagonist nodded, admitting there was a profound truth in those words. Finding peace at the end of a full, allotted life was indeed a great joy. He then turned to Grom, expressing his deep regret for dragging him into this eternal existence. He knew immortality often brought only suffering and would understand if Grom resented him. However, his deputy reacted with indignation, insisting he never felt forced. He vowed to serve his master for all eternity and told him to rest easy. The protagonist was moved by his devotion and thanked him. Then Henry spoke up after a brief pause. He told the MC that if he ever had children, he wanted them to serve as his loyal subjects. He hoped the general wouldn't object, to which the MC replied that he'd look forward to it. But at that moment, Grom suddenly shouted for everyone to wait, slipping inside while the enemy was completely distracted. The humans didn't just lose the battle, they were utterly decimated. Quite simply, their opponent was far beyond their league. Dwight looked out over the grim remains of the battlefield. The only entities left standing were the hulking golems. Surveying the Magtech warriors, Dwight gave the signal. They began their descent, returning to the heart of the wreckage. Upon landing, Grom caught the attention of his comrades. He gestured toward the remains of a fallen golem. Dwight noted that the Holy Wand Kingdom actually managed to destroy one. Henry joked that they should borrow the credit for that achievement. It was a brilliant move. Once Magtech noticed a golem was missing, they'd assumed the Holy Wand Kingdom stole it. After teleporting the loot, Natasha arrived. Timing it perfectly, Dwight presented the golem as a gift, leaving her absolutely thrilled. Later, when the protagonist offered Luciana the gift of eternal life, she didn't hesitate. She exclaimed that it was a no-brainer, explaining that she simply has no desire to die. If immortality is an option, she's taking it. Dwight was surprised by her bluntness, but Luciana just laughed. As a succubus, she had always carried herself with immense pride and confidence. But this wasn't just a racial trait. It was her own irresistible charm. Since she was undead, she wanted to become a vampire so her appearance would change. The protagonist replied, "As you wish." Luciana flew toward him, promising to stay by his side and telling him not to worry. He tried to apologize, but she cut him off, insisting it wasn't necessary. She then added, "Natasha wanted me to tell you that she's finished her research on the golem." Dwight was surprised she finished so quickly. Luciana mentioned she had handed the full report to Grom, who had likely already rushed to the lab. Luciana was still worried about the specifics of the report, so she felt the need to verify the data personally before taking her leave. As she flew off, Dwight began to reflect on the time that had passed. Roughly a month had gone by since the clash between the kingdoms, and he hadn't monitored them since that day. They were being far too quiet, though he doubted Magtech was plotting against him. However, there was no denying that they were preparing for war. By supplying the Empire with advanced weaponry, Magtech had gauged the extent of his true power. These golems were likely built to counter him, and they were lying low while preparing something truly massive. Magtech would strike the moment they were certain they could kill the demon lord. He hoped he was wrong, but he had to prepare. When Dwight arrived at the lab, he heard Grom shouting about how incredible the results were, praising Natasha's skill. She told him to be quiet, as he'd scared away her workers. Grom apologized, just as Dwight arrived and asked if she had truly managed to restore the golem to such a functional state. Natasha replied that she had been expecting him. She gave him a mysterious look and beckoned for him to follow her. Noticing her exhaustion, Dwight suggests she take a break, but she insists there's no time for rest. Instead, she urges him to follow her as she leads the way toward the restored structure. She gestures to the golem, marveling at the sheer complexity of its incredible design. Despite using makeshift parts for repairs, it remains operational, and she hands over her research findings. Reviewing the documents, Dwight realizes the golem's internal parameters are unlike anything he's ever encountered. As he scans the data, the intricate nature of the machine becomes crystal clear to him. He asks Natasha for her professional opinion, and she offers to tell him the blunt truth. Once he agrees, she explains that she has finally deciphered the creator's original intent. She admits the engineering is nothing short of brilliant, though it follows a strange logic. However, she notes that it lacks one crucial element: the refined power of modern technology. Dwight looks at her, puzzled, as she continues her evaluation of the machine. She points out that these golems are technically imperfect, likely prototype units sent out for field testing. She's identified 178 distinct magical flaws within its core, not even counting the external damage. Yet impossibly, these flaws seem to compensate for one another in a way that defies all logic. The result is a machine that performs far beyond its specifications, a true miracle of engineering. Dwight nods, having reached the same conclusion after analyzing the golem's complex magical formulas. While ancient magtech was advanced, this is on another level. Miracle is the only fitting description. Natasha then suggests activating the marvel to see what else they can uncover from its systems. Dwight agrees, knowing that witnessing it in action is the only way to truly understand it. As they begin the activation sequence, the ancient machine starts to hum with life. Natasha explains that this golem functions exactly like their previous models. By directing a magical current into it, it becomes linked directly to the caster. Eager to see it in action, Dwight decides to begin the test immediately. He channels his mana, surging his magical energy straight into the golem's core. As the mechanical titan takes its first heavy steps, Grom lets out a shout of pure delight. With the activation successful, the protagonist begins putting the construct through its paces. Natasha asks if he can see through its eyes, and Dwight confirms it. After reviewing the blueprints, he became fascinated by this specific feature: the shared vision. Usually a mage must stay close to their golem, putting them in harm's way. But this link negates that risk. Such a tactical advantage is priceless for fort defense. It's clear they put a lot of thought into this. When asked how it feels, Dwight admits he's already accustomed to peering through the eyes of multiple minions simultaneously. While disorienting for humans, it's second nature for the undead. Now, it was time to see how precisely he could maneuver this mechanical beast. After testing its capabilities for a while, Dwight turns to Natasha and assures her that he's genuinely impressed. He commends their craftsmanship, noting that they've done an incredible job. The construct followed every one of his commands without a moment's hesitation. Despite this success, Dwight rarely relied on golemancy in his previous life. While useful in niche scenarios, golems often lacked the raw efficiency he needed for high-level combat. At the time, he viewed the spell as a waste of mana, preferring much more lethal alternatives. He'd considered alternatives, but now he realized he was dead wrong. In fact, he felt downright foolish for doubting it. Natasha sheepishly replied that she understood, though she was clearly unsettled by such a superb creation. Then she exclaimed, "This is mind-blowing." The golem could even project a devastating beam of light from its hands. Intrigued, our protagonist decided to test this function for himself. He was thoroughly impressed. The golem's shock beam was absolutely peerless. Grom watched in awe, exclaiming, "How is that even possible?" Dwight noted that the Holy Wand Kingdom stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Yet he wondered how mere lab workers managed to operate it on their own. Natasha explained that while the MC has vast mana, ordinary people would struggle to fuel it for long. The MC nodded, finally understanding why he felt such a significant drain on his own reserves. Looking at his hand, he realized the golem required massive amounts of mana to function. Consequently, it wasn't suited for long-term warfare, its only major drawback. Grom couldn't take his eyes off the machine, and the MC, noticing his fascination, wondered if his loyal subject wanted a turn. He turned to Grom and offered him a chance to take the reins. Grom was incredulous, gasping in pure shock. "Is that really allowed?" he asked excitedly. Natasha then began to guide him through the process. Step 1. He needed to channel his mana directly into the core. Just to be safe, the MC cast a protective barrier before they began. Ram chuckled, noting that he'd finally figured it out. Meanwhile, the girl issued a warning, telling him to be cautious as Grom prepared to activate the creation. He turned to the protagonist with a joyful grin and asked, "How's it going?" eager to show off just how skillfully he could handle the machine. But in his excitement, the deputy struck the golem with such immense force that it collapsed to the floor. Natasha shouted in irritation, demanding he be more careful. Mortified, Grom's entire expression shifted to one of pure remorse. As Natasha fumed, our hero watched the chaos unfold with intrigue. A moment later, Dahlia turned to her leader, urging her to take a look at something. Luciana followed her gaze and gasped in sheer disbelief. "This can't be. Is this really happening?" Dahlia confirmed it. She was just as stunned, but the evidence was undeniable. She watched her leader with growing alarm. She'd never seen Luciana this rattled. These enemies must be truly terrifying. Anxiously, she asked what their next move would be. The succubus replied that if the rumors were true, then they stood no chance alone. They had to report these findings to the Overlord immediately. As the report reached him, he reflected on the fact that nearly a year had passed since he ascended as the Demon Lord. Naturally, the contents of Luciana's report left him completely stunned. In a single night, the entire empire had been reduced to rubble. Our protagonist soon arrived at a massive chasm where countless human bodies were piled high, and he began transforming the corpses into his own undead legion. By raising them, he was giving the fallen a second chance to serve. He felt he had exhausted every possible option. Now only the agonizing wait remained. He turned to Luciana for confirmation once more. Had the empire truly been wiped from the map? She confirmed the grim reality, having witnessed the devastation firsthand. He pressed her for every detail, but she couldn't explain the cause. It wasn't an invading army that toppled the empire. It was most likely a spirit. A spirit. He knew she was right. Only such a being possessed the power to annihilate a nation overnight. When asked for his next move, he didn't hesitate. They had to stop it. He began his preparations. But when questioned about going alone, he refused to lead an army. In a clash of this scale, ordinary soldiers would be nothing more than fodder. This mission required a specialized elite. First was Grom, his second in command and a Tier 1 warrior. Immune to anything but holy magic, he can even cheat death by manipulating the undead. Next was Luciana, a veteran who served the former Demon Lord. She's a master of surveillance and a versatile mage capable of adapting to any battlefield. Then there's Henry, the man who slew the previous Demon Lord, an unrivaled marksman with his dragon bow. His intuition makes him a lethal threat to any foe. Finally, there's Doldar. Though the legendary pirate has lost his mind, his monstrous strength remains, and his undead nature makes him nearly impossible to put down. Yet even with these powerhouses by his side, the risk was still immense. The danger was so great that he began to reconsider the safety of his comrades. Perhaps it would be better to face this cataclysmic threat entirely on his own. If he was going to do this solo, there was no time to lose. He resolved to handle the crisis himself, right up until the moment he arrived. As he teleported to the site, the thunderous beat of massive wings suddenly tore through the silence. Logan appeared, making it clear he was fully briefed on the situation and wasn't about to let his friend go it alone. Our hero warned him of the suicide mission ahead, but Logan refused to back down. No, they needed him, and he swore a solemn oath. In this war, he refused to be a burden. The MC thanked his trusted comrade while surveying the ruins of the Empire. Logan pointed out the terrifying sight unfolding before them. White agreed, noting that the head of the elven clan had already sensed the shift in the atmosphere. They could all feel an enormous surge of magical energy. Suddenly, they were ambushed, nearly claiming Logan's life. Logan cried out in shock as a volley of ice arrows surged toward them, forcing the protagonist to act. He barely managed to intercept the deadly sneak attack. He shouted to his comrade that he would buy him enough time to prepare a powerful counterattack. The boy nodded, signaling his readiness. Our hero noted that the surrounding magical pressure was truly incredible, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. By utilizing the miasma from the Valley of the Dead, he had tapped into a massive reserve of mana. This had turned into a brutal battle of attrition, and he was more than happy to accept the challenge. Logan began unleashing a barrage of spells, channeling his full power in a matter of moments. A mystical weapon materialized in the air, hurtling toward the enemy as Dwight turned to the boy. The boy confirmed he was ready, flying with the MC toward a significant location, promising to join him there shortly. A silhouette emerged, and the High Spirit remarked on the unusual duo of elf and undead. Dwight questioned if she was indeed the High Spirit. She confirmed her identity before asking for his own. Dwight introduced himself as the Demon Lord, sensing a strange, overwhelming presence upon meeting her. The spirit noted that while many have claimed that title, this man felt different. Turning to Logan, the elf introduced himself as the leader of the Forest of World Trees. Surprised, the spirit acknowledged him as a proud protector and bowed in respect. She added that had he not spoken the spirit language, she would have slain the Demon Lord. The allies watched her warily as the Supreme, being demanded to know what they wanted from her. Dwight noted that she was an ancient spirit, A watcher since the dawn of time who never meddled in the lives of mortals. Why then did she return to destroy a kingdom? She revealed the humans stole her crystal of mysteries, the stone sealing the Great Spirit's power. She confirmed that it was indeed the artifact she sought, and that it was precious beyond measure. Dwight nodded, offering a simple "I see" before falling into a contemplative silence. The Empire's reach was vast, and he wasn't surprised that ancient ruins were buried within its borders. They likely stole the mystery crystal to bolster their dying state, but that was a catastrophic mistake, as they had invited the devastating wrath of a great spirit upon themselves. Dwight assured her he understood the situation and warned her never to trespass on human lands again. Confused, the spirit wondered why a demon lord would bother protecting humanity at all. He claimed he intended to conquer these lands himself, making their destruction bad for business. It was a better lie than kindness. The spirit hesitated before admitting she couldn't stop her rampage until her crystal was recovered. Dwight pressed for details, asking if she had found any traces of its current location. She lamented that humans were surprisingly skilled at concealing the treasures they stole. Dwight wondered if the thief was still hiding it, even after the Empire's total collapse. Whoever was playing this game of hide-and-seek was flirting with death by taunting a great spirit. Dwight then made an offer. If he returned the crystal, would she finally cease her attacks? While she would never forgive the thieves, she agreed to suppress her fury if the item was restored. After a brief moment of calculation, Dwight gave his final word. He promised to retrieve the crystal, prompting her to question if he was truly capable of fulfilling such a monumental task. Without a shred of doubt, he gave her a firm, affirmative answer. The spirit conceded, granting her cold approval. She entrusted the task to him, giving him exactly 3 days to return to this spot. Dwight gave a firm nod, accepting the ultimatum. Without another word, she vanished into the thin mountain air. Returning to the palace, Logan asked if that display was only a fraction of her strength. Dwight confirmed it. Her power was incomprehensible, yet her magical signature felt strangely unnatural. Logan realized she couldn't locate the crystal because it was a severed part of her own being. Even in her weakened state, her power was immense. They were lucky to have escaped with their lives. Dwight noted that while he couldn't face her true form, he could handle her current manifestation. Logan wondered if she would ever transform, but Dwight sensed she was currently unable to do so. Logan paused, reflecting on the situation, before turning toward his leader. He told Dwight that he was a truly peculiar individual. He asked if Dwight had lost his ability to feel fear when he transitioned into an undead. Dwight considered this, admitting that his lack of dread might be a side effect of his new nature. While they spoke, the mysterious crystal was brought out for further inspection. They turned the artifact over in their hands, marveling at its strange properties. Logan was still perplexed that a supreme spirit could actually lose her own essence. Dwight explained that camouflage magic was a modern invention that the ancient spirit couldn't grasp. Looking at the Empire's advancements, it was clear she didn't know how to counter their tech. It was obvious they didn't need the exact location yet. Dwight then placed a hand on Logan's shoulder. The elf finally agreed, asking the protagonist to share his mana so he could handle the rest of the spell. The protagonist fulfilled the request, and a vision appeared showing John approaching a group of fallen aristocrats. These were nobles who had been stripped of their wealth and status following the war against the demon lord. Still shrouded in his hood, one of the men demanded to know who they were. John introduced them as ambassadors from Magtech, asking if they wished to reclaim their nobility in a new land. To do so, however, they would first need to locate the elusive Crystal of Mystery. That was the primary requirement for their restoration. After scouring the memories, Logan finally announced that he had found it. The crystal was hidden within Magtech itself. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the elf for his exhausting work. But the strain was too much, and Logan suddenly collapsed to the floor. The protagonist called out in a panic, but the boy weakly replied that he was simply exhausted and needed to rest. Later, the protagonist held a meeting with his assistants to piece together the full picture from the spy reports. Even with the data, he struggled to understand the noble's mindset. Did they not realize they'd have to face a supreme spirit? Even he feared such an encounter, making him wonder if their lust for power had completely blinded them. It was the dark side of human nature. These people had already betrayed the hero and sage who saved them. To them, the death of a stranger meant nothing, and cruelty had become second nature. He lamented that humans are foolish creatures, and perhaps he was just as foolish for expecting more. A short while later, the protagonist went to check on Logan. He called through his door to see how the boy was feeling and if he was finally recovering. The elf replied that he was feeling much better, apologizing for causing such concern. Dwight quickly objected, insisting there was no need to apologize as he was grateful for the information. Logan then asked if he truly intended to deploy his army. Dwight confirmed his decision, stating his subordinates would soon begin the campaign. He needed to recover the stone by tomorrow, which meant his soldiers would strike Magtech tonight. Looking out the window, Dwight summoned his legion. The elf wondered aloud if the spirit would actually honor her word once the crystal was returned. Gazing down at the crowd, Dwight declared that even if she didn't, he would stop her himself. He knew she possessed overwhelming power, but he refused to lose. If necessary, he would strike her down, even if he had to sacrifice his very sanity to do so. At that exact moment, the spirit manifested right beside him, demanding to know if he had found what he promised her. Dwight was caught off guard, wondering if she had overheard their previous conversation. He reminded her that he still had time, and the spirit quickly responded. She claimed she was simply tired of waiting and asked if she was intruding, but Dwight played it cool. He welcomed her to his kingdom, hiding the fact that her presence was nothing but a headache. He couldn't exactly tell her the truth, could he? The spirit then pressed for details on the search. He told her it was found, and she'd have it tomorrow, but kept the location secret to prevent her from leveling magtech. Surprised, the spirit asked if she should really just take his word for it. Our hero expresses his gratitude and apologizes for keeping her in the dark. Taking full responsibility for the delay, the spirit graciously brushes it off. She then pivots, asking if he has a moment to spare. She wants to speak with him privately, to which he readily agrees. He notes he has a few matters of his own to discuss as well. She finds the timing perfect but suggests they move to a more secluded location. Turning toward Logan, she extends an invitation to the elf leader. She asks if he would like to join their private conversation. Logan politely declines, thanking her for the offer. He claims he still needs a bit more time to recover his strength. Confused, our protagonist points out that he seemed perfectly fine moments ago. Despite the MC's persistence, the elf remains firm in his decision to stay back. Seeing his resolve, the spirit decides not to push any further. She assures him they will have plenty of opportunities to speak later. Logan nods, acknowledging that there is no rush for their meeting. Turning back to the MC, she beckons him to follow her lead. As they depart, Logan waves them off, leaving our hero to sigh. He mutters sarcastically about what a reliable friend he has. As they soar above the bustling streets, the spirit admires the view. She notes the city perfectly reflects the ideals of its ruler, catching him off guard. Dwight hoped their altitude would keep them hidden, but anyone magic-sensitive would easily detect such a powerful spirit. He wouldn't be surprised if her presence terrified the citizens. They were incredibly fortunate she wasn't planning to level the city, as he wasn't ready to fight a battle of this magnitude in such a populated area. The spirit eventually came to a halt and asked him what he was truly trying to achieve. Realizing he should not deceive her, Dwight revealed his plan. He would become humanity's ultimate enemy to unite them and establish lasting harmony in the world. To his surprise, the spirit simply replied, "I see." She had likely crossed paths with many demon lords before, but Dwight was the first one she'd met with such a unique conviction. Dwight then asked the obvious question, was she going to stop him? She calmly answered no. Since he wasn't actually planning to destroy the world, there was nothing she could really do about it. Dwight was taken aback by her sudden lack of intervention. He was confused. Why couldn't she do anything? What exactly did that mean? The spirit continued, observing that based on his reaction, he was completely ignorant of the concept of higher spirits. Dwight admitted he knew very little about the nature of their ancient existence. She told him it couldn't be helped, as the relentless march of time erodes not only lives but the forgotten knowledge of the world. She seemed impressed by his intuition when Dwight asked if she was a split consciousness, and the spirit confirmed that he was right. She explained that she had taken this appearance because she was currently unable to manifest her true form. Curious, Dwight asked if her limitations were tied to the nature of higher spirits. The spirit confirmed his suspicion and began to explain the truth behind their existence. Higher spirits are born for a single purpose: to maintain the absolute order of this world. They serve as a protective mechanism, safeguarding the entire planet from total annihilation. While they wield immense power to fulfill their duties, they are bound by strict limitations. Guardians of the world, Dwight muttered, stunned by this revelation. This was the first time he had ever heard such a thing, prompting the spirit to continue. Seeing his confusion, Dwight asked a critical follow-up question. He inquired if she was prohibited from using her power for any other purpose. She nodded, explaining that they only manifest when the world faces destruction. Otherwise, they remain dormant. Dwight noted that history lacked records of higher spirits, suggesting the conditions for their arrival are incredibly rare. He realized that while legends exist, they rarely reflect the grim reality of these entities. She admitted that while legends are often distorted, he was correct. She currently only holds a fraction of her power. This weakened form grants her freedom of movement, leading Dwight to ask if this was why she annihilated the Empire. The spirit didn't hesitate to confirm his theory, stating plainly that he was right. To her, the Empire's fall doesn't threaten the world's balance, and she could just as easily erase all of humanity. Dwight finally understood the truth. Higher spirits exist to protect the planet, not the people living on it. The spirit confirmed his dark realization. They have no interest in saving humans. If any survive, it's purely incidental. With everything clear, Dwight realized the terrifying truth. Higher spirits are essentially sentient natural disasters. Our protagonist asked why she was revealing all of this to him. The spirit replied that it was a warning. She now understood that he had no intentions of destroying the world, so she wouldn't interfere with his path. However, if his plans ever changed, she vowed to become his greatest adversary. The protagonist simply noted that he would take her words into account. With that, the spirits departed, promising to wait for him where they first crossed paths. The MC watched in silence as her form vanished into thin air. In the sudden quiet, a wave of exhaustion finally washed over him. While the undead don't feel physical fatigue, his mental state was completely drained. Still, he had no time to wallow in self-pity or rest. A new war was set to ignite that very night. When he finally returned to the palace, Luciana rushed toward him, frantically asking if he was all right or injured. The group had been anxious for his return, so the protagonist apologized, explaining the spirit just wanted to talk. He assured them it was nothing serious, which Grom acknowledged. The commander added that the squad's formation was finally complete. The warriors were primed to strike at a moment's notice, and the MC gave his nod of approval. He ordered them to join the ranks and await his signal, as he would be arriving shortly. His subordinates saluted in agreement as the MC approached his magic orb containing Claire's remains. Placing his hand upon it, he thought of Carowin. He had been desperately seeking a way to resurrect the dead, but a breakthrough remained elusive. Every failed attempt weighed heavy on his heart, but with immortality on his side, time was his greatest ally. Progress was slow, but he refused to yield. Turning to his beloved, he asked for her strength, knowing the moment of reckoning was finally here. Today, the long-awaited war would ignite. Soon after, Dwight rejoined his forces on the front lines. He checked on Logan, surprised he wasn't resting, but the elf was determined to stand his ground. Dwight waved off his apologies, acknowledging the elf's resolve. All that mattered was that he was ready for the fight. Logan confidently told him to leave the Vanguard's defense to him. As they neared Magtech City, the watchtower's crimson warning lights began to flare. Looking up at the massive structure, Dwight was genuinely impressed by its scale. The enemy had spotted them instantly. In the heat of the chaos, the lead knight informed John that the Demon King's vanguard was breaching the outer walls. They had to strike now. John felt his world crumbling, cursing his luck as the situation spiraled out of control. It was actually happening. The worst-case scenario he had always feared was finally at his doorstep. Meanwhile, the lead knight expertly organized his defensive lines. John watched intensely as the protagonist noticed the massive magic cannons mounted on the towers, weapons far more advanced than anything the Empire possessed. Their destructive output and rate of fire had clearly been upgraded for total devastation. Henry glanced over, asking if he was ready to cause some real chaos. With a grim smile, Dwight agreed. That was exactly what he was hired for. Nearby, the archer prepared a volley of. Henry knocked several arrows into his bow at once and shouted a challenge at the enemy before letting them fly. Every single one of his arrows struck the cannons directly through their muzzles, devastating the knights behind them. Henry cheered in triumph, just as the general had promised. His bow possessed power that rivaled the next generation. The protagonist nodded as Grom stepped forward, telling his master that he would take the lead through the next passage. Since the path was narrow, he promised to pave the way and told them to watch closely. He focused his energy and activated his most devastating and powerful strike, aiming it directly at the enemy's defensive walls. As the thick smoke finally began to clear, it was revealed that the entire structure had been completely pulverized. Grom let out a proud laugh, boasting that the destruction was all his handiwork. However, his celebration was cut short when he sensed a new presence appearing. Massive golems were now stomping through the smoke and boulders toward the protagonist's army. Henry was stunned by how quickly they had appeared to reinforce the enemy lines. It was clear the golems were preparing for a brutal frontal assault. The protagonist commanded his army to brace for impact, but suddenly, Doldart rushed past him like a violent whirlwind. He threw himself recklessly at the golems with a deafening war cry. Henry shouted for him to wait, clearly irritated by the recklessness. But Luciana interrupted, asking if he really needed to explain his actions. Henry was determined to go after him, but the protagonist held him back, insisting they wait and watch him fight. Doldar was in a total frenzy, absolutely decimating the enemy ranks. He tore into the golems, screaming that their heads were about to fly off. After decapitating one foe, he immediately surged toward his next target. Dwight observed that despite Doldar's blatant inability to follow simple instructions, his raw aggression would provide the tactical breakthrough they needed. If he could prove his worth here, the protagonist knew he would be an invaluable asset for the battles to come. Satisfied, they pressed forward. With the front gate guards neutralized, the path to the next stage was finally clear. Dwight ordered the army to prepare for the capital's fall before turning to Luciana. He began to assign her a task, but she finished his sentence: ensure civilian safety. She suggested relocating them to shelter, which caught the protagonist by surprise. He marveled at her intuition, realizing that truly no one could compare to her. Luciana confirmed the order and immediately set off to carry out her mission. Dwight watched her depart, then focused on his own goal, retrieving the mystery crystal. Not wanting to put the others in unnecessary danger, he turned to Grom and explained that he and Logan would go ahead alone, entrusting Grom with full command of the remaining squad. Grom eagerly accepted, promising his master that everything would be handled perfectly. The undead warrior ordered the army to advance, then suddenly realized Doldar was missing. Learning the berserker had charged ahead alone, Grom panicked, but Dwight signaled Logan to move. Having memorized the layout of the capital, Dwight prepared to infiltrate and activated his power. Utilizing one of his skills, Dwight and Logan flew stealthily toward the capital, touching down atop a nearby roof. Logan noted the simplicity of the architecture, which Dwight felt perfectly suited the country's aesthetic. Logan mapped out their route, planning to head in one direction before circling back. Dwight nodded, confirming he understood the strategy. But out of nowhere, an enemy shell slammed directly into him. Terrified, Logan shouted out the protagonist's name in a panic. Dwight apologized for his carelessness, assuring Logan he was fine and that his injuries were negligible. Logan realized Dwight had barely deployed his defensive magic in time to save his own life. Suddenly, the elf's eyes widened as he cautiously whispered, "What is that thing?" He was staring at the massive tank that had just fired upon them. Dwight recognized the mechanical beast immediately from his previous intel. He recalled seeing it in John's files. It was a devastating modern war machine. The machine prepared to fire another volley, and a split second later, it unleashed hell. Fortunately, the Allies were ready this time and successfully blocked the blast. Emerging unscathed, Logan marveled at the sheer, terrifying force of the weapon. Its destructive output was easily on par with high-level, large-scale magic. Dwight warned that if these tanks reached mass production, they'd be unstoppable, making their destruction a priority. Once they finalized their plan, Logan tossed Dwight some fresh clothes to replace his scorched gear. Dwight threw on his cloak, determined to provide support before making their final exit. The Allies reached the summit and spotted several heavy war machines and armored knights. The lead warrior shouted, "The Demon King is here!" Our protagonist was stunned. Had their position already been compromised? The elf confirmed his fears, noting they needed to take immediate action. The magic he had just unleashed was nothing short of spectacular. Now it was his turn to shine. The elf activated his signature ability and struck the opponents. The MC realized these skills allowed him to cast soul magic over a massive area. His vow to protect his forest and people was his sole reason for joining the Imperial Army. The elf claimed the enemies could be neutralized effortlessly, providing excellent data for his analysis. The antagonist warned him to be careful, as the enemy had likely already deduced their true objective. At that precise moment, his attention shifted. He gestured toward the massive tower and explained that the Crystal of Mysteries was being kept at the very top. On the highest floor, John stood waiting, gleefully beckoning the protagonist to face him. While Logan was focused on the tower, he failed to notice a figure approaching. Turning around, the elf let out a startled cry as a zombie in a tattered helmet suddenly appeared before him. Logan barked at the protagonist, warning him to use the speech of the dead next time, as his heart was nearly pounding out of his chest. The protagonist simply laughed, promising to be more mindful in the future. As they neared the tower, the MC announced that they needed to infiltrate. After infiltrating the facility, they find a strange device installed near the entrance. A voice crackles through the speaker, asking if the intruders can hear him. Dwight stares at the contraption, wondering what kind of technology he's looking at. He realizes it's a magical artifact capable of transmitting sound over vast distances. Dwight speaks into the device, confirming that they can hear the voice loud and clear. The mysterious speaker pauses before asking, "So, you're the Demon King?" Dwight narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly who is on the other end. The man reveals his identity. He is Ethan Lutze. Dwight is visibly stunned, recognizing the name of the legendary inventor. He realizes this is the genius responsible for the development of the demonic golems. Ethan asks if Dwight is familiar with his work, and Dwight confirms he knows of his history in Gaul. Ethan confirms this with a chilling calmness in his voice. Dwight senses something is wrong. A genius inventor and a rare magic crystal don't just meet by chance. Looking at the heavy defenses, Dwight realizes Ethan knew he was coming and prepared an ambush. The inventor doesn't even try to deny it, admitting that everything was set up for this moment. Ethan explains that since the mystery crystal was here, the Demon King was bound to come for it. Dwight realizes he was lured into a trap, though Ethan admits he secretly hoped the king wouldn't show. Dwight demands he hand over the crystal, warning of the High Spirit's growing wrath. However, Ethan makes it clear that he has no intention of giving up his prize. To him, nothing else matters. He is obsessed with the untapped potential of this specific crystal. The protagonist realized this wasn't just bad, it was the absolute worst-case scenario. He demanded to know what other options existed, urging the man to speak up. John hesitated for a tense moment before admitting he simply couldn't do it. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh and shifted his gaze toward Logan. The elf understood his ally's silent cue perfectly and prepared to unleash his magical prowess. However, the protagonist told him to stand down, opting instead to let the man destroy his own magical catalyst. Turning to the inventor, he declared that regardless of his grand design, he was prepared to wipe out an entire nation to reach his goal. This was no idle threat, and the inventor needed to realize that, while they stood here talking, his army was already on the march. Meanwhile, Grom checked in with Luciana, who confirmed the area was cleared of civilians. Finally, they had the green light to make some serious noise. Grom let out a bloodthirsty laugh and addressed the massive demon army, telling them to show the enemy their true power. The soldiers roared in approval. Ethan desperately pleaded with the protagonist to stop his warriors, claiming the civilians were innocent. Dwight could only chuckle, amused that Ethan thought a simple plea would change anything. His fatal error was stealing the crystal in secret without considering the danger it brought to his people. Ethan cried out in protest, claiming that wasn't the case at all. He hadn't stolen it, and as he gripped his hand, the truth of the situation finally clicked. Confused, Dwight asked, "What exactly do you mean?" The inventor admitted that had he known the spell summoned a high spirit's crystal, he would have stopped. Surprised, Dwight questioned if that was even possible. "If that's the case," he suggested, "then just let it go." Ethan cried out in a fit of despair, but the damage was already done. Dwight sternly remarked that he shouldn't speak so lightly. If he truly felt regret, he should simply hand the crystal over to him so it could be returned to the High Spirit. After a heavy silence, the man refused. He couldn't bring himself to trust the Demon King. Dwight thought it was a pity, realizing that he wouldn't have surrendered the crystal either. Sensing the man's underlying kindness, Dwight shifted the subject and asked why he had been searching for it. Did he have some ulterior motive? The inventor confirmed his intentions, but he had one specific condition. Dwight had to stop his conquest. He pleaded for an end to the threats against the world, leaving the protagonist stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was the man serious? The inventor insisted he was, explaining his grim outlook. He believed that as long as Dwight lived, the cycle of conflict would never end. Eventually, the flames of war would rise to engulf the entire planet. Dwight realized that, once again, all the world's problems were being pinned solely on him. However, he had to admit the inventor was right about his influence. But the true catalyst of this invasion is the Crystal of Mysteries. Someone within this country made a fatal error by encroaching upon the domain of the Supreme Sphere. Because of this arrogance, countless nations were utterly destroyed. Now he struggles to prevent even greater ruin. However, John refuses to accept responsibility and is unwilling to face the truth, choosing instead to blame everything on the Demon King. He's merely shielding his own soul from damnation. The protagonist wondered aloud if the flames of war would consume the entire world. If that is his intent, he will bring this world to its knees. Ethan stuttered, shocked by the gravity of those words. How could that be? Surely that can't be right. His voice eventually trailed off into a heavy silence. Breaking the tension, the protagonist asked, "Can he hear me? What is his status? Is he there? Let him answer." Suddenly, mocking laughter erupted through the speaker, and a voice nearly identical to the inventor's claimed he had overheard their entire conversation. He paused for a moment, pondering. "Who does he think he is?" Dwight asked in total surprise. "Who is this man?" The stranger laughed and remarked, asking if they even remembered his name. To them, it seemed he was nothing more than a mere skeleton. The protagonist's mind raced. Could this individual really be none other than John Doe? The man exclaimed that he is the immortal genius inventor. The MC was left in the state of bewilderment. The voice was absolutely identical to the one he had just heard, yet it felt like it belonged to a completely different person. He claimed they were two separate entities. Was he truly John Doe? The inventor finally answered, though he didn't use his full title, referring to himself simply as John. Still reeling, the protagonist asked him, "Who are you, really?" The man explained it's a condition known as split personality disorder. He's the dominant ego, while the coward who just spoke is currently dormant. So to be clear, he's the secondary personality that manifested after the reincarnation, correct? John decided to finally reveal the truth. He was a traveler who originated from another world. After his death, he was reborn into this land, never imagining he would have to share a body with another soul. They needed to establish one crucial fact. He was the mastermind who orchestrated the theft of the crystal by manipulating the imperial aristocrats. The original personality was oblivious to John's existence, which is why he was paralyzed with terror upon finding the crystal in his hand. He was a total disgrace. Dwight looked at the man, finally understanding the situation. The protagonist realized this was the source of the strange disharmony he'd sensed from the start. The inventor continued, explaining that John Doe had been his name in his previous life as well. In the past, that name signified a body without status. A clever double meaning, wouldn't you say? The protagonist countered. But doesn't the original owner of this body have a different name? The man confirmed the host's name was Ethan. While working as a military engineer, John gained control during a fit of passion and rebranded himself as Johann. Since then, everyone has called him by that name. Dwight realized he was the one providing the Imperial Army with advanced military technology. The inventor chuckled, noting his own brilliance, as he had worked in that exact field during his past life. Leveraging that modern knowledge, his dominant personality thrived, treating his own memories as if they were divine instructions. The man added that if he ever truly intended to kill, the mere thought would immediately consume the executor's entire spirit. However, there was one thing he still couldn't understand. He could devise the perfect plan, but he couldn't control the execution. It seemed as if fate itself was conspiring to destroy him, the Demon King. The protagonist looked him in the eye and asked if he would. He was ready to defy fate. After all, he was already used to it. The inventor boasted that he wasn't a world-famous Demon King for nothing. "Stop talking," he warned. "The moment he opens that door, he's a dead man." Our protagonist noted that he spoke with absolute, unwavering confidence. John continued, his assurance backed by preparation. While his other half preferred negotiation, some matters simply couldn't be settled with words. The inventor insisted on reclaiming the crystal. He'd overheard their conversation. Did they really plan to return the crystal to the Supreme Spirit? What a joke. He didn't exactly look like a saint, so they shouldn't let his smile fool them. After a brief, heavy silence, he added, "Well, his goal isn't aligned with mine. He simply wants to become the greatest inventor in this world. Slaying the Demon King would bring him legendary fame." Fame and reputation were secondary, though reincarnated to kill the Demon King sounded like a fitting title for the protagonist's life story. At that moment, Logan turned to his comrade and Dwight asked him, "Did you find it?" The elf pointed toward the earth. "It's underground." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Logan shouted, "An earthquake?" But the protagonist watched as the earth beneath them began to splinter and crack apart. Massive explosions began to ripple through the interior of the tower itself. John laughed with pure glee. "Let them witness it. This is my greatest masterpiece." The tower crumbled before their eyes as a massive hand reached into the sky. It was soon revealed to be a colossal golem with the inventor at the controls. Stunned, the protagonist gasped, "A giant golem?" Logan turned to him. The mystery crystal was embedded right inside. Dwight already suspected that moving a behemoth like this required an immense magic source. The crystal's energy was the perfect fuel. He realized this construction was truly a terrifying masterpiece of engineering. Any damage it sustained healed miraculously, allowing the machine to remain fully operational. It defied all logic. John shouted, asking Dwight if he was just standing there to take a souvenir photo. He urged him not to be afraid and to join the fight. Dwight contacted Grom to see if he could hear his voice. The deputy confirmed he could hear his master clearly. Dwight then explained the situation regarding the massive machine. He revealed they'd found the crystal and the mad inventor, but first, they had to stop the colossal golem he was controlling. Grom was shocked but checked on Dwight's status. Dwight assured him he was fine, then ordered Grom to evacuate the squad immediately. This order included Luciana and Henry. His allies acknowledged the command and prepared to retreat. Dwight then turned to Logan and commanded him to withdraw from the battlefield as well. The elf agreed but insisted that Dwight call for his assistance the very second things went south. Dwight nodded, acknowledging that he might indeed need the backup soon. John realized he also needed to focus and gather his remaining strength for what was coming. Suddenly, the golem began a rampage, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Dwight sensed the presence of a higher spirit, likely a side effect of that mystical crystal's resonance. That spiritual power had the potential to purify even the most restless of souls. However, approaching such a concentrated source of energy alone was incredibly dangerous. He summoned the sacred sword, Reed, and prepared to unleash his most potent holy magic. He had only one shot at this. In this desperate situation, failure wasn't an option. He had to prevail. As he closed in on the enemy, Dwight steeled his resolve. No matter the cost, he would not succumb. "Accept your fate!" John roared, aiming the massive barrel directly at Dwight. The protagonist noticed the weapon's design. It was identical to a magic cannon, only far larger and exponentially more devastating. Fearing the worst, the MC immediately braced himself and deployed his defenses. The inventor opened fire, but the projectiles missed Dwight entirely, instead tearing through nearby residential buildings. Dwight was stunned. Was he trying to level the city? He quickly channeled his dark energy and unleashed a focused blast at the golem. A massive explosion erupted, shredding the inventor's creation into scrap metal. "What have you done?" John screamed, reeling back in total shock. Dwight analyzed the situation. Realizing the inventor was using auto-triggering defensive magic furious, John vowed to unleash an even more terrifying power. Dwight suddenly noticed where the enemy was aiming and cursed under his breath. It was the exact direction where the civilians had fled. He lunged forward to intervene, but the deranged inventor's cannon fired without a single moment of hesitation. "Are you insane?" the MC yelled. "Do you care nothing for this city?" The inventor simply sneered, retorting that the city's fate meant nothing to him. After all, he wasn't even from this world. Dwight glared at his opponent, realizing this man had completely lost his mind. For a long time, Dwight had wrestled with a single question. Should he kill John? Every one of the man's inventions had brought genuine comfort to the masses. Since his goal is to end all war, Dwight hesitated to commit such a cold-blooded murder. However, he finally decided that this man was simply too dangerous to be left alive. Turning to Grom, he inquired if the evacuation of the city was finally complete. His loyal deputy confirmed that everything was in order, reporting that the citizens and the army had already retreated to a safe distance. Dwight nodded grimly. "So be it," he declared, preparing to unleash his most devastating and ancient magic. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Grom gave a respectful nod. With a cold focus, the protagonist began channeling his immense destructive energy. Seeing the sheer scale of the spell, John smirked. Now that is truly praiseworthy. He mocked the protagonist, asking if this was the power he was so proud of. The antagonist stood his ground, daring Dwight to put everything he had into this final strike. Unfazed, the inventor welcomed the coming onslaught. He refused to hide, choosing instead to face the coming storm head-on. With a chilling voice, the MC told his enemy to prepare for his trip to hell. Activating his ultimate ability, he focused all that raw energy toward the target. Absolute chaos erupted as buildings crumbled and the very earth beneath them shattered. Henry watched in awe of the spectacle, while Grom noted this was the true power of their king. This was the first time the Demon King had used this magic, and he knew the inventor wouldn't survive. For the first time, he was using a power he never needed before. He hadn't found an opening to use this technique until now, but he's finally been forced to unleash it. Logan watched the display, his voice thick with tension. Grom, however, remained utterly perplexed by what he saw. "What's happening?" Lucian cried out, his voice filled with amazement. It was hard to fathom, but the enemy's defensive magic actually surpassed the Demon King's. Meanwhile, John scoffed, questioning if this was truly the Demon Lord's full power. He was thoroughly unimpressed. It seemed the legendary figure wasn't so formidable after all. Standing amidst the ruins, the antagonist noted his opponent's blatant arrogance. Arrogance aside, John truly did possess an incredible level of power. If a mystical crystal were embedded into a golem, its destructive output would increase tenfold. These stones generate massive energy, yet humans possess a spark that machines simply cannot replicate. Henry decisively declared they needed to intervene, but Luciana immediately objected. They would only be a hindrance. To her surprise, she noticed that Grom was staying perfectly calm, even though she expected him to be the first to rush in. The undead told her not to underestimate their king. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on how this form always made him rely solely on brute force. He had become accustomed to resolving every conflict with raw strength, feeling as though no one could ever hope to match him. That mindset had caused him to blindly underestimate his enemies. But he realized his mistake. He wasn't the strongest being in existence. Even a supreme spirit was far more powerful than he was. Clutching the crushed stones in his hand, he recalled the overwhelming odds he once faced. Enemy, whose strength far exceeded his own. He relied on logic and strategy. With those tools, he always overcame superior foes. He still remembered his life before becoming the Demon King. Back then he was a sage. Dwight assumed a combat stance and beckoned his opponent to come at him. John laughed, wondering if his target had vanished again. He was like a ghost with endless stamina. Analyzing the situation, Dwight noted the golems resembled mass-produced models, but their scale was vastly different. He had already captured one of these constructs before and successfully seized control. Now he needed a way to turn the tide of this battle. He turned to his deputy Grom, who asked if he was safe. Dwight confirmed he was. As he approached, the inventor gasped, unable to track his movement. He moved again? How cowardly. He wasn't interested in proving himself. He was only focused on determining the winner. With a sigh, he decided he would reduce the area to ash to flush out his hiding spot. Suddenly, a devastating blow rocked the machine's casing. To his shock, the protagonist was standing right in front of him. Dwight declared that if a fight was what he desired, he would provide it. He warned him not to assume that his previous strike was the extent of his power. John accepted the challenge, and the two opponents charged at each other with immense force. The inventor quickly realized he was taking significant damage as his defenses began to crumble. He redoubled his assault on the protagonist, but he couldn't even scratch the defense as John laughed with sadistic joy. Things were finally getting interesting for the arrogant inventor. Dwight soared high above the golem and delivered a crushing strike from the heavens. The impact was immense, yet the opponent merely mocked him, noting that despite the power, it failed to even dent the armor he was so proud of. Gloating, he asked Dwight if he felt utterly pathetic and weak. However, Dwight admitted that while the golems were strong, and perhaps even physically superior, the invention had one fatal flaw. This sent the inventor into a fit of indignant rage. How could he dare insult his work? But Dwight simply told him the real issue was the pilot. John's narrow-minded perspective was his downfall, and he needed to watch closely. To his horror, John saw his creation being ensnared by sinister black threads. He panicked, unable to comprehend what was happening. Dwight then revealed his true source of power: his loyal comrades. The inventor looked up to see the furious expressions of Luciana, Henry Doldar, and Grom, staring him down before he could even comprehend the danger. The golem he was controlling suddenly collapsed, crashing to the floor as if it had been mown down. Natasha screamed indignantly at Grom, asking why he didn't take her seriously. If this thing fell, it would be nearly impossible to lift. Grom sheepishly apologized like a guilty schoolboy. John groaned in frustration, unable to move and cursing their idiocy. He tried to force himself up, but the protagonist's allies yanked on the heavy, restraining rope so hard that he was slammed back down. Marciana noted that such a pathetic move was surprisingly effective. Grom was offended, appalled she'd call the master's skill primitive, while Henry cheered in excitement. It was pure chaos, and Dwight watched, as his friends stood triumphantly over the defeated golem. Dwight turned to his allies with a nod. "That was a spectacular attack," he said. The comrades were thrilled to receive such high praise. At that moment, John shouted out in pure irritation. He rolled over, mocking them for thinking they could defeat him in such a pathetic way, insisting the golem wasn't even broken. Did they really think knocking him to the ground meant the fight was over? They were fools, merely stalling for time. The protagonist chuckled, noting that his enemy was thinking far too narrowly. It was time to change the inventor's mind once and for all. Adjusting his glasses, the inventor shouted in a rage, demanding they shut Logan up. But what could he even do? In that moment, he realized his golem was completely ensnared by massive tree roots, paralyzing its every move. A bewildered John asked Dwight what he had done. Dwight insisted he hadn't interfered, as he had already given his word to Logan. The elf proudly declared that elven mana serves as the ultimate fertilizer for plants, which explains the incredible resilience of the flora within the elven forest. The inventor could only grit his teeth in frustration. Logan explained that the mystery crystal harbors the essence of a higher spirit. By absorbing that energy, this tree can grow to an unimaginable size, perhaps even larger than anyone could anticipate. Even Logan couldn't predict the limit as the tree continued its rapid ascent. Watching in awe, Lynn remarked on just how breathtakingly beautiful the sight was. She gasped in amazement, noting that it looked just like the legendary World Tree. Logan declared that the crystal's power is incomparable and seemingly infinite. He explained that the energy would only run dry once the tree finally finished its growth. Even the antagonist had to admit the boy was talented. The elf replied that their success was all thanks to their commander and his brilliant strategy. Meanwhile, the inventor realized he had severely underestimated them. How could this be? Was the crystal's power truly that overwhelming? Facing such overwhelming power, he realized he needed to buy time to regain his composure. If he could just stay calm, he still had a chance. John scrambled to activate his invention. The announcer noted his persistence, while the elf remarked that accepting defeat wasn't easy. However, the mystical tree relentlessly began to entwine its massive roots around his machine, crushing his hopes along with it. The inventor screamed in a fit of desperate rage, calling them all fools. But then a dark inspiration struck him. If he couldn't bypass the tree, he would simply burn it to the ground. Channeling his remaining mana, he unleashed a massive burst of flames, watching as the fire began to consume the wood. John let out a wicked laugh, mocking them and asking if this was really their trump card. Meanwhile, Logan turned toward the Demon King and offered his apologies. He explained that despite his best efforts, the tree couldn't absorb all the incoming energy. The protagonist simply told him it was enough. He could see the elf was exhausted. Logan nodded, admitting he was at his limit. Dwight realized that finding the hidden crystal had drained his companion's strength. He thanked his ally for his hard work. Across the field, John was seething with pure hatred for the Demon King. He wouldn't rest until he saw his enemy dead, and he intended to finish things right here and now. Suddenly, something completely unexpected occurred. His other personality, Ethan, awoke and protested. "This can't be happening! He doesn't want to do this!" John roared in fury. "Why did that idiot wake up so early?" "Now is not his time," the split personality declared, asserting his presence. He was here for peace, leaving John livid. Was he joking? Did he not understand the situation? Ethan begged him not to destroy the city, but the inventor snarled for him to get out of here and stop interfering in my affairs. Ethan replied that this was all just too vile. The MC shouted at John to watch carefully as a terrifying creature of incredible size emerged from behind, the Golem. Stunned, the man asked what kind of monstrosity he was looking at. The protagonist explained that within their hearts dwells a restless soul that has never come to terms with the past, its form fueled by hatred and despair. Condemned to wander this world forever, he is the Lord who commands these tormented souls. John whispered the name, the Immortal Lord. The necromancer mage, Dwight, then questioned if he was truly ready to bear the weight of this regret for eternity. After all, he had brutally slaughtered many, and this gargantuan beast is the physical embodiment of his enemy's collective hatred. The monster began lumbering toward the Golem. John let out a hysterical, blood-curdling scream, ordering it to stay back, but the symbol, a horrific symbiosis born from the souls of the slain. As a lane closed in, the protagonist commanded the beast to let them feel their malice. The monster began to swell, methodically dismantling the Golem piece by piece. Logan thought it was impossible, but his armor was failing. To Dwight, however, this was the only logical conclusion. The energy contained within the mystical artifact was no longer enough to power such high-level defenses. Dwight turned to Logan and told him this was all his own fault. Even so, John refused to give up, clinging to a desperate hope for victory as he fought the monster with his mechanical invention. Dwight merely scoffed, stating that it was all useless. The beast was composed of countless dead bodies, and although it appeared to be a living creature, it was truly just a mountain of animated corpses. Therefore, it possessed no vital organs or exploitable weak points. The monster began ruthlessly, tearing the Golem apart as John desperately cried out, "What is this thing? Get it off of me! Don't do this!" At that exact moment, the device began to hiss, and Dwight noticed that the frequency, the very component amplifying the transmission, had shattered. He could no longer hear the inventor's voice. He needed to end this battle and secure the crystal immediately. Suddenly, it became obvious that a catastrophic event was unfolding, something Dwight hadn't originally intended for the Golem. He realized the danger and thought, "No way!" But it was already too late. The massive construct detonated, sending violent shockwaves throughout the city. Dwight hadn't imagined the Golem would explode like this. If a titan composed of undead bodies couldn't withstand that impact, it would surely be obliterated. Even as the body disintegrated, he knew the mysterious crystal wouldn't be easily damaged. It had to be in the rubble. Dwight flew toward the remains of the fallen Golem to find the inventor. The man was ready to sacrifice his life to slay the Demon King, exceeding every expectation. That arrogant John might have actually rigged the Golem system with a self-destruct sequence. Dwight recalled the inventor's boast. Being reborn in another world to slay the Demon King sounded like a perfect hero's saga. But there was no way he would allow this world to be put in such jeopardy again. It turns out the one determined to face the Demon Lord is the true mastermind, and knowing him, one can assume that if killing this enemy were impossible, he wouldn't have resorted to self-destruction. Just then, a spherical device launched out from the Golem and lunged at Dwight. Our protagonist, effortlessly dodging every strike, realized he was facing a miniaturized version of the massive Golem. After carefully scanning the mechanical menace, he finally located the core crystal hidden within. It was embedded right in the center. Dwight approached the inventor and demanded he hand over the stone. John snapped back, reminding him that he had already refused. Dwight simply noted that the man clearly thought he was the star of the show. The inventor screamed for him to survive this next attack, but while effortlessly parrying the blows, the protagonist made a realization. Even though the Golem's body had shrunk significantly, the crystal remained the absolute source of its power. Because that core was still fully intact, the machine's lethality remained completely unchanged, however. Its movements were sluggish, but the fault didn't lie with the Golem's specs. Instead, this was a direct result of John's flawed combat style. Stealing his resolve, he channeled his mana and launched a fierce magical assault. He noted that while his opponent was formidable, he would never be enough to claim victory. But John was wrong. The battle was far from over. The man transformed into a mechanical titan and began firing directly at our protagonist. John quickly realized these were no ordinary rounds. They were sacred, magic bullets. His form began to dissolve under the weight of the attack until only a hollow cloak remained. Staring at the charred bones, John could hardly believe it. He questioned if it really worked, but the results spoke for themselves. He had done the impossible. He had slain the Demon Lord. It appeared that even a king like him could be turned to ash. He felt as though he had witnessed a soul's transmigration, but that wasn't it. The only thing that mattered was that peace would finally return to the world. However, at that exact moment, Dwight appeared out of the shadows. He attacked instantly, mocking the idea that such tiny bullets could ever end him. Perplexed and fading, John realized his end was finally approaching. As he drew near, the protagonist noted that John's body was little more than a corpse, immune to further damage. Suddenly, the inventor collapsed as if struck by a divine force, muttering to himself. With a haunting smile, he rambled about needing to get home for a weekly TV show he couldn't miss, as if everything were normal. Utterly bewildered by the nonsense, the protagonist demanded to know what he was talking about. John snapped back, insisting he had cornered the hero despite his machine's improper combat settings. The MC realized the man was delirious, his mind fracturing on the brink of death as he called out his enemy's name. The inventor screamed, "If you're going to kill me, do it! My inventions are a revolution. Do you want to destroy the future?" In response, the protagonist gestured toward the horizon and told him to look at the city. He asked what he saw. Total devastation. Was this the true legacy of his rapidly advancing technology? Filled with spite, the inventor spat back that the destruction was the MC's fault for interfering. The protagonist remained calm, acknowledging the heavy burden he carried. He accepted all the responsibility and all the hatred directed toward him. He knew that once the cycle of hatred was complete, he would simply vanish. At that moment, the suppressed memories of the inventor's actual death began to resurface. In his mind's eye, he saw himself approaching his newly built war machine as it began to malfunction. He watched in shock as the massive machine failed and a heavy cannon broke loose from its mount. The massive piece of iron crushed him instantly, snuffing out his life in a single moment. The confusion of that final day finally cleared, giving way to a terrifying clarity. The realization finally dawned on him. He had been dead this entire time. Now the demon lord stood over him, his blade piercing through the inventor's body. Ethan gasped, asking why he had lost. Wasn't it his destiny to slay the Demon King? After all, wasn't that the sole reason he was summoned? Dwight simply replied that he had forged his own path, and as a result, a miracle had finally descended upon him. This was a phenomenon Dwight had witnessed twice before in this world. Clinging to life, Ethan couldn't fathom why he wasn't the victor of this scenario. Dwight merely observed the dying man, leading Ethan to ask one final question. Why was he even reborn into this world in the first place? Dwight admitted he didn't have the answer, but he knew someone who might. Perhaps she held the truth, but for now, Ethan's sins were irrelevant. None of it mattered anymore. Dwight then asked the dying man for his real name. Confused, the inventor asked why he cared, before finally revealing his true name, Ethan Lloyd's. Dwight noted it was better to have his real name on his grave. Ethan asked if he was truly a good person, but this demon lord, raising his sword, countered the thought. No, he was without a doubt the most cruel and treacherous demon king to ever exist. With a final swing, he cut the inventor down and took the mystical crystal. Gazing up at the sky, our protagonist noted that dawn had already arrived. He hoped she wasn't too angry about the wait. When Dwight finally reached the rendezvous point, the High Spirit was waiting. She complained he took too long, to which he replied. Dwight fulfilled his end of the bargain, tossing the mysterious crystal back to the spirit so she could inspect it. She caught the gem mid-air, examining it closely before speaking. There's no mistaking it. This is definitely my crystal, though its mana is nearly exhausted. Dwight prepared to explain the drain, but he was quickly cut off. The spirit waved it off, claiming she had already forgiven him for the inconvenience. Dwight expressed his gratitude, deciding it was best to keep Logan's involvement a secret to avoid further trouble. She noted that she'd felt the crystal's pulse since midnight, acknowledging the immense effort he took to return it. She offered her sincere thanks for his diligence. Dwight simply shrugged it off, stating he was just finishing what he started. The spirit remarked that men who honor their word are a rare breed in this world. Dwight pondered the weight of her words, realizing she'd likely seen many such promises broken throughout her long life. She then added a chilling warning. Had he failed in his mission, she would have laid waste to his entire territory. Fortunately, such drastic measures were no longer necessary. Dwight couldn't help but wonder how many historical catastrophes were actually caused by her whims. In her usual cryptic manner, the spirit declared that from this day forth, Dwight would become the arbiter of destinies. He was taken aback by the title, but she reaffirmed it with absolute certainty. By setting out to restore the world from the shadows, he had already begun to shift the gears of fate. The world was finally moving in the right direction. He needed to be confident, as his path was unlike any demon king before him. He had to forge ahead, devoting his entire being to this cause as he stepped into his new role. As the arbiter of destinies, she guaranteed that no force in existence would be able to stand in his way. Despite her fickle nature, the protagonist chose to believe her words. Resolving the crisis had earned him her trust, and for that, he was deeply grateful. Suddenly, the spirit drifted closer toward him. She stared into his eyes with an intense, piercing gaze. The heavy silence made him uneasy as he wondered what she was thinking. Dwight asked if he could take his leave, but the spirit insisted he stay. She wanted to reward him for his efforts and intended to give him herself. Taken aback by the bold offer, he struggled to process what she meant. The protagonist was absolutely stunned by her sudden declaration. Confused, he asked the spirit to clarify exactly what she was proposing. She apologized for her vague phrasing and immediately clarified her intent. Right before his eyes, she began to manifest a physical double of her own form. A miniature copy appeared in her hands, leaving Dwight completely baffled by the sight. This was her double Yura, a being that possessed an incredibly powerful soul. Dwight hesitated to accept, fearing his current strength wasn't enough to handle it. His last battle had shown him just how dangerous uncontrollable power could be. Yet despite his reservations, he found it difficult to outright refuse the gift. When she pressed him for an answer, Dwight spoke with total honesty. The magnitude of the gift was unthinkable, making him feel incredibly awkward. Sensing his tension, she told him not to take the gesture so seriously. After returning the crystal, he certainly deserved a fitting reward. She insisted there was no need for any gratitude. Dragonist bowed politely, pledging his absolute loyalty and obedience to her. The spirit noted that she fully expected him to accept this arrangement. Handing Yura over, she explained that she had modified her essence. She granted her a harmless, gentle nature, much like a devoted daughter. While her stats were now reset to those of an infant, she would no longer act out. With her task complete, the spirit prepared to depart. However, the protagonist asked her to stay, as he had one final, burning question for her regarding the nature of the world's will. She repeated his words, visibly surprised. The world's will? He explained that this force seemed intricately linked to the inventor and the events within the crystal cave. It was the common thread between the hero and the Celestials. Every adversary he faced shared one suspicious commonality. They were all empowered by a mysterious force, as if fate itself sought to erase him from existence through their collective intent. He dubbed this phenomenon the world's will, and turned back to her, noting that she had observed this realm since ancient times. Did she know the truth behind this phenomenon? The spirit replied. Our protagonist thought he already understood the situation. He continued by asking if this strange phenomenon was also a part of the world's defense mechanism. However, the Supreme Spirit quickly denied it. No matter the name, the force keeping the world in order certainly doesn't cater to petty human desires. This so-called world will is far more difficult to grasp than a mere defense mechanism. While defense mechanisms have been destroyed by it, the origin of this force is fundamentally different from his. Since they are different, he can resist it. In reality, he had already guessed this and only asked her to finally confirm his theory. But was he jumping to conclusions? He then asked the spirit if she would hear his suggestion. The spirit agreed after he explained his perspective. She admitted he was quite sharp, which surprised him. He excitedly asked if that meant his theory was right. However, the spirit was quick to counter him. She had only agreed to listen to his ideas, not promise him any definitive answers. Was he really unconcerned, even if she kept her secrets hidden? He knew he could uncover the truth eventually. She then inquired if that was truly all he wanted to know from her. Dwight confirmed it was, offering his gratitude for her honesty. As she took to the sky, she mentioned how much she enjoyed their talk, looking forward to the dawn when their paths would cross again. Dwight simply nodded. With the encounter over, he sank to the ground in exhaustion. Yura approached him, watching him with a look of quiet expectation. He gently asked her to let him rest for just a moment. While he recovered, Yura occupied herself nearby, stacking a small pyramid of stones with a sense of childish innocence. Dwight eventually turned to his companions, praising them for a job well done. The crystal had been successfully retrieved at last. Once the Supreme Spirit took the artifact and vanished, the ordeal was finally over. But through these recent events, Dwight had gained a haunting new perspective. He saw firsthand how advanced technology could be twisted into a tool of mass destruction. He might have been the catalyst for the anomalies appearing in this world. But he wasn't the only one capable of grasping such forbidden knowledge. It was inevitable that others would eventually seek out that same power. Reaching his level of strength was now only a matter of time. Advanced weaponry, born from rapid scientific and technological breakthroughs, would soon be mass-produced, fundamentally altering the nature of warfare forever. This evolution would inevitably reshape the eternal struggle between humanity and the Demon King. It was no longer a simple fight for survival, but a choice of whether to embrace the relentless march of civilization to maintain a fragile global balance or to force a period of stagnation through deception. Ultimately, his decision was clear. He chose a world that moves forward. But did his friends truly wish to follow him down this path? Grom, Luciana, Henry, and Logan all stood by him, pledging their lives to the cause as his loyal comrades. Henry found the proposal intriguing and wanted to help, while Luciana enthusiastically agreed. Grom simply rumbled his approval, vowing to remain by his side from this moment on. Realizing his mission was far from over, he knew he had to master the beast known as the Era, while a sleepy Yura curled up at his feet. Eventually, Luciana approached him with a sobering update. A month had passed since the devastating assault on Magtech, and the nation was still reeling from the destruction. With the government in total disarray, it is clear that a peaceful new era is still a distant dream as Holy Scepter envoys swarm the city. Tensions between these nations are high, necessitating constant surveillance following the Empire's total collapse. The hiding nobles are confirmed dead, and the Empire has vanished, leaving surrounding smaller nations to fight over the scraps. This struggle for the fallen power's territory threatens to ignite a full-scale war, and any further developments will be reported immediately. Gripping the document in his hands, the protagonist somberly declares that a new war is about to erupt. She interjects with a bold proposal. What if they constructed a massive barrier between the two nations? By erecting a colossal wall, they could physically separate the warring factions and prevent further bloodshed. This would neutralize the threat of immediate conflict, and once the world realized the Demon King built it, they would shift their entire focus toward him. The MC admits that this desperate plan might actually work. He contemplates using high-level magic to forge an indestructible monolith, though he currently lacks the necessary technology. Still, he's confident he can develop a solution, spending his rare downtime scouring magic manuals for better control. Luciana eventually approaches him, noticing that his face is beginning to look completely drained. "You look like a man who's reached his limit," she observes, leaving him slightly perplexed. He realizes his expression has become a mask of fatigue, and Luciana admits she feels the exact same way. Since he's been buried in work lately, she asks if he'd like to finally unwind, and he tentatively agrees. When she asks if he has any hobbies, the MC's mind drifts back to his previous life. He vividly remembers his time as an ordinary person, long before he carried the weight of the world. Back then, Claire had always reminded him that while completing missions was vital, it wasn't everything. She insisted that rest was just as necessary as hard work to stay sharp. She had noticed his exhaustion even then, and he felt a wave of shame that she had to look after him instead of the other way around. Reflecting on his current situation, he realizes this habit of overworking is a flaw he still hasn't managed to fix. He tells her his old passion was traveling to try local dishes, but there's a catch. This new body has lost the ability to enjoy the taste of food. Luciana listens and offers a gentle smile. She asks if he can spare a bit of his time this evening, and curious, the protagonist agrees to see what she has planned. She whispered that it was a secret. Meanwhile, over in the library, Yura announced she'd discovered something interesting, but since she couldn't reach it, she requested help. Grom asked which book she needed. He offered to assist and pulled a volume from the shelf, asking if this was the one. Yura shook her head, directing him to move 2 more books to the left. Grom finally grabbed the correct tome, and Yura then requested an illustrated encyclopedia on plants. He smiled, telling her he knew exactly where to find it. As they moved to another section, they bumped into the protagonist. Grom froze in surprise and called out to him. The MC thanked Grom for teaching the girl, noting that Grom seemed genuinely happy. Grom reacted sheepishly, insisting the MC had misunderstood the situation. He claimed he was merely following orders and that it wasn't a burden. The MC reflected on this. To keep the doppelganger from losing control, he had entrusted her training to his loyal deputy. It seemed he'd made the right call. Suddenly, Yura mentioned there had been a correction to her name. She wasn't just a nameless entity anymore, she was now Yura. The protagonist wondered if Grom was the one who had given her that moniker. As it turns out, she hated being called a doppelganger, so she had asked Grom to provide her with a proper name. The MC didn't bother asking why Grom chose that specific title. He could only imagine his loyal subordinate had been racking his brains for days to find it. Grom then signaled for her to greet the Demon King. Yura bowed her head politely as the protagonist responded by wishing her a good morning. Grom leaned in, visibly confused, and asked what she just said. Yura simply replied that the greeting was completed as ordered, but Grom wasn't satisfied. Had she really just addressed the Demon King as minister? Yura nodded and it was explained that a new set of orders had arrived directly from Luciana. Grom was furious, shouting that the little devil was clearly acting on her own whims again. Seeing the minister's growing rage, he grabbed her, insisting she accompany him immediately. He couldn't believe she had the audacity to play around at a time like this. Meanwhile, Luciana gathered all her assistants together. She beamed at them, joyfully praising everyone for their incredible hard work. They had finally reached the final stage of their secret project. The room erupted in cheers as the team celebrated their successful mission. One of them remarked that simply working alongside their mistress was a dream come true. To them, being part of her grand vision was the ultimate form of happiness. Luciana cheered, announcing that the service would begin shortly, just as a loud knock echoed at the door. Grom burst into the room, fuming as he accused her of being behind this latest mess. He demanded to know what she was teaching Yura, but Luciana just flashed a sly, mischievous smile, telling the undead warrior that he had arrived at the perfect moment. She reassured him that he'd be joining the festivities very soon. She then beckoned the confused protagonist to step inside the room. He cautiously asked what she was up to, but she told him to just wait and see. He turned to Grom to see if he knew anything, but his deputy was just as clueless. Suddenly, Luciana threw open the doors to reveal a massive table. She proudly presented a feast prepared by her team for their king, urging him to ignore the sheer scale and just dig in. They all watched expectantly as the MC chuckled, still trying to process the bizarre situation. It was a thoughtful gesture. His team had prepared a meal specifically for a man who had long ago lost his sense of taste. It certainly looked delicious, but he wondered if there was any point. Could an immortal body even digest this? Luciana wasn't playing a prank, was she? Deciding to trust his subordinate, he took a bite of the meat and recoiled in shock. It was incredibly spicy. Our protagonist realized with a jolt that he hadn't experienced a sensation like this in over a decade. As he gasped that the dish was burning. Hot, Luciana explained with a knowing smile that spiciness is actually a form of pain. Since he could still feel pain, he could finally taste again. They had used various rare spices and infused the dish with holy magic, making it completely safe for his supernatural constitution. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he continued to chew. When asked how it was, the protagonist happily replied that he loved it. He then suggested they serve the rest of the meal as well. He wanted to share this moment with everyone there. The group responded with cheers and excitement as they all began to feast together. As the MC ate, he couldn't help but feel immense gratitude toward Luciana. However, he couldn't help but wonder where Natasha had disappeared to. Luciana explained that the researcher was currently deep in the zone. She refused to leave while her inspiration was flowing so freely. She was unstoppable, though she appeared to be physically reaching her limit. Seeing her so exhausted, Dwight wondered if he should check on her himself. He decided to go through with it, planning a visit for the following day. Later on, Natasha scooped up Yura with a delighted squeal. The tiny spirit copy trembled in fear, begging her master for protection from the eccentric scientist. Dwight urged Natasha to calm down, reminding her that he'd already explained Yura's nature. Natasha was ecstatic, marveling at the fact that she was holding a high-ranking spirit's doppelganger. Her scientific curiosity was practically overflowing at the sight. She tried to restrain herself, but Dwight encouraged her to keep up the good work. When asked if she'd made progress on the prototype, Natasha gave a confident nod. She explained that the device was a core component for the upcoming railway project. Dwight praised her brilliance, but she insisted it was only possible thanks to the rare materials he provided. She marveled at the blueprints, calling them a treasure trove of revolutionary ideas for the kingdom. Since traveling between the forest and the capital was exhausting for the elves, Dwight had tasked her with connecting the two via rail. As they reviewed the plans, Dwight checked in to see how she was holding up. Natasha insisted she was perfectly fine and bursting with academic energy. However, when Dwight asked when she last slept, she casually admitted it had been 5 days. There were simply too many fascinating phenomena to study and far too little time to sleep. The moment those words left her lips, the girl collapsed onto the cold floor. It was exactly what the protagonist had feared. Her body had finally reached its absolute breaking point. Yura quickly alerted him that Natasha's life was in immediate danger and recommended using spiritual energy to stabilize her. He ordered the process to begin at once, and Yura immediately complied, channeling her essence. As she worked her magic, the MC realized that Natasha had been far too consumed by her research. He knew she would have stubbornly refused any rest, and though he wanted to respect her dedication, he regretted not forcing her to stop. Kneeling beside her, he whispered a quiet apology as Yura confirmed that Natasha's vitals were finally returning to normal. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and thanked her, though he remained deeply concerned. It was clear that she was dangerously overworked, and he knew he would need to find a permanent solution soon. Suddenly, Luciana rushed toward them, her face pale as she asked what had happened. He explained the situation, noting that Yura's spiritual magic had barely managed to save her from total exhaustion. Luciana apologized for the intrusion during such a crisis, but insisted she had a report of the utmost importance. In the territory of the old demons, a group of mysterious outsiders had begun conspiring with the local monsters. Upon hearing this, the MC knew they could no longer afford to remain idle. He instructed her to take Natasha to the infirmary before heading to the scene, but Luciana insisted on coming along. Since this involved the land of the old demons, he eventually agreed that her presence would be necessary. With their course of action decided, the protagonists began to reflect on the gravity of the situation. Their destination lay beneath the land of the old dragons, the site of the former Demon King's stronghold. It felt like a twist of cruel fate. He prepared himself to confront these intruders as they finally approached the heart of the conflict. Dwight reminisced about his previous visit here with Claire, as Luciana noted how long it had been. The stagnant air hadn't changed a bit, and Dwight agreed, noting the biting chill of the region. The atmosphere was thick with witchcraft and miasma, a perfect breeding ground for evil spirits. Normal humans couldn't survive such a twisted environment without suffering horrific physical mutations. Luciana broke the silence, questioning Dwight's decision-making. She wondered why they had brought Doldar along, as the creature kept obsessively demanding his missing head. Dwight explained that thanks to Henry's rigorous training, Doldar had finally begun to master his impulses. Since he usually just loitered at the bar, this was a test to see if he could maintain composure without Henry's supervision. Despite the explanation, Doldar continued his manic shouting, demanding his head be returned. Luciana expressed her concerns, but Dwight assured her he could warp the creature back to the capital if things turned south. He held on to the hope that the Dullahan would eventually regain his full consciousness. After all, a headless horseman is considered a superior undead, meaning he should still possess a high level of intelligence. In life, Doldar was the pirate feared even by spirits. If he could reclaim his identity, he'd be an invaluable ally. Doldar barked for them to hurry so he could begin his hunt, but the protagonist told him to remain patient. Suddenly, one of Luciana's scouts emerged from the shadows. The spy informed them that her subordinates had been waiting for their arrival for quite some time. When Luciana asked about the demons consorting with humans, the scout pointed toward a village just ahead. Without another word, the girl began leading the group toward the demonic presence. As they approached, Luciana was shocked to see that there were actually survivors. She had assumed everyone in the area had perished long ago. But Dwight remained vigilant. It appeared that following the death of the previous Demon King, the human army had launched a brutal punitive expedition against the demon race. Luciana, desperate to save her people from total annihilation, took command of the survivors and chose to go into hiding. However, those who refused to flee stayed behind. Over 10 years of grief, she watched them slowly perish. Looking at her, our protagonist wondered what she truly saw. He noted that only about 100 demons remained in their ranks. With such dwindling numbers, surviving a human invasion seemed impossible. There had to be another reason they hadn't been wiped out. He then inquired about the location of the rogue demons mentioned earlier. The spy gestured toward their camp, confirming they were just ahead. Commending her for the report, he told her she had done well and to simply send him information next time. He then ordered her to return to her post and continue her reconnaissance. Knowing a battle was inevitable, he refused to waste talented subordinates in a position where they couldn't defend themselves. As he approached the hostile group, the rogue demons shouted in surprise. "Who are you?" they demanded. Radiating a terrifying aura, he declared himself the Demon King and warned them to disperse if they didn't want to get hurt. They burst into mocking laughter, shouting, "Don't be ridiculous. The Demon King died ages ago. Does every fool think they can claim the throne now?" One of the demons snarled that his audacity to claim the title was enough to warrant death. Another agreed and lunged forward, attempting to strike him down. But the protagonist instantly hoisted him into the air using his overwhelming power. He channeled his magic and spoke with an ominous chill. He repeated his command, ordering them all to disperse immediately. Luciana remarked on how isolated and out of touch they had become. They had been away for too long and knew nothing of the true Demon King. Maud asked her in a trembling voice if she was really Luciana. She mocked him, asking if he was only just noticing her presence. She corrected him, demanding to be addressed with proper respect. To her, a polite form of address was the bare minimum for a mistress. The demon spat that he had no respect for a coward who fled from humans, even a former heavenly king. Luciana called his words heartless, reminding him of who had actually cared for them back then. Dwight mused that such is the way of the world. Kindness is easily forgotten, leaving only resentment and hatred behind. Luciana agreed, finding his perspective quite convincing. She looked at the mob, doubting any of them were capable of answering her questions. Enraged, the demons began shouting that they would teach the duo a lesson. Just then, Doldar stepped out from the crowd. He surged forward, demanding they hand over the intruder's head as the others watched in confusion. Dwight realized he had forgotten to mention a crucial detail to Luciana. This was a druid, and he was their primary source of information. Doldar turned towards the protagonist, signaling that he understood what needed to be done. Dwight watched the druid with interest, while Luciana wondered if the man had finally come to his senses. Doldar charged into the fray against the demons, howling in a frenzy. Dwight watched in disbelief, thinking it was impossible. There was no way he could have recovered so quickly. Yet Doldar pressed on, obliterating his enemies while screaming for his missing head. Dwight realized they had to seize this opening and capture the remaining demons while they were vulnerable. He spotted Mold and two others attempting to flee the chaos. Mold shrieked in frustration, cursing his luck. He couldn't comprehend how these supposedly peaceful beings had suddenly transformed into such lethal threats. Their escape was cut short when they found Dwight and Luciana standing directly in their path. Dwight warned them they had nowhere to run as they were quickly apprehended. One demon brazenly spat that they would never reveal their secrets. Luciana insisted they needed to interrogate the prisoners thoroughly. Dwight agreed, instantly binding them with reinforced black threads. He demanded to know why they were slaughtering humans. When the demon mocked him and refused to answer, Dwight didn't hesitate and sliced him clean in half. He coldly warned the survivors that the same fate awaited any liars. He demanded to know once more why they had met with those people. Staring down at the mangled demon, our hero feigned hesitation about whether he should even bother listening. He sliced off the creature's leg, threatening to systematically dismantle its body piece by piece. If the demon stayed silent, he'd lose every limb one by one. The monster shrieked in agony, consumed by absolute terror as the protagonist promised him a level of suffering beyond comprehension. Luciana then stepped forward, asking for permission to make their captive happy instead. She knew that in a state of euphoria, extracting the truth was far more efficient. The protagonist agreed, realizing her logic was sound. He handed the interrogation over to her, and the girl immediately got to work. Her unique ability allowed her to manipulate the enemy's psyche by trapping them in a world of blissful dreams, a much cleaner technique than brute force. There was truly no need for such brutal physical torture. He realized he was being plagued by increasingly dark and sadistic impulses. It was an instinctive reaction, triggered simply by stepping foot back onto this cursed land. He felt a pang of shame. While Lady Druid had regained her senses, he was losing his own. The noble sage who once fought here was gone, and he needed to reclaim that mindset. Moments later, Luciana announced she was finished, and the protagonist asked for the results. Her findings were straightforward, but disappointing. There was no vital intel to be found. The motives of the humans who contacted the demons remained a total mystery. The demons didn't even know which nation they represented before they struck their deal. They had struck a bargain. The villagers provided food, while the demons harvested rare flora found only in this specific region to trade in return. It began 4 years ago when the humans first proposed the arrangement. Since then, the peace has held. After hearing her story, Dwight realized something crucial. 4 years ago predated his ascension as the Demon King, meaning this agreement had nothing to do with the world's will or the current punitive campaign. Still, the situation felt incredibly suspicious. He decided that once Doldar was secured, they would immediately return to the city. Luciana then asked how they should handle their captives. Dwight chose to bring them along for further questioning, ensuring no detail was missed before handing them over to the research department for study. "They'll be thrilled," Luciana beamed, completely smitten by the Demon King's cold, commanding presence. Dwight ignored her flattery, simply stating it was time for them to move out. High above, Volk watched the scene unfold, whispering to himself in sheer disbelief, was this some kind of sick joke? Why on earth was that man traveling with Luciana? After a moment of thought, he recalled the name, Dwight. Elsewhere, Logan stared at a freshly prepared dish in wide-eyed wonder. He asked the Demon King what it was, and Dwight simply offered him a sample. The elf curiously asked if it was sweet, while Agnes urged him to stop talking and just find out for himself. Logan took a bite, and his expression immediately shifted. Logan shouted indignantly, complaining about the intense heat of the food. Henry chuckled at his reaction, while Logan fumed, realizing the MC had lured him into a spicy trap. However, Dwight cut the chatter, shifting the focus to their main objective, the plan for the next invasion. Henry nodded in approval, asking which nation was next on their hit list. He wondered if a target had already been chosen, and the protagonist confirmed it. He had already dispatched a reconnaissance team to the Null Autonomous Region. Henry looked toward Logan, seeking his input on the chosen territory. Being an autonomous region, it doesn't officially qualify as a sovereign country. The protagonist nodded, confirming that his assessment was correct. This lawless territory belongs to no one and serves as a notorious hub for the slave trade. Naul is divided into districts, each governed by a warlord, and their warriors are formidable. There is no formal government there, but the inhabitants are incredibly resilient and battle-hardened. Henry fell silent, processing the news, while Logan remained observant. Logan agreed, noting that they've defied all authority and survived in that territory for centuries. Henry then inquired as to why this specific region had become their next target. The MC replied that the atrocities committed there have crossed every line of humanity. They have been raiding neighboring territories, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. They occupy villages, plunder every resource, and drag the survivors off into slavery. Henry muttered, puzzled that such evil seems to be ingrained in their very souls. If left unchecked, they'll never stop. Does the MC intend to finally teach them a lesson? The protagonist finally confirmed his long-held suspicions. The archer grinned, shouting, "Excellent, he's in." Dwight turned to Logan, asking for his final decision on the matter. The elf noted rumors that many demons and demi-humans were among the slaves, including his own kin. These demons were beasts with human-level intellect, while those with human forms were classified as non-humans. With a cold stare, the young man declared he was ready for revenge. He was all in. Dwight ordered them to follow the original plan. Attack with precision, but avoid total destruction. That was their creed. Henry nodded, confirming he understood the mission perfectly. Dogan mentioned a group of elves would provide backup, but at that exact moment, Grom's indignant voice echoed through the hall as she forced her way inside. "She can't just barge in here whenever she pleases," he shouted, trailing behind her. Ignoring her teacher, the spirit copy stormed into the office, followed closely by a frantic Grom. She turned directly to the protagonist, pleading for a favor from her master. Grom tried to restrain her, shouting that she shouldn't disturb a high-level military briefing. The others burst into laughter, finding the chaotic duo quite entertaining. Logan offered a polite morning greeting, which she briefly acknowledged. Dwight told his deputy to let her speak, causing Grom to sheepishly back down and obey. Dwight asked Yura what she needed, and she floated closer to him. She whispered that they needed to go on patrol together, leaving Dwight visibly confused. Patrol? His own search magic hadn't picked up a thing. Had her spirit magic sensed a hidden threat? Dwight asked if she had sensed anything out of the ordinary. The spirit copy replied that nothing unusual had been detected, yet she insisted a patrol was vital for the city's security. He looked at her, caught off guard by her sudden persistence. Grom indignantly snapped that the Demon King was far too busy for her games, but she maintained this was strictly for safety. The protagonist chuckled, wondering if this was all just a clever ruse, questioning if she simply wanted an excuse to take a stroll with him under the guise of work. He couldn't recall doing anything to earn such affection, making her sudden interest quite puzzling. Grom quickly apologized for her behavior, promising to teach his subordinate a proper lesson for her boldness. However, the MC intervened, agreeing that they should indeed head out on patrol together as she suggested. Shocked by the decision, the deputy warned his protege not to cause any further trouble for her master. Dwight confirmed he would go, and a thrilled Grom asked if his own subordinate could tag along as well. The protagonist gave his approval, seeing it as a beneficial arrangement. The spirit copy agreed, finding the request to be perfectly rational. She decided to perch on Grom's head to make traveling easier, leaving the undead knight overflowing with gratitude for the honor. He vowed to show no mercy to any violators, and the protagonist simply nodded in agreement. Turning his attention toward Logan and Henry, Dwight gave them their final instructions. He left the remaining tasks in their capable hands, and the boys readily accepted the responsibility. Grom was over the moon as he walked alongside his master. As they moved through the city, he asked if Dwight had heard the latest rumors. He mentioned that representatives from Magtech and several other major factions were approaching, and the Holy Rod Kingdom had finally agreed to a truce. Dwight chuckled at the news. Grom noted it wouldn't be long before an official announcement was made. They were forming an alliance against their common enemies, which Dwight saw as the perfect outcome. After a long period of bitter discord, both nations were now exhausted. They finally realized that continuing their war was a path to mutual destruction. The peace Dwight had envisioned was becoming a reality for the first time. This milestone was invaluable, serving as a precedent for other nations in turmoil. Dwight remarked that nothing would please the people more, and Grom hoped the world would evolve as the Demon King desired. To maintain this fragile peace, Dwight suggested providing secret assistance, with Grom noting that succubi excelled at such covert operations. Agreeing to discuss it with Luciana, Dwight was surprised when she suddenly appeared, asking if she had been summoned. Dwight assured her it wasn't urgent, and that they would speak later. Luciana nodded, then curiously asked why they were all gathered there. Yura clarified that this was a formal patrol for potential threats, not a casual stroll. Luciana laughed, teasing that she couldn't help but take the initiative in her duties. She joked that she was far sharper than the brainless Grom, prompting a menacing roar from the deputy. Undeterred, she sarcastically asked if the truth had already made him flustered. She offered a mock apology while Grom muttered under his breath about her attitude. Suddenly, Yura detected a spike in spiritual energy, forcing Dwight to remind them, no fighting in the city. It wasn't a problem, as she shouldn't pay their behavior any mind. They actually shared a wonderful relationship. Luciana irritably snapped that it was nothing of the sort, while Grom indignantly shouted that it was all a lie. The protagonist asked Yura why she could see it, and the spirit copy replied that she agreed with his assessment. Dwight turned to Luciana, questioning her about the intel gathered from the demons captured in the former Demon King's territory. She informed him that there was nothing left to report, as they had already disclosed everything they knew. She passed the remaining information to Natasha, who was absolutely thrilled to have more demons at her disposal. Natasha noted how valuable demons were, and the MC remarked that if she was happy, then he was satisfied. But as Yura spoke, the demons immediately went silent. Luciana nodded, confirming that she was absolutely right. After finishing her explanation, the girl handed her a small vial filled with a mysterious liquid. She explained it was a gift for her, a specialized medicinal tonic designed to restore magical power. Luciana confirmed it was crafted from rare medicinal herbs and sweetened to suit her taste. Watching this, the protagonist, Dwight, realized that crafting such medicine requires immense mana and expertise. Recalling his own failed attempts in his past life, it was clear that Luciana possessed an exceptional level of skill. Yura shouted that she would be taking the medicine immediately, as Luciana had instructed. She tossed the bottle into the air, caught it, and quickly downed the entire contents. Once the bottle was empty, the girl eagerly leaned in and asked her how it tasted. Yura replied with a delighted expression, exclaiming that the flavor was incredibly sweet and delicious. She was deeply grateful, prompting the girl to laugh joyfully at her enthusiastic reaction. Glad that she enjoyed the tonic, the girl prepared to head out, wishing her allies the best of luck on their patrol. Before leaving, she sternly reminded Grom that he needed to take proper care of Yura. Of Aurora, the deputy snapped back, claiming he was already well aware of the situation. He questioned why she wouldn't check on their spies, calling Nals a den of true barbarians. Luciana called him a moron, adding that those enemies were brilliant and far stronger than he could imagine. With that, she flew away, leaving Grom to grumble about how cruel she was being. Sometime later, a succubus trapped under the rubble desperately begged for assistance. Her captor mocked her, laughing at the fact that she was actually asking for help. He sneered at the idiot for using human language and prepared to show her a harsh dose of reality. This all traced back to the moment she first departed for her mission, rewinding to some time before these events took place. The girl informed the protagonist that a serious matter had arisen. There was an urgent issue concerning the Nal's autonomous region. It seemed that their spies had suddenly stopped communicating entirely. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise at the report. Henry asked for clarification, questioning if their agents had really been captured. Grom chimed in, remarking that he found it hard to believe those 4 could have failed. Dwight countered, stating it was entirely possible since the district's leaders were powerful enough to suppress any rebellion. Henry noted that they were still planning an attack, but they needed to be careful. He worried that if their scouts were already caught, sending a full army might be too risky. If they were to undertake a move, it couldn't be on such a massive scale. Seeing the dilemma, Luciana stepped forward and declared she would go alone. Luciana tracked down the transport cart carrying the prisoners. Approaching the driver, she politely asked for a moment of his time, catching the merchant completely off guard. "A woman out here alone?" Luciana claimed she was looking to purchase a slave and asked for guidance on how business was conducted in these parts. However, the man grew suspicious, sensing something was off about her request. He demanded to see her face, but Luciana quickly activated her magic and commanded him to remain obedient and answer every single one of her questions. Under her spell, the merchant's resistance crumbled instantly. He explained that Nal was divided into 4 distinct regions, each ruled by a different leader and segregated by the race of the slaves. The territories were split between the realms of humans, elves, beastmen, and demons. Glancing at the captives, she confirmed they were currently within the beastman territory. He was headed to the residence of the local district leader, prompting Luciana to ask what kind of rulers they were dealing with. The man admitted they were all terrifying figures who governed their lands through absolute fear. Among these tyrants, none was more feared than the ruler of the demonic territory. His name was Kololobus, a man notorious for his unparalleled cruelty and bloodlust. Rumor has it he executes his own slaves for sport, making him a figure of both dread and respect. Luciana then asked for the location of the demonic territory, and he pointed her toward the west. He warned her to turn back, insisting that such a dangerous place was no destination for a young girl traveling alone. One wrong move and she could easily end up captured and sold herself. He scrutinized her, adding that no matter her reasons, it wasn't worth throwing her life away for a slave. Treating the captives as mere tools, he then offered to sell her a beastman at a bargain price to change her mind. To him, demons and beastmen were nothing more than animals. With that, he turned toward the cart, but Luciana struck from behind, decapitating him in a single swift motion. Coldly, she thanked his corpse for the information he had provided. As she approached this wagon, the imprisoned beastmen stared at her in utter shock. She swung the door open, causing them to cower, unsure if she was a savior or a new nightmare. She informed them that a 10-day journey south would lead them to the Demon King's territory. Since they had no home to return to, that was their only hope. The beastmen gasped in disbelief. The Demon King's domain? Even Floor stared at Luciana, stunned by the suggestion. She clarified she wasn't a hero playing Liberator. She was just passing through on business. Trembling, one beastman asked if they'd simply be slaughtered upon arrival. Luciana told them she was leaving. If they wanted to survive, they'd have to figure it out themselves. With a flick of her wrist, she activated her skill, and a bright light flashed. The shackles shattered instantly, freeing the captives from their heavy iron bonds. Luciana turned to continue on her way, but her departure was suddenly interrupted. She felt a desperate hand grab the back of her clothes, halting her in her tracks. Flore pleaded for her to stop. Luciana nearly stumbled from the sudden tug, and she whirled around, snapping angrily at the captive girl. What did she think she was doing? Flore immediately apologized, trembling. The girl begged for a moment to explain her intentions and her desperate situation. With tears in her eyes, the captive asked Luciana to take her along on her journey. She questioned her, confirming she was indeed a succubus. It made sense, given the way she wielded her charms. Luciana then confirmed her allegiance to their cause. Fillier suddenly exclaimed that she'd seen 4 more succubi just yesterday. Could she really be their comrade? Luciana pressed her to reveal everything she knew about those 4. The captive apologized once more, explaining that they had previously engaged in a fierce battle with the leader. She had never seen anyone hold their own against him like that. The memory clearly agitated her, as she'd never witnessed such a display of power before. Despite their struggle, they were ultimately defeated and dragged away. The girl desperately asked if she knew where they had been taken. The captive revealed the grim destination, the slave market. Despite the trauma, she still vividly remembered exactly what the leader looked like. That was why she wanted to help, begging Luciana to let her save everyone. Luciana was stunned. Why would she go to such lengths to save them all? The captive explained that many of her friends were trapped there, and she felt too weak to act alone. But seeing these brave succubi gave her hope. Luciana, however, found the situation incredibly annoying. She hadn't actually planned on staging a mass rescue. The captive was shocked by her coldness, especially since Luciana had already helped her. Luciana suddenly bopped her on the head, declaring that she despised people like her. She had no patience for cowards who only relied on others, leaving Fillier to cry out in pain. It was painful, but she apologized to Luciana once more. To her surprise, the girl remarked that she actually found her useful. Luciana agreed to take her along. With tearful eyes, Filouar thanked her, introduced herself, and begged for further guidance. After asking twice for her savior's name, Luciana coldly refused to reveal it. She gave her nothing. Meanwhile, the sadistic Cololobus was thoroughly enjoying himself. He was deep in the dungeon, slaughtering slaves for his own twisted sport. He cackled with every strike, shouting about the sheer thrill of the hunt. His assistant, Vanis, scolded him for damaging the merchandise again, but the district chief brushed it off. He argued that goblins and orcs were cheap, but the assistant countered that the cost wasn't the issue. At that moment, Cololobus spotted someone hunkered down behind the iron bars. He ordered the prisoner to approach, demanding to know if he was human. The boy, trembling, confirmed he was. Enraged, the leader turned on his men. He demanded to know why such a pathetic human-looking creature was even in his sight. Vanis sheepishly apologized for the oversight. He explained that slaves often get mixed up during transport and offered to move him to the human district. Instead, Cololobus threw open the cage door and ordered the boy to get out and stay out. Stunned by his sudden stroke of luck, the prisoner stepped out with hesitation. The leader barked at him to get lost immediately. The boy bolted for the exit. Vanis nervously asked his master if it was wise to just let a slave walk free. Cololobus snapped back, warning him never to let another human-looking slave offend his eyes again. The boy's face drained of color as he frantically stammered out an apology. The leader snapped, calling him a fool for ruining his mood with such incompetence. He demanded the release of 3 low-tier slaves as a sacrifice. Vanis moved to stop his master, but a single murderous glare sent the boy scurrying to carry out the order. Later, Cololobus sat back and admired the corpses of the slaves, declaring his mood restored. Acquiring 4 high-grade slaves at once was a windfall. Vane obsequiously confirmed this, as the leader asked if the wealthy succubus collectors had already arrived. He replied that they had. The aristocracy from every corner of the world was assembled. Cololobus was pleased, but his assistant hesitated, bringing up a nagging concern. He worried that the slaves' severe injuries would pose a problem for the auction. He suggested lowering the price, as their fierce resistance made a clean capture impossible. They were simply too strong to take without damaging them. Vanus agreed. They were dangerous. Cololobus nodded, suspecting they were the Demon King's spies mentioned in the rumors. Just then, an assistant entered the dungeon to inform the leader that all preparations for the grand auction were finally complete. Despite the sudden announcement, the turnout of buyers was far greater than anticipated. Cololobus smirked, noting that everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. He glanced at the captured spies, knowing they would be sold off in no time. Their ultimate fate was up to the buyers, though he knew the cruel reality. He believed most would simply use the girls to vent their darkest frustrations. They must accept the harsh reality. This world is ruled by humanity. As for the demons, they are nothing more than inferior beings. If they seek someone to blame for their plight, they should look only at themselves. Born as mere animals, no matter who they hate or who they worship, they will never be able to change their fate. This is the truth. Soon, Kololabus entered the auction hall and solemnly addressed the gathered nobility from every corner of the globe. He presented 4 young succubi, whose captivating presence left every man in the room completely entranced. He proclaimed that this was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Though they might usually be stingy, today was the day to loosen their purse strings. To pass up such a prize would lead to a lifetime of bitter regret. Luciana and Falor stood silently amidst the cheering, arrogant aristocrats. The girl they had previously rescued whispered with absolute certainty, "That man is undoubtedly the head of the demon district." Luciana remained silent, but her expression darkened with a cold, simmering rage. She contacted the protagonist immediately, informing him that she had successfully located all 4 scouts, and they were all alive. The protagonist replied, "Excellent." His squad was ready and awaiting his command. Luciana insisted she could handle this alone and told him to wait. He agreed, deciding to leave everything in her hands. Turning to Falura, Luciana warned her that staying here was far too dangerous. She urged her to flee immediately, but the Beastman girl hesitated. Desperate, Falura cried out for her to wait. She wanted to go with her, even though she was clearly terrified. She remembered all too well how cruel this world could be. Luciana understood her fear but stood firm. She told her to stay put as she prepared to move out, and Falura finally relented. Clasping her hands in the silent prayer, the girl watched as Luciana turned toward Daria. Luciana glanced at her scouts before locking eyes with the captive. Daria immediately understood the silent command. She signaled to her comrades, telling them to be ready for anything. In a flash, Luciana swung her blade. She thrust her sword through the air, striking the guard with immense force. He was sent reeling from the blow, gasping in total shock. Stunned, he shouted, demanding to know what she thought she was doing. Daria screamed that she would explain the gravity of the situation. They were bound by a warded magical lock that suppressed their powers, making escape impossible without the key. Vana barked at her to shut up before brutally slapping the slave across the face. Luciana's rage reached a boiling point as she stared them down. The bewildered nobles erupted in protest, demanding to know what was happening. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was this girl some kind of succubus as well? They seized Philur, screaming about the Beastman in their midst. They demanded the leader capture the succubus immediately so they could resume the auction. Luciana, trembling with fury, shouted, "How can you all be so utterly repulsive? They aren't your playthings." She took to the skies once more, unleashing her magical prowess. In an instant, several nobles were cut down. She then issued a chilling command. "Get out of my sight this instant, or pay with your lives!" Absolute chaos erupted as the crowd fled in a panic. Suddenly, Kololabus stepped forward. He confronted her, enraged that she dared to ruin his precious auction site. He lunged at her, but she nimbly dodged and countered. Yet her blow didn't leave a scratch. She realized her attacks were useless. He was moving far too fast. She didn't even have the moment to cast her seduction charms. But what was this power? It felt like body-enhancing magic, yet he hadn't cast a single spell. What was his secret? Right before her eyes, the leader downed a mysterious vial, causing a massive surge of magical energy to erupt from his body. He smirked, mentioning he recognized her from somewhere, but before Luciana could demand answers, she realized something was terribly wrong. Confused by his words, Luciana watched as Kalilivas dismissed her concerns. He prepared to strike, leaving her stunned by his sudden surge of pressure. Could a human truly rival the magical might of Kalilivas? She thought of Henry. Henry was a legendary anomaly, but this man, was he using body enhancement drugs? No, that wasn't it. As he charged, his overwhelming aura pulverized nearby buildings. Luciana knew that mere medicine couldn't maximize a warrior's strength to this level. This raw power had to be coming from a different source entirely. They clashed with a deafening roar, and his strike sent her reeling into the desert. In the distance, Filuar cried out for her, his voice trembling. Hearing the beastmen's alarm, Daria called out to her as well. Their mistress had been safe moments ago. How could things have escalated so quickly? Balua, her voice shaking with terror, admitted she was the one who brought her here. Daria thanked her for the help, but apologized for the danger. Could she assist them? They struggled with the lock they were holding while Filuar watched in silence. He hesitated, looking at her with uncertainty until Darius spoke up. Darius told them to forget it, warning that the area was becoming too dangerous. The rescued captive begged for their mercy, hoping for a chance at redemption. However, Darius knew that releasing her now was simply impossible. The keys to her shackles were still with the district chief. Meanwhile, Kalilivas turned back to Luciana, admitting she was stronger than he anticipated. Then the others. Could her name really be Lu? Luciana? She flashed a grin, confirming he was right. He had guessed correctly, but he couldn't believe his luck. Memories of his city being razed to the ground resurfaced. He knew that face anywhere. It was etched into his mind. His investigation was flawless. He couldn't be mistaken. Standing before him was the formidable Queen Luciana. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely her. The girl watched him, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, the tension in the air began to shift. As the atmosphere grew heavy, the leader downed several vials. After consuming the liquids, a truly terrifying dark aura began to emanate from his body. He wiped his mouth, declaring that he'd finally found her. Calalabas then rushed at her, fueled by pure rage, unleashing a relentless series of crushing blows. After a brief moment, he came to a halt. He stopped to stare as Falulu cried, desperate to join the fight against this idiot. She wanted to help, but she was too paralyzed by fear to move. At that exact moment, Savika struggled desperately to break free from her shackles. Desperate to aid her mistress, she fought against her restraints. Her companion tried to calm her down, but it was useless. Savika roared that even if she had to lose her own arms, she would never stop fighting. Her ally simply called her a fool, warning her that she had only become a burden. But Savika's rage only intensified. Could they really just stand by and shift all the blame onto their mistress? Flor recalled Luciana's biting words about how she loathed people who refused to take responsibility. She remembered Darius's plea, asking for help to pick the locks on their chains. It was true. She had always been passive, leaving the heavy lifting to everyone else. She had grown far too comfortable being useless and hiding behind apologies. But this was the breaking point. She realized deep in her heart that if she didn't take a stand now, she would never change. It wasn't too late. She was done running away and begging for forgiveness. Meanwhile, a battered Luciana sat amidst the dust and debris, realizing with dread just how much more powerful her opponent had become. She had tried to maintain her composure in front of the demon lord, insisting she could handle this alone, but now she questioned if she needed backup. Ultimately, her pride wouldn't allow her to lose face in front of him, or the others. Suddenly, the enemy launched another relentless assault. She mustered every ounce of her strength and began to desperately fend off his relentless attacks. She was grateful she had persevered until this moment, enduring a decade of torment every single day. For 10 years, he had dreamed of finally killing her. Calabas unleashed a devastating series of powerful blows and the girl collapsed. Once more, Velor, chanting that she wasn't afraid, leaped toward the leader and snatched the shackle keys from his belt. Everything he had built, including his brief fame, was destroyed by a woman and her so-called brave minions. To him, humans were only capable of conquest. Suddenly, Felorix shouted that the plan had succeeded. Calabas gasped in shock. What kind of creature was this girl? He swung his massive weapon, prepared to execute her on the spot, but his blade was stopped by Luciana, who had finally regained her power. She shielded the beast girl she had saved, pulling her to safety before scolding her. She called her foolish for ignoring the order to stay away. Flor broke free from her grasp, crying out that she refused to be a coward who relies on others any longer. Luciana smiled warmly at her resolve and gently stroked her head, promising she would never call her a coward again. She then asked if Flor could reach her comrades with the keys she held. Flor confirmed she could, sensing exactly where she needed to go. Luciana rose to her feet, declaring she would hold him back while Flor ran to save the others. The Beastman girl, on the verge of tears, desperately tried to stop her, pointing out that Luciana's body was already covered in grievous wounds. Luciana simply smiled, telling her it didn't matter and that everything would be all right. With a final nod, Flor rushed off to rescue her comrades. As she fled, Luciana stood her ground firmly. Right in front of Colobus, she immediately unleashed a devastating spinning kick upon her foe. Surprised but unfazed, he remarked that she would be dead soon regardless. Luciana shot back with venom, telling him he wasn't even fit to utter her name. She called him truly disgusting. The leader just laughed, claiming that the real disgusting ones were the demons. Their leader was crushed 10 years ago. Yet they continued to drag out their miserable, pathetic lives. They were like insects to him. The idea of a new army for the demon king was laughable. He mocked them, saying history had already proven their cause was hopeless. They would never reach their prime. The boy lunged forward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Luciana cursed her luck, unable to see anything through the haze. Suddenly, Falua was spotted rushing straight toward the captive succubi. She called out to them and tossed over the keys to their shackles. The prisoners hastily began to unlock their chains. Daria turned to Falua and offered her sincere thanks for the rescue. She asked for her name, and after hearing the girl's answer, she promised that once the battle was over, they would all return to the Demon King's lands together, a wonderful country where fear didn't exist. Falua happily accepted the invitation, vowing that from now on she would put forth every ounce of her effort to help them. But in that moment, an enraged Cololabus rushed up and severed her head. Luciana, who had just regained her sight, was absolutely devastated. She watched in horror as her new comrade was instantly killed. Overwhelmed by rage, she clawed at the dirt, consumed by the thought that this man had stolen from her once again. After countless cycles of loss, he couldn't be spared. He deserved only the most agonizing death imaginable. As he approached her, he coldly declared that she would die right then and there. But at that exact moment, her allies arrived, launching a desperate raid on the district. "District Chief!" Luciana cried out in shock. She was stunned to see them. "Are they actually free?" she asked, as Daria confirmed that the young girl had delivered the keys to their cells. Kolobus scoffed at their arrival, calling them nothing but fools. Luciana rallied her companions, screaming for them not to let Valier's ultimate sacrifice go to waste. Channeling every ounce of her power, she and her subordinates charged the leader. However, the leader effortlessly parried their strikes and mocked them, claiming their strength was a joke as he blasted them backward, vowing to slaughter every single one of them individually. Suddenly the boy looked down and realized his arms and legs were completely gone. He let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. He panicked, wondering what kind of sorcery she had used on his broken body, only to realize a moment later that he was perfectly fine. His limbs were still intact, leaving him shaken and frozen in place. He wondered in shock, "What is this?" He struggled to move his heavy, unresponsive limbs. Springing to his feet, he prepared to rush his opponent once more. But once again, he felt as if his limbs had vanished, sending him crashing back to the dirt. He was unaware that Luciana, the queen of the succubi, wielded seductive powers far beyond anything her kin could imagine. Those trapped in her dream were forced to relive a cycle of pure hell. This nightmare was unending. Paralyzed on the ground, he gazed up at Luciana as she towered over him. He had watched her slaughter his parents 1,000 times already. Since the beginning, he was the one who lost everything, and now he craved vengeance. Luciana wondered how this was possible. She had never encountered such mental fortitude before. She felt no pity. She told him not to worry, as this was merely a dream. But when he finally woke, it would be their end. Distinguishing between the dream world and reality was becoming impossible. But she had news. When his limbs failed to grow back, that's when he'd know he was in reality. He stared up at her in pure horror. Sometime later, Dario approached, blaming her own incompetence for dragging them into this mess. But the girl told her it wasn't her fault. Daria nodded in understanding, believing they were finally free. They prepared to make their exit, but at that exact moment, a sudden, chilling sound caught their attention. He heard a voice echoing his dark desire for power. They offered him a mysterious vial, urging him to drink. The visitor promised him strength far exceeding the heroes who had betrayed him. The leader drank it and immediately transformed into a terrifying true demon. Luciana and her companions could only watch in horror. The protagonist apologized, stating that he would inevitably have to infringe upon her granted authority. The girl, paralyzed with shock, softly called out his name. He declared that starting now, the Demon King's legions would begin dismantling the autonomous region. Sometime later, Luciana knelt by Faluer's grave, tearfully lamenting that they were finally becoming friends. She begged for forgiveness for her failure to protect her. The king arrived to announce the successful capture of the region. He claimed he had no interest in where the slaves fled. His principles forbade him from meddling in their personal affairs. However, he mentioned his own territory was open to anyone. Luciana noted sadly that he was, as always, incredibly kind-hearted. The protagonist looked at her carefully, and he noted that while the capital was currently thriving, it would soon face a future filled with desolate territories. These lands were beyond restoration, and they desperately needed people. The girl agreed with his grim assessment. However, there was one more observation the protagonist had made regarding Lucian. Yana nodded, confirming there was indeed something critical she needed to report. During the climax of the fight, his strength had surged to an entirely unnatural level. Our hero agreed, noting that he had sensed a spike in magic that could only be described as hero tier. The girl continued, explaining that throughout the battle, he had repeatedly consumed a strange medicinal liquid. The protagonist remarked that while simple strengthening potions exist to reduce physical strain, he knew of no medicine capable of augmenting physical power to such a monstrous degree. Luciana asked thoughtfully, "If that's the case, then what exactly was that final form he took?" The MC admitted it was unclear, though it was reasonable to assume it was a catastrophic reaction. It was likely a side effect of the concoction, but they couldn't be certain without further study. He decided they should collect the remains of the fallen leader to bring back. Once they handed the body over to the department, Natasha would surely be overwhelmed with joy. Luciana turned to him once more, her expression heavy as she shared one final detail. The truth was, she felt responsible for being the one who had ignited this conflict. She recounted Calibus's dying words, explaining that he harbored a profound, deep-seated grudge against the previous generation's demon army, and against her specifically. The protagonist reassured her, noting that many people shared those same feelings. He reminded her that in his past life he had once hated her too. She looked at him expectantly and asked, "What now?" Our protagonist hesitated, clearly feeling a spark of affection for her. Finally, he looked her in the eye and confessed that, to him, she was one of his most vital and trusted subordinates. Ever since ascending as the Demon King, he had realized that even demons harbor their own deep secrets. They too lay down their lives just for a desperate shot at survival. In his eyes, neither humans nor demons could be judged as strictly good or evil. To him, all wars were the same. Luciana then spoke up, asking if there would truly be a place for demons in the peaceful world he envisioned. He firmly assured her that there most certainly would be. Turning toward him, she boldly declared her unwavering love, stating she loved him more than anyone. Later, at the bustling market, a villager stopped to buy some potatoes. The vendor started to fulfill the order, but something suddenly caught their eye. Something so shocking it left them completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Yura approached our hero, questioning why she wasn't allowed to join the recent fighting. Her skills surely would have been enough to dominate the battle that had taken place. The protagonist apologized, admitting he hadn't explained his reasoning properly. She possessed the power to change the world in a heartbeat, which is exactly why he couldn't deploy someone who hadn't yet developed a proper sense of restraint to the front lines. Their mission wasn't to completely wipe out the enemy territory. Instead, it was to strike a calculated blow, meaning they needed to master their own strength and adapt to the ever-shifting conditions on the battlefield. Flexibility is a warrior's greatest asset, especially when facing the Demon King's forces, Yura agreed, noting that learning to restrain her power would be her next focus. Our protagonist looked forward to the results, and Yura promised to give it her all. Just then, Doldar burst into the office. He reached out his massive paws, asking the king to hand Yura over to him. Before anyone could react, the druid scooped her up, causing Yura to cry out in shock. She desperately protested, demanding that the beastly man back off. Doldar ignored her, tossing her into the air like a child and insisting the master let him take charge of her. The MC watched with a faint smile, realizing Doldar had his own unique way of interacting with this supreme spirit clone. Surprisingly, the druid's roughhousing was helpful. It showed Yura was capable of feeling fear. This unexpected development pleased him, even as Yura begged her master for a fair judgment. The MC wondered if a bond was forming between them, but told Doldar he was being too loud. He pointed out that Yura seemed terrified, but the spirit clone quickly claimed she wasn't afraid at all. The MC chuckled at her pride, offering a mock apology for the misunderstanding. He explained that Doldar meant no harm. He simply lacked a sense of restraint. He asked Yura to be patient as she stared intently at the hulking druid. She bowed and replied, "The master's wish is accepted." She promised to treat the test subject with more leniency. Dwight thanked her, but her expression suddenly turned grave. She reported that a massive surge of mana had been detected in the southern Demon King's territory. Dwight nodded, having already sensed the disturbance himself. He declared that they would teleport there immediately to investigate. She insisted on joining him, clearly emboldened by his quick decision. The two of them warped toward the source of the chaos. When they arrived, they found a horrific scene of death and absolute panic. Dwight stared in shock at the creature responsible for the carnage. Realizing the threat, he shouted, "It's a demonic beast!" But where could such a monster have come from? There was no time to ponder the mystery. He had to act. Dwight rushed into the fray, leaving the questions for later. He charged toward the enemy, roaring that he would not allow such slaughter to occur within his borders. The survivors watched in awe, unable to believe that the Demon King himself was fighting to protect them. As they began to cry out in thanks, he commanded them to stay back and remain silent. What kind of Demon King was this? Dwight informed Yura he was waiting for her analysis, and when the spirit clone asked if this was a demonic beast, he confirmed it. He questioned if she had researched such creatures, and she confirmed that she had indeed archived the data. "A demonic beast is a mutated spirit," she explained, noting they possess a lethal combination of physical strength and devastating magic. However, these creatures are so incredibly rare that sightings are almost never officially recorded. The protagonist was genuinely surprised. Even in his past life, despite all his travels, he had rarely encountered even one. To have three appear at once was statistically impossible. He told Yura he had enough information and vowed to expose the criminal behind this. The spirit copy then stood ready, asking him for her next objective. Dwight wondered why she was observing the fight, but she explained she was merely gauging her own output. Addressing her directly, he told her this was her first real battle and ordered her to immobilize the monster. Yura simply replied that the order was accepted. She immediately initiated the attack, moving with precision. The spirit clone carried out his command with ease, leaving the protagonist to survey the area. He looked around at the sheer destruction she had caused. In shock, he asked her just how much she had been holding back. The girl calmly answered that she had only been using 20% of her power. His amazement knew no bounds as he realized the weight of that statement. A great spirit with that level of output possessed enough power to effectively raze an entire country to the ground, decimating an entire nation in a single night. If their power was equal, it would certainly explain how they achieved such a terrifying level of destruction. He praised her for her diligence, noting she had performed exceptionally. Suddenly, she cried out. It had already been a month. Another monster was detected, catching the protagonist by surprise. Could this be a new enemy? To him, it was clear that this beast was an artificial creation. Assuming the creator was nearby, he took to the skies and declared that he would handle the situation personally. After crushing the monster, he stopped to ask a question. He asked Yura if there were any other enemies lurking about. The spirit copy replied that no other threats were being detected. The MC agreed, sensing the same. But meanwhile, the citizens were devastated, watching their homes and city burn to the ground. He told the survivors that the immediate danger had been eliminated, but since he couldn't restore their lost lives or property, if they needed a target for their rage, they could hate him. He wondered where the culprit was. Their purpose remained a mystery, but since they created this monster, they would inevitably return to inspect the results of their work. Despite his efforts, he hadn't sensed the presence of a being with such immense power at all. Suddenly, Volk materialized behind him with a low chuckle. He then looked at the protagonist and mockingly asked if he was perhaps lacking in search magic skills. Even so, the protagonist's instincts were spot on. The culprit was standing right there in front of him. It seemed he had grown incredibly, careless following his recent transformation. Had he forgotten his magical training when forced to choose between the results of search, magic, and his own gut instincts? Which one should he truly prioritize? While an illusionist's craft is always deceptive, he had already proven his worth, providing perfect confirmation. As for that creature, named Calabas, he'd overlooked the corrupted specimen. Volk then noticed Ura and curiously asked what she was. She was a spirit, but not just any ordinary one, a fragment of the great spirit himself. He remarked that the protagonist's allies were as terrifying as he was. Ever since he arrived in these lands, fascinating reports of his exploits had been surfacing, and he was eager to see what else he'd done. Since when did he start calling himself the Demon King? Was this some kind of sick joke? Volk, still in his female disguise, offered the villagers fresh well water, telling them to take as much as they needed. The residents were genuinely moved, touched by such an unexpected display of kindness. As he went back for another supply, he left the group behind. The villagers couldn't stop talking about the mysterious girl's generosity. They were captivated by this sudden act of care from a complete stranger. Meanwhile, Natasha downed her strengthening potion. She then heard our protagonist's voice, checking to see if she was receiving his transmission. Natasha quickly confirmed that she was there and listening intently. He checked if it was safe for her to speak openly. He then informed her that he was sending a monster under his direct control her way. The researcher was ecstatic, geeking out over the chance to study such a rare species. Our protagonist agreed that they were indeed a rarity. He pointed out that encountering them right in the middle of the city was even stranger. Her tone shifted instantly, noting how incredibly unnatural their presence was. She then asked for a moment of his time to discuss something critical. She had finished her report on the remains of Calibus. After analyzing the samples sent earlier, she detected several foreign substances. At first glance, these compounds were unlike any known magical enhancers. She took another sip of her potion and continued her grim explanation. While it was too early for a definitive conclusion, she suspected this wasn't just a booster. It was a substance that replaced biological tissue. Dwight admitted that while his form had indeed changed, that was still largely speculation. Replacing actual flesh, was such a thing even possible? Natasha laughed, calling him terrifying. His very existence already defied the laws of human logic. Besides, in a world like this, nothing was truly impossible. On that point, he couldn't help but agree. She added that while it was purely a hunch, the monster he currently commanded might have once been a human who ingested the serum. If that were true, it would certainly explain their grotesque, unnatural appearance. Natasha noted that their traits differed slightly from what they'd seen in the district chief. However, if this substance was artificially created and Calibus was merely a test subject, then everything started to make sense. He proposed a chilling theory that she quickly backed up. With this substance, they could mass-produce an infinite army of monsters. Suddenly, the very atmosphere of the city shifted. He sensed it, a massive, overwhelming surge of mana. Magic levels confirmed at 82 points. Dwight realized with a jolt this had been the plan all along. Volk gritted his teeth, realizing they'd noticed far too late. The real game starts right now. Right before his eyes, the residents who had just thanked him began transforming into hideous monsters. The protagonist shouted, fuming at the thought of the criminal, hiding and laughing at him. Fine. He'll make sure the villain realizes exactly who his opponent is. His companion asked if these monsters needed to be eliminated. He told her no, instructing her to watch closely and learn. From this moment on, not a single soul would die because of him. He activated full capture, a powerful divine spell. Looking at the dying creatures, he apologized for dragging them into this conflict. He scanned the area, but found no traces of mana. He decided to contact the leader. So Dwight reached out to Natasha. She immediately asked him what was happening with the creatures. Dwight explained he'd captured every magic user, neutralizing the threat entirely. He's a tough one, the protagonist noted. Just as she suspected, these were once ordinary humans. Now they've become monsters, she explained, likely transformed by a mysterious potent substance. Our hero agreed with her assessment. The researcher, after taking a moment to examine the sample, prepared to begin her analysis immediately, requesting more data on the enhancers. He promised to send any monsters he captured her way, hoping for a miraculous breakthrough. He desperately wanted to restore their humanity, but the girl feared the worst. She worried the transformation might be irreversible, but she needed to finish her data analysis before she could give a definitive answer or find a potential cure for the affliction. Suddenly, she stumbled, gripping the table for support as the protagonist apologized for the burden. Natasha, with blood trickling from her lip, gave a defiant grin and dismissed his concern. She told him to trust her, then sank to the floor as his words echoed in her mind. To her, the body is a finite resource. Once it's spent, it requires deep restoration. She knew her own limits had been pushed past the breaking point long ago. Natasha muttered to herself that she would eventually get the rest she truly deserved. She felt he worried too much, asking her to rest while he worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Later, Grom was shocked to hear that Yura had leveled a city, questioning her lack of restraint. The protagonist defended her, claiming she had full control, but Grom remained skeptical. "She has control, yet she wiped out a whole city?" he asked, but the MC told him not to sweat it. Shifting focus, the deputy delivered his report regarding the neighboring republic. He explained they have no king or emperor, instead electing representatives to lead their nation. Grom reported that the republic was currently in a state of turmoil, and since their spy network was still recovering, he had scouted the area personally. Dwight was surprised, noting that the internal unrest had only just begun. If this instability didn't interfere with their plans, they shouldn't get involved. But the deputy had noticed something peculiar about the cause. The unrest stemmed from a desire to repair the damage left by the Demon King, sparking a fierce political divide. The Acolyte Party clashed with the military, who favored a more aggressive, punitive approach. However, there was a twist. Followers of the previous Demon King were hiding within the military ranks. Dwight was stunned. Were these people from the land of the old demons? What were their motives? Grom admitted that their true goals were still under investigation. However, he had discovered a secret smuggling route. It connected the land of the old demons directly to the Republic. It seemed that demons and humans had been engaged in clandestine trade for quite some time. Their partners were undoubtedly members of the Republic, leaving Dwight to chuckle at the sheer absurdity of it. Beneath the surface of this apparent peace, a storm was brewing. This illicit trade, the internal unrest, the ultimate goal remained a mystery. While it was only a hunch, he suspected these events were all intricately linked. Somehow monsters were at the heart of it. He immediately ordered Grom to ramp up security and keep a close eye on the situation, though the deputy questioned if this was the right move. Dwight responded that they were dealing with an unprecedented alliance. A pact between demons and humans is incredibly rare. There's no telling what kind of threat this partnership might birth. Lost in thought, Dwight reaffirmed his dream, to see the day when demons and humans finally walk hand in hand. In hand. This was the one task left unfinished from his past life, and it remained his ultimate goal. Tom was stunned by the sudden move, but admired his diligence, noting that this was the mark of a true Demon King. Dwight then remembered the captured soldiers from the Demon King's army. He needed to interrogate them about the recent monster unrest. He informed Grom that he was heading to the research department, and his deputy nodded in understanding. Grom promised to keep monitoring the Republic, while Dwight told him he was counting on him. However, when Dwight reached the research center, he was met with an eerie silence. He called out for Natasha several times, but there was no response. Dwight sprinted toward the private office where the girl usually conducted her intense research, only to be horrified to find her collapsed on the cold floor. She looked lifeless, but as he rushed to her side, he realized, with a surge of relief, that she was still breathing. Dwight gritted his teeth, realizing she hadn't allowed herself a single moment of rest. Her life was now literally hanging by a thread due to exhaustion. He immediately turned to Yura and ordered her to stabilize Natasha's condition. The spirit construct responded, confirming that the order was accepted, and she began the treatment. A short while later, Dwight noticed her stirring and urgently asked if she could hear his voice. Natasha whispered weakly, "Master, you're here," as Natasha tells Yura she's already fine, but Gromsward protests, arguing that her life is in immediate danger. However, Natasha is adamant. She's been waiting specifically for this moment. A bewildered Dwight asks what she's talking about. She tells him his soft heart is the only reason he could even hear her plea. Then she asks for the unthinkable. She wants him to make her immortal. Dwight can hardly believe what he's hearing. "Are you actually serious?" he exclaims in disbelief. Natasha looks him in the eye and assures him that she is. Noticing a pile of empty vials, Dwight demands to know. "What did you drink?" The girl reveals. They were just standard potions for restoring her strength. Despite them being illegal, Dwight is more indignant that she broke her promise to actually rest. Natasha laughs, admitting she's been deceiving him about her recovery. Dwight warns her that while immortals don't need sleep, they lose their humanity. Does she even understand the weight of this? To him, immortality is nothing more than a curse, not a goal to be sought. It's like being trapped in a permanent prison, but Natasha counters, "So be it." She is willing to pay any price to continue her life's work. This obsession drives her forward, yet she despises her own physical limitations. Despite the medicines she consumes to sustain her strength, her body constantly betrays her will. She deeply envies his eternal imprisonment, viewing it as a twisted sort of sanctuary. "Isn't it wonderful?" she mused, begging him to take her away into his desolate world. Dwight was stunned by her fervor, while Yura could only watch in sheer bewilderment. Things were spiraling beyond his expectations. While his magic could turn humans into phantoms, the spell hadn't failed. Rather, her own dark obsession had warped and amplified the ritual. This fixation perfected her immortal form, granting her a lineage of high-tier spiritual essence. Once Dwight granted her request, the girl was overcome with a chilling sense of joy. She pleaded to continue her work, and shortly after, Natasha stepped forward. Mumbling to herself about botanical toxins and miasmas, she addressed the group. She turned to the MC with a smirk, announcing that she had excellent news. The primary components of the magical beast's essence had finally been identified. Dwight was impressed by her speed, and she beamed, confirming the breakthrough. Using her new phantom abilities, she got to the point and showed him two familiar demons. Dwight recognized them as remnants of the former demon lord's army he'd once dealt with. Since they couldn't speak, Natasha explained that plant fragments found on them were the key. These fibers matched the core ingredient, a rare flora that thrives in only one location. The cold dragon plant, found only in the former demon lord's territory, was the source. It seems humans provided food in exchange for the demons harvesting this lethal plant. It was now clear that the trading partners were all from the Republic. Dwight realized that every piece of the puzzle was finally connecting. The Republic was the primary manufacturer of this magical beast substance. This meant the mastermind behind the conspiracy was likely hiding there as well. This shadowy figure was clearly cunning, meticulously prepared, and highly dangerous. Furthermore, it was evident that he was exceptionally well versed in the magical arts. While it was uncertain if the will of the world was involved just yet, Dwight knew they had to tackle this threat with every ounce of their power. As he weighed his options, he turned to Grom to check on their progress. Grom reported that civil unrest within the Republic was reaching a boiling point. To make matters worse, the nation was currently suffering through a severe famine. Dwight noted the progress but ordered the investigation into the unrest to be suspended. A stunned Grom asked his master what could possibly be more important. Dwight pointed out the pharmaceutical factories, which Grom confirmed had already been located. The protagonist praised his deputy's efficiency, noting how quickly he had moved. Grom was honored by the praise as they confirmed these labs produced the enhancers. With the source verified, the undead knight was ready to launch an immediate raid. However, Dwight intervened, deciding to head to the Republic to handle the task personally. Meanwhile, Natasha promised to stay behind to focus on developing a cure. Dwight thanked her for her dedication before preparing for the mission ahead. Eventually, Dwight informs Grom that they have finally reached their destination. The deputy observes that this is the legendary site where the Demon King fought the previous king to the death. He wonders why they've come here, and Dwight explains his plan to eradicate the local vegetation. By wiping out these plants, the Republic will lose the raw materials needed to produce their magical beast enhancers. When Grom asks if the Republic grows them elsewhere, Dwight explains that it is physically impossible. They've been harvesting here for 4 years because these plants require this land's specific deadly climate to survive. Grom realizes the unique climate refers to the thick miasma, and Dwight confirms his suspicions. Dwight then reveals his true objective. He wants Grom to absorb every ounce of miasma in the region. He asks the deputy to draw in the corruption, effectively cleansing the blighted landscape. Grom is stunned by the scale of the task, but Dwight clarifies the mechanics of the operation. He tells him to apply the same principles he used when they were back in the Valley of the Dead. Dwight is confident that Grom can replicate that feat and purge the area of its toxicity. He instructs him to start with the immediate surroundings before expanding his reach further. The undead warrior acknowledges the command and prepares himself to begin the grueling process. He triggers his ability, causing a swirling vortex of ominous darkness to envelop the entire battlefield. As the miasma saturates his body, Grom collapses to the ground, admitting the strain is nearly unbearable. Dwight moves to steady him, acknowledging the heavy burden his deputy is forced to carry. The agony is overwhelming, feeling as though his physical vessel is being ripped to shreds from the inside. The corruption even begins to eat away at his very soul, yet Dwight offers words of encouragement. Dwight has felt this pain himself, and knows Grom has the strength to endure and prove his reliability. Grom perked up, realizing he could use this. "That's right, let him," he muttered. Deciding to place his trust in the plan, he resumed his mission. A short while later, our protagonist reached the pharmaceutical center and informed the stunned scientists that their work was about to be rudely interrupted. Luciana quickly apprehended one of the researchers, shouting that she had him cornered. Taking in his surroundings, the MC noted that while everything seemed like standard magical potions at first, his specialized search magic revealed the true lab hidden deep underground. Luciana cheered him on, impressed by his boldness. The MC initially expected the facility's tech to be inferior to the director's research. However, using magic to analyze the reagents, he uncovered the formula for the magical beasts. With his task complete, he proceeded to blow the entire facility to smithereens. Once the dust settled, Luciana turned to him with grim news. They were in deep trouble. Surprisingly, none of the survivors knew anything about their mysterious organizer. Dwight was stunned, wondering how such a massive cover-up was even possible. The girls suggested that the staff's memories had been meticulously altered, erasing all traces of the organization. Looking at the shocked gentleman, she remarked that the situation was far worse than anticipated. He agreed, finally understanding why Luciana had been so concerned. Memory manipulation is high-level magic. To erase specific data without lobotomizing the victim requires masterclass skill. He wasn't even sure if he could pull it off. In truth, he had a specific mage in mind for the job. Luciana mused over the method, realizing she knew exactly who would employ such a repulsive and irritating strategy. She glanced at the protagonist, asking if he was thinking the same thing she was. He confirmed his suspicions, yet it seemed impossible. After all, he had personally killed that man a decade ago. Meanwhile, Grom struggled to continue his grueling mission, his mind screaming that this was a living nightmare. His consciousness was fracturing, and he felt his very soul slipping away. Yet he stubbornly clung to his resolve, repeating a single thought to himself. The demon lord had placed his trust in him. That faith meant he was capable, and he would see this mission through to its bitter end. Eventually, Grom turned back to his lord, looking completely spent. As the MC analyzed the situation, he theorized that if that man had somehow returned to life as the mastermind behind this drug production, finding him would be an impossible task. Luciana agreed. His memory-blocking prowess was absolute, even for a demon lord. He was infuriating, but she couldn't deny his skill as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the legendary time mage, Volk Wendanian. Right then, the man himself manifested before them, asking if they had summoned him. Volk peered at our protagonist, questioning if something was amiss. After all, the hero looked as though he had just seen a ghost. He assumed Dwight would be overjoyed by their unexpected reunion. Luciana demanded to know how her master could still be alive. After all, Dwight had personally finished him off. He had obliterated his soul and incinerated his body. His survival defied all logic. Val cryptically replied that he'd leave the how to Dwight's imagination. He noted that there are exceptions to every rule, including Dwight's own current form. Dwight realized he himself was an anomaly, theorizing a delayed restoration. Spell had been used to eventually reclaim his soul, though it seemed impossible. But when it came to this man, the impossible was always on the table. Valk then switched gears, admitting there was something he'd always wanted to ask. Why exactly did Dwight choose to call himself a demon lord? Had his heart been completely darkened by a burning hatred for humanity? Taking a closer look at the protagonist, Valk realized that wasn't the case. The true reason was something else entirely. Dwight snapped, telling him it was none of his business. The mage was stunned by the sudden shift, noting Dwight's incredibly threatening aura. Dwight realized this version of Volk was just an illusion. His real body was elsewhere. Looking at the sword, Volk laughed, claiming he finally understood the situation. He mocked Dwight for still clinging to the dead heroine after all this time. Luciana told him to shut it, calling him vile. Volk sneered, telling her she should be ashamed for siding with the enemy. In response, Luciana deliberately pressed herself closer against the protagonist, asking what she could possibly have to be ashamed of. Nothing fills her with more pride than serving within the Demon King's army. The mage glanced over and decided it was finally time to end their little chat. He announced that his preparations were complete, catching Dwight's attention. With a sly grin, he told Dwight to broaden his horizons if he couldn't understand. Then he'd see just how fascinating this unfolding situation truly is. As the tension rose, Luciana turned warily toward the protagonist, admitting that she could no longer sense any human presences. Dwight grimly confirmed that they were all gone. Not a single human remains in the entire Republic. Such a massive magical reaction shouldn't even be possible. Vulcan shouted in a fit of rage, realizing the mage had transformed everyone into magical beasts. Suddenly, monsters stormed the lab, forcing Dwight and Luciana to narrowly dodge their ferocious assault. The mage calmly clarified that he had turned the citizens into beasts and demons. However, since only a few are truly compatible, further adjustments will still need to be made. Dwight realized the mage viewed those turned into beasts as mere failures, and the true goal of the substance was to forcibly evolve people into demons. He demanded to know his opponent's ultimate goal. Was this all just for revenge? Mocking his quest for revenge, the mage sneered, telling him not to overestimate his abilities. While the man was insufferable, his ambitions reached far beyond mere petty insults. His ultimate objective was nothing less than resurrecting the Demon Lord's fallen army. Dwight realized with a shock that this was the true depth of his sinister plot. The mage intended to forcibly mutate humans into savage beasts and demons, using them as the foundation for a brand new, unstoppable legion. Dwight questioned if the ongoing civil war was also part of his twisted design. Valk let out a dark chuckle, claiming it was child's play to orchestrate such chaos. He had easily infiltrated high society by disguising himself as a common human. After engineering a devastating food shortage during the war, he executed his next move. He flooded the country with his tainted substance, disguised as a harmless medicinal tonic. Dwight recoiled in disgust, his worst fears confirmed. This man was truly a monster. He couldn't let such evil survive. Just then, Luciana warned him of a new threat. A horde of magical beasts was marching straight toward the demon territories. It was clear they were being puppeteered by the mage to launch a full-scale invasion. Luciana insisted she would hold the line here while Dwight intercepted the beasts. Only he possessed the raw power to neutralize a threat of this magnitude. Dwight agreed, realizing that following this plan would mean the inevitable end of the Republic itself. But at this point, they were out of options. Steeling herself for the mission, Luciana began channeling her immense power. Lunging forward to strike her opponent, Valk mocked her openly. He questioned if she truly understood how futile her efforts were. He expected her to be smarter than this. Raising her hand to activate her skill, she shouted that it wasn't useless, desperate to enchant him. Valk narrowly dodged the attempt, teasing her that it was a close call. He surmised her nightmare magic could bypass illusions if it touched the soul directly. Luciana glared at him as he admitted his intrigue, noting that her power relied solely on physical contact. To him, that was a massive disadvantage, hardly a practical skill for high-level combat. It's harmless if the target can't be touched. He mocked her status as a heavenly king, and Luciana, fuming with rage, told him to shut up. She was glad they were enemies now, wishing death upon the bony clown. Valk laughed at her vitriol, jokingly calling her mean before offering her a captaincy in the new demon army. Her fury reached its peak. Did he seriously believe he could actually rebuild the Demon King's forces? He could try as hard as he wanted, but he would never be able to defeat Dwight. Valk simply stared at her, his curiosity clearly piqued by her defiance.